To replace the exciting but terribly dangerous street races around the village of Watkins Glen, New York in the late 40s, a new permanent road course was created. In 1957, the Watkins Glen Grand Prix course opened near those public roads, and great attention was spent on not losing the feel of racing on them. In 1961, it hosted its first Formula One race and became the spiritual home of the U.S. Grand Prix until the final one in 1980. But it has continued to be a major draw in the world of sports car racing, including the legendary 6 hours of the Glen. In 2015, it received a full repaving, and the surface has since provided amazing grip, allowing equally amazing speeds through its long, fast-flowing corners. This weekend, it hosts the 7th round of the 2026 World Racing League Championship with not one, but 2 endurance races. Hi, folks, I'm Greg Creamer, and welcome to the track known simply as the Glen. Great to have with me once again in the booth our producer, Ryan West. JT Tammy will be joining. Again, Dustin Alice on the keys, Nate on the drone, and Chris on the pit camera. The band is ready, and what a venue, guys.
It's fantastic, Greg. It's my first time here in New York, and rural New York especially, and it's the first time I've been to Watkins Glen. It's been absolutely fantastic. The weather looks like it's going to be lovely today. I think we're going to have great track conditions. We should be good to go this afternoon for some great racing action. JT, what are you looking forward to the most?
Classic WRL race. We're gonna have a lot of very close fights up and down the field for 8 hours today, and then we're gonna come back and do it again tomorrow.
And the interesting thing is we've had some developments on the grid, and we're going to get to that. But Ryan, can you explain what's happened to a number of our pole sitters?
Yeah, so 4 cars total failed the dyno yesterday during tech right after qualifying. You had your top 2 in GTO broke out on, I think, very, very barely for the case of the Triple Eight racing car. The Kingpin racing car also, I think, caught out a little bit. There was a correction factor on the dyno going on with some different atmospheric conditions that I think caught out the number 62 of Open Throttle Racing. It's got that BMW with the goofy computer thing that tries to correct for the weather for you, but then when you put it on dyno, it's a whole thing. So a little bit of a strange one there, because it's not a situation they've had happen before at Open Throttle. So I think they get now what they have to do to keep that where it needs to be. And then also the Honda Civic pole sitter for the Velocity team, they also lose their lap, and they were having some inconsistent dyno runs where I think they may have been having some kind of issue with the car on the dyno. So nobody quite able to get away clean on pole. So that does leave the 102 of Triple Eight Racing, the other car, on pole, followed by the Wheelhouse, and then followed by the return of NFC Motorsports, Greg.
Absolutely. Then it's going to be the 120 of AE Victory Racing, your points leaders coming into this round of the championship. Then in the third row of the GTO grid, it's going to be Kingpin Racing, side by side, the number 4 inside, number 53 outside. I believe that means they've got one of their Supras and a Porsche side by side ready to go. Then row 4, the 99 of GTR 99, and we know they are going to be a factor in this one. Down the order a little bit after running very quickly in practice, the 119 from AE Victory Racing could only muster a 9th place qualifying run in GTO. Starting in row 5, it's the 25 of Singler Racing, also having some problems. And Moorhead Speedworks, huge surprise in qualifying that they could only manage 11th after running right near the top of the timesheets in practice. Then in the 12th starting spot will be the 72 of Guardian Angel Motorsports, joined by the 18 of Kingpin Racing on row 6. And then row 7 will be the 54 that had initially put it on pole for Triple Eight Racing. You want to take GP1, Ryan?
No, I am still trying to figure out my computer.
Well, then I will take it on. Then
Perfect.
Moving into the 7th row, if you will, it is the pole sitter now, the 555 of Cajun Canuck Racing with a very competitive 2-minute 9 flat lap. The 88 of OLJ Racing will start alongside. Then up will be the PC Racing, number 43, starting 3rd in GP1. 4th is the Empire Motorsports Group, number 45. 5th will be the El Diablo Motorsports machine, a little bit farther down than we would have expected. They have been a wicked quick usually. That joined by the 946 flying for Motorsports. Then starting in the 7th spot in the GP1 category, the 61 from Open Throttle Racing, joined by the 505 Angry Croc entry, and then 2 Open Throttle Racing entries. The 64 will start 9th in GP1, and then, of course, our pole qualifier, who has been moved to the back of that category, the number 62. So certainly they're going to be surging up through the pack. And then finally, we get to GP2, another very, very close grid. Again, our pole sitter moved to the back. So the 83 Palomar Racing entry. And talk about, when things just go right for you sometimes, they are the pole sitter and they get moved to the front. As the pole sitter, but they're also the points leader. So that's really good. Skip Barber Racing School will be next, and they have shown an amazing ability to always bring it home. Then starting 3rd will be the 141 from Velocity Motorsports Club. 4th will be the 55 of AOA Racing, and then at the back will be the 245 Matt Connolly Motorsports and our disqualified number 41 original pole sitter from Velocity Motorsports Club, and that should lead the field around here. Indeed, pace car comes in, lights are out. We are looking for the green, of course, starting all alone up front. Fastest car in the field, the 48 competition prototype in GTU. So they get the row all unto themselves, and they opened up a little bit of a margin as we're green and ready to go here.
91 getting an incredible jump here, Greg.
Yeah.
They're able to take that position. They're going to be on the outside, though, coming down into turn 1. They're going to see if they can make it stick. The Triple Eight's going to go defensive, and I don't think it's going to be able to hold on to it. No.
But I'll tell you what, the power from that Mustang showing, and just got a great launch and up and heading up into the S's, already opening up a margin. Next group, our GP1 and 2 group from General Production have gone green, and again, side by side, all the way down through turn 1. Remember, this series has an immense impetus on no contact racing, so everybody playing nice there. Oh, big moment heading up the S's, Ryan.
Yeah, I don't think that was malicious. I think that was just a little lack of spatial awareness, and they shut the door. Fortunately, everybody able to hang on to it.
Yeah, it looked like that to me, and just a little bit maybe too quick in that moment. But you can see how much the Wheelhouse Mustang is already closed up on our prototype. Now remember, it's cool this morning. That prototype really light, tough to get heat in the tires. When it comes alive, it's going to be really strong. But until it does, that Mustang's going to be offering up a lot of pressure. And most of our categories was that some smoke and oil coming off of that car, or was it just dust on the track? There.
So that Palomar
Fuel,
car
probably.
does tend to leave a trail of something. So does the 888 E36. I don't know if it's fuel or water or what, but I've noticed that at the beginning of the stint, occasionally one or both of those cars will leave down a little bit of a trail. The 48's going to try to go down the inside of one of the open throttle racing cars, up the inside as we climb out of the boot here, or out of the toe anyway. Here to the heel of the boot, the 88 of OLJ Racing making good on their comeback here in WRL, their second event, their second time out at Watkins Glen, and it looks like they're going to lead the opening lap here in the general production category.
That's really impressive, after that kind of an absence to come back and be just sharp and right near the front. This is the exit, that very tricky turn 9, and you see if you get it a little wrong how close those barriers are. This is so nice save by the driver in the Skip Barber car.
Yeah, that was looking not great.
Off here.
The 45 is going to come under attack from the 62 of Silikonski. I believe that's how you pronounce it anyway, of the Open Throttle Racing 240i. That's going to be the car down the inside. And he's going to get the job done. I think that's Matteo Siderman starting the car. One of the quickest drivers in GP1. He, of course, of Lamborghini Super Trofeo fame, has plenty of lap time or track time here at Watkins Glen.
Yeah, no question about that. Heading up the hill, and this is such a great shot, really wide there. And like I said, you can run a second lane here. It's not going to be quite as good, but it doesn't just, if you get off of the prime line, you don't lose everything like you do at some tracks. And that allows people to, one, give each other a little bit of extra room if need be, but also to be able to race side by side a lot. I think you see them heading through the exit of the outer loop and using all of that curb, some of the cars, and now down into the laces.
Heck of a job here by everybody so far. Again, we had that one little moment in the opening stanza of the race, the opening couple corners, but since then, pretty clean racing. People racing each other nice and close. The 62 is going to try it around the outside of the toe on the 88. I think that's going to get done as well. That big turbo BMW able to make the torque going up the hill. And indeed, the 62 overcoming their disqualification from qualifying and rocketing into the lead here in the opening hour of the race.
Boy, it took them almost no time at all, did it?
No, not at all.
That was, and they were really, really quick in qualifying. And in the practice sessions, they held a pretty solid advantage. It got minimized in qualifying, as you often see. But based on what we saw in practice, if that was something more akin to their race pace, they're in really good shape here. But still, impressive run, as you said, from the OLJ Racing Machine. Still sitting in second, the 43 of PC Racing third, Empire Motorsports Group up into fourth, and Flying Fur up into the fifth spot. There's our prototype. And then the Wheelhouse Motorsports Machine, you can see the gap there that he has right now over the GTO field. So that machine is absolutely rocketing away right now. Just turned a 2-minute lap, 2 minutes and half a second, and that's almost a full second quicker than anybody else in the field right now.
Greg, I just want to point out, did you see the 18... The 18 Kingpin with Patrick Wilmot behind the wheel already has made its way up into 8th position from the back of the field.
That's just extraordinary. It's
that white, red, and yellow, the McDonald's livery, if you will, Porsche 911 right there. And they've gone ahead of the GTR 99 and ahead of AE Victory. Two cars that we anticipate being pretty competitive this afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely.
Moorhead Speedworks, the 290, one of the contenders here in GTO, registering here at the back of the field so far. I don't think they've turned a lap yet, Greg. They had tried to replace the rear main seal on that LS3 engine in the front of that Jetta. I don't know if they were able to get that done or if they've had some installation issues this morning. So not able to take the start of the race, but their pit stall is still up. So that would tell me that at some point they anticipate being out there.
Well, they paid their entry fee. If they had a problem, even if they're not going to be in it for the win, you could still go out and you've got a great testing opportunity, get your drivers some time, and then, if it's fixed, be able to really attack for today. And remember, the grid for tomorrow's race includes, you can factor in fast laps from this race. So they've got an opportunity. And, just watching here, the fastest lap of the race thus far, 1:59.4. By that little prototype, but it's impressive how well that 91 Wheelhouse Motorsports Mustang is sticking with them, lowering their best time to a 2:04. They're not giving away too much to that prototype right now.
No, they are not.
There they are. Love that shot. And there's the gap back to next up. That 102 from 888 hanging right in there with NFC and then Kingpin. There's your Mustang. And again, the run up through turn 9 here, I like to talk about that because it's got such a tricky corner, and it really can affect how quick you are through these last couple of corners on the lap. If you get it right, and right there, just turned in, it looked like a little earlier, missed the apex, and floated out wide. Was that the 53 Kingpin Porsche, I think?
53 Kingpin would be a Supra.
Oh, that's right. Sorry about that. So that blue and white Porsche Oh, sorry. There it is. Yep, it was not a Porsche. My bad.
You got the number right.
At least I got the number right, so 1 out of 2, right? That beautiful Mercedes.
I spoke with Bill and Lanny in registration yesterday, and they were
Yep.
talking about this season having a lot of fun. They spoke fondly of their 2024 season where they won the championship in this very car, the 123 NFC Motorsports Mercedes-Benz. But they're really looking to take a step back from being super, super hyper competitive and just want to come to the track with their friends and have a great time. And so I think a lot less pressure in that pit stall this weekend. And I think they're, as a result, going to find themselves doing better than they might have even in 2024, despite this big layoff they've had as far as only racing one other time this season with us at Thunder Hill, making the trip up to Northern California. And had a decent result there, as I recall, as well. So looking forward to a nice, fun afternoon with the NFC guys.
Yeah, it should be great. And, I'm sorry, but how do you not love the sound of that car?
Oh, yeah.
No turbo to muffle the sound. And you just get that, like the Mustangs, you just get that raw power sound. And it's just a joy whenever they come flying by. And obviously they're very good at it. And, I've got a gut feeling that come the end of the race, if they're in with a shot, that casual, laid back, we're just having fun things right out the window. Yeah. You know that.
I would imagine so.
You know what they're all about.
The triple five of Cajun Canuck takes to the pit lane there, an unplanned stop, almost certainly.
Yeah, I'm assuming that's to check probably the bottom of the car, because that was the car that had 2 off going up the S's on the opening lap there.
Oh, okay. Well, it took them some time to actually come down pit lane here, so they must not have been too worried about it.
Unless they've been there this entire time. I think that might have been their second stop.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
Hey, JT, now that we're coming up on a few minutes anyway into this, what's catching your eye early on here that is a story we may want to be following?
So at least coming across the line here just a moment ago, we did have the 38 from Palomar alongside the 55 from AOA Racing. Nick Romano against, I believe, Max Orcanza, fighting for second in GP2. While the sister car from Palomar, the 83 with Max Stallone behind the wheel, already built a 12-second gap at the moment. So definitely to keep an eye on that. Matt Connolly running 4th and 5th with the 245 and the 210, a little ways back. I think there's a timing issue with the 245 and possibly the 141. Not showing any laps registered for those cars, but I believe they're both out there.
Yeah, that's interesting. And I'm also kind of surprised that Velocity Motorsports Club, the car that had been fastest in qualifying, moved to the back, and they really haven't moved up very much. They've got to be having some sort of problem.
NFC.
Big moment.
Ugh.
Yeah, NFC down the inside of the 18 of Kingpin.
Yeah, and we've got a car facing counter track up against the wall. You can see the red car on the right.
Yeah,
the other one has been able to turn around and rejoin. Yep, there is. Wow. That's such... And the other car's moving. If they both got away with this, that's just extraordinary in that corner. And they did.
The Kingpin car, the Porsche.
Yeah.
Yep.
And yes. Smart move. If he nudged that barrier, it was too far away to tell. But if you have something like that happen in that last turn, very rarely does everybody drive away. So that's,
Yeah.
No
we'll
kidding.
look at that positive upside for that moment.
Yeah, that's not a corner with runoff.
No.
Unfortunately, it's going to be go from bad to worse. The last race that Kingpin was at, I think it was Patrick Wilmot, and I don't even remember what happened specifically, but they ended up being taken out early on into their IMSA Pilot Challenge race, I believe, or the VP Challenge race, whichever one they were doing in the Supra. They really had barely turned a lap and then been taken out. So to have trouble here early, you've got to feel for the guys, just the frustration with Tyler Hoffman and everybody down in the pit lane there.
Yeah.
Of a second weekend in a row here where your opening stint to the race is marred by an issue.
Yeah. And, they, put up great fight backs, but boy, they sure like one to just be a little bit more smooth in the opening stints for sure. There's our Skip Barber machine. And again, they just have this knack for bringing the car around to the finish right now. And then here, look at this, move to the inside, heading down into turn one. And got it done, but a great run around the outside. Is he able to hang on to the position? Rejoined, lost that one spot, but at least didn't go further down. So they are giving it some serious welly out there right now. And that's what you love to see, obviously. Those two Supras putting on a show. And now they're going to start coming into that lap traffic for the GP2 field. Ooh, nose inside. Be a little careful there. It's early. You don't want to lose touch, obviously, but we talk about this all the time in endurance racing is you've got to constantly be calculating risk versus reward. And keep in mind that 120 from AE Victory put it together, and of course with the two cars moving back, it advanced them from a little bit of a surprisingly low qualifying spot, and they're taking great advantage of that. The sister car, the 119, not moving up through the order quite as quickly. Sarah Montgomery being I think smartly cautious right now and not trying to overdrive things. Meanwhile, Hannah in the AE Victory car sitting in that third spot in GTO right now.
And we saw going into turn one there, the 54 Brady Markinski, I believe, on board, going to the inside of the Ford Kingpin, taking that fifth place position.
Yep. Obviously, turn one of the big passing areas where you can get that done. Oh, hear those tires working. Boy, it certainly looks like right now, JT, that in GTO, those Supras are pretty well suited. Obviously, that Mustang is up and gone at this stage, doing a superb job.
I'm not surprised. Robert Neuker behind the wheel.
Exactly.
Quite familiar with the Mustangs, having competed quite a bit in the Mustang Challenge Series, and I believe more recently in the Michelin Series, running with the Ford Mustang.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a very solid pilot. And then sitting in second is the Porsche Courtney Crone in the 102, doing a really nice job. a little bit of a gap back to Hannah, almost 8 seconds. Back to Hannah Grisham in the 120, running third in class. Then Nick Walker in that 53 Kingpin, that's the blue and white. And there is the Porsche involved in that incident, still sitting in the pits.
Yeah, contacts with the right rear of the car. Obviously, they're going to be checking tow, everything. Rear suspension looks like a wing mount. It's not quite stable for them at the moment. And a little bit further up the pit lane was the 555 Cajun Canuck Racing. They had a dragging splitter, I believe, that they were repairing.
Boy, I'll tell you, Hannah has done a brilliant job in traffic. And, when she got in front there of the Kingpin entry, you wondered, all right, are they just going to stay right with her? And no, those two cars that moved out of the way there, which is really, really savvy track awareness, Hannah got through them incredibly quickly and was able to drop the hammer while everybody chasing right now has, found themselves stuck behind them for just a little bit. Again, they did a really nice job, got out of the way when they got into the laces of the boot, but still, it took just a little while here, and that has allowed Hannah to make that little bit of a break. That's the first couple of shots we've seen of the Corvette here. Didn't really even see them over the weekend. The 112 TC Klein Racing entry comes in here, 8th in the points. Probably would have, it took them, they missed a few races while they were developing and building the car. But since they have joined us, they've made 5 starts, not counting here, and they put together a couple of podiums and have always pretty much been in the top 10 at the end of the race. So there they are, again, down through turn 1. You can see how much it falls away. That's why they're somewhat lenient on overrunning the curbs down there. They don't want you to get all 4 behind the curb, but they do give you a couple of mulligans on that, I think. But let's see what Hannah's doing for her last lap here. A 2:01.5, and that Porsche up front, using every bit of track. Yeah, I think she senses opportunity here. You can see the different lines, and sometimes it's just a little down to car setup, down to your preference with the car and how you like it set up. Sometimes, like down through the laces, you will hug that inside left curb as you bend down the hill, and others like to run a little wider, and it's because if you get a little wider, there's a little bit more bank for a little bit. But then, of course, at the turn-in point, it's gone. So, you're racing on some confidence. Kind of like heading down into the toe of the boot, where at turn-in, you're just sort of turning in sometimes just on sheer faith that road does, in fact, climb, and you're going to get that little bit of bite. So you can really attack that corner, once you get comfortable with it.
Yeah, because in both situations, those corners do not really have runoff on the outside.
No.
So you do have to make sure that you are on that inside that threshold of grip, because once you lose that grip and you just start plowing outside, there's a good chance you could be rubbing up into the wall.
Well, that's one of the unique characteristics of this track, isn't it, JT, is that you've got so many corners, like here, the exit of 1 with monster runoff. Same thing at 9. But in so many other spots, it's almost like you're racing on a street course. I mean, look how close the barriers are up through the S's. And there are some other spots, like you've addressed as well, where those barriers are right there. And so, this track, obviously, you've got to be brave to go fast, but you've got to do it with huge precision. And that's, when you get into one of those scenarios where you've got a track that's got a lot of consequence to it, and this place does, that's where, for endurance racing, that's where that risk versus reward formula takes on a whole different level of importance here, to be able to judge those moments and not put you or your machine at risk. You can see right now, overall, the 148 prototype doing the job, running about a second quicker than the field. And how about Matt Connolly Motorsports? What a run they've put together here. Up into the lead right now in GP2, so kudos to them. And their 2004 BMW, nicely done. Here is our GTO leader.
Yeah, because we do have on pit lane right now both Palomar cars.
Oh boy, that's big. Yeah, and it's way early, isn't it?
Yes.
Keep
Yes.
in mind, folks. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say that was the 83 that had come in from the lead.
Yeah. And keep in mind, that is your points leader coming in here. So, they've had just a stunning season. I mean, this is how you build a championship. We talk about, you've got to finish, and then you've got to earn points when you finish. They've had 9 starts, 4 wins, 7 podiums, and only 1 DNF, and that do not finish, for those of you kind of new to the glossary of motorsports here. But that's just remarkable consistency with speed, and that's what builds championships here. So if they've got a problem early, that's truly unfortunate.
I just put up the graphic for the pass for the lead in GP1. Yeah, there it is. That's the PC Racing BMW. It's happened again. So the 62 has gone back through. So I think this is going to be a tight battle here for the front of GP1.
Yeah, it was interesting to see how quickly the 62 got to the lead, and it built about maybe a 2-second gap.
Yeah.
And then it kind of just stalled for a second. The cars behind the 43 and the 88, they started getting into the 208s themselves, and were able to start closing that gap a bit. And so now you do have PC Racing, within a second here, harassing that patriotic BMW.
And I wonder if, if that was part of their game plan, was, all right, push hard, build up, get to as high in class as you can by a certain point, and then stop and don't hurt the tires anymore for a while. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Get yourself back up into the fight, and then just ride for a while here, because that's part of endurance racing, is, going flat out when you've got to make a set of tires last for a long, long time in these races. Sometimes you've just got to ride, and sometimes you get to a point, and right now you were talking about, yes, they've gone to the lead, but sometimes you also will, if you get to a point where you're running behind somebody who's got really good pace, you'll just stay there and let them pull you around a little bit with the tow and save a little bit of fuel. So you might be able to expand one of those fuel windows. So many strategies that can be employed here, but their prime strategy of, all right, get us up front as fast as you can without hurting the tires. I assume Matteo did that, and he certainly got to the front. The question is, how are those tires? And remember, in the general production classes, folks, you are not running a full-on racing tire You're running a very effective road tire, so you do have to manage them a little bit.
I think we may just see the 88 hold on here as the wheelhouse car has made its way through the GP1 leaders. So they've now put a full lap on the lower class cars here. And they're going to set off in pursuit of the tail end of the GTO field. Of course, Wheelhouse being the leaders in GTO right now.
Yeah, they have just been absolutely superb. We were talking about it. The other story that to me, Ryan, is impressive is the climb up from the 210 of Matt Connolly Motorsports.
Yeah.
You know, they're leading in GP2 right now.
A team with a lot of experience here in GP2, and this effectively WRL's home race for them. Well, I believe they are in Pennsylvania. Of course, this region of the country, the states are all pretty close together. All the population centers kind of clustered in one spot, so all the racetracks are pretty close if you live in this sort of area.
Yep, they're out of the legendary Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. And Eric Polipchuk behind the wheel of that car is doing a superb job.
The E46 continues to be the tool of choice in GP2. Obviously, we've seen the GR86s come and go from time to time. And then, of course, this weekend with the front-wheel drive Hondas taking a pole position, at least initially. And that car still showing pretty well.
Yeah.
The second car. The second of those Hondas, unfortunately, met its demise in the final practice session of the day. After qualifying yesterday, the whole front of the car got ripped off. I think just a little bit of a driver error in a really quick part of the track sees them reduced to one car for the weekend.
So that explains that. What a shame.
A series that's been bereft of front-wheel drive cars for some time, JT. There was once upon a time that we would have a Focus ST. Back when GP4 and GP3 were a thing, we would have a Honda Fit from time to time. The Hyundai Veloster N or Elantra N TCB cars would come every now and then. We've seen less of that recently.
Yep.
But there's been some performance modifier changes, I think, to entice people to return with their front-wheel drive cars. I think GP2 is ripe for the picking now, at least.
Mm-hmm.
You've got to overcome that Palomar car, the stalwart this season. Points leader.
Hey, we have a great battle for the lead in GP1 right now. As the 43 of PC Racing, Randy Mueller doing a superb job, and it's close to under a quarter of a second. I mean, as close as it gets. Now, the some of the GTO field, one of the AE Victory Racing machines, and there it is, the 120, splits them for just a moment. But every time they get back into some clear track, even if a little gap was created as faster traffic comes through, Mueller in that PC Racing machine has been able to close it right back up again in that BMW M3.
Well, they've been within a second for some time. Ooh, a wiggle.
That was darn near a touch right there.
Yep. I think that's the not open throttle, the Skip Barber car.
Right.
Not being prepared for the slowing down of the AOA car and having to just dive out of the way a little bit.
Yeah, that's fighting for second in GP2.
It's a good scrap. Yes. Saverio Striglia in the Skip Barber machine. I don't think he was quite aware that car was coming through, started his turn in.
I would think not.
All right, now everybody is cleared. Oh boy, look at this scrum heading down into turn one. Battle for the lead in GP1 in the middle of a crowd. And was that a pass for the lead?
It looks like it. He's all the way on the outside, though. He's going to make it stick. No, PC Racing on the inside.
Yep, PC went down, got the lead, then almost lost it. as you said, and then just attack the inside of the S's up the hill here. Side by side, 4 wide almost for a minute at the exit of the S's. GTO traffic coming through the GP1 battle that is insane in its own right. And after all of that activity, guess what? Open Throttle's back in the lead. But wow, that is multi-class sports car racing at its best. You know, 3 wide, almost 4 wide through the S's and not a scratch. That is what WRL racing is all about. They just have this locked into all the teams, no contact. You give each other room. And man, did they play that to perfection. They had to clip that off of the next drivers' meeting and say, we're proud of you guys.
Absolutely. DC's going to have another look down the inside, but there's some GTO traffic there. Not a whole lot of room to let the car go and come off the brake and slide through. That GTO car taking the inside line.
Yeah, I think what he was trying to do, because the GTO car made the move, and I think he was saying, well, I'm going to he's my blocking back, I'm going through. And that's why he suddenly made that dive. But it was covered beautifully at this stage by Matteo Siderman. And he maintains that spot, but he knows he's in a battle right now. Ooh. Here we go. And again, watch for the PC car using that other car as a little bit of a blocking back. Siderman having none of that. Shuts the door on Randy Mueller, and Mueller backs out of it. Boy, they are getting after it here. This is such fun.
Yeah, Skip Barber car is going to come down pit lane. They're going to open the hood. It looked like there was some damage on the front right. Look how much speed that purple Kingpin Racing Super takes through the entry of the bus stop. But then they've got to check out for the second part. That's exactly what I was talking about yesterday and not able to articulate correctly, Greg. Where they take a ton of speed on the entry, and then they've really got to slow her down to take the exit.
Yeah, the last thing you want to be doing as you start to turn into that second left-right, exiting that inner loop, the last thing you want to do is be coming off brake at that point. You want to already really be on throttle a little bit.
We have the pit lane cam available, or at least as picture-in-picture. Oh, froze. Okay, got it. We're taking a look at the 216. I can just see it right down beneath me.
Yeah, quite a bit of front right damage.
Yeah, they're checking out the front right corner of that car.
Yeah, it looked like it buckled up pretty good.
Oh, there we go. Oh. They're still looking at it. Yeah, the bumper a little worse for wear, but I think they're trying to see if the radiator, if the cooling expansion bottle, those sorts of things, the crash bar are all still in good shape. They're going to close the hood on this thing, reopen. I think they're trying to see if they can get it to relatch. That is what I have decided here. Trying to move the spot where the latch exists to make sure the hood will still be secure.
And if Ryan says it, it is so.
That's the case. That's what it is.
Sure, absolutely.
Here's the thing, Greg, and we've talked about this before. If I am confidently wrong, someone on the team will slide into the chat and tell me. Whereas if I say I don't know what's going on, they never will say anything.
So fire your shot.
Yep.
And then wait for any retort. Got it.
Correct.
I like that.
Yep.
You know.
That's how we
I
get the
did
info.
that many years ago. I was announcing at the Rolex 24 over the PA, and I had the 6 to midnight shift, and there was a Ferrari, one of those beautiful 333 SPs, entered not by the Momo team or the Risi team or anything like that. It was by a gentleman named whose last name was also Ferrari. Anyway, they had a problem in the pits. And I'm up there announcing, and we had people down there that would, just for pit notes. And I kept asking them to go, and they kept coming back saying they won't say anything. So finally, I started to go on this long diatribe about, we're not getting any answers, but from what we can see, that thing that is truly the heart of Ferrari, that glorious V12, apparently some issue with that great power plant, so rare, but that's all we can go off. And I mean, it was like within 30 seconds, the radio crackles and they said, Greg. No, they said, stop. They said, it's just an upright issue with the rear suspension. And I said, well, kindly tell them that if they tell me what's wrong earlier,
right,
I will look after them and I don't have to speculate, and it worked, so sometimes you just have to do it, don't you?
We've been trained by the best. We get the best info when we're wrong. So, absolutely, I agree.
Yep. All right, hood going down.
Now, this is the second or third time they've attempted to put that hood down, Greg.
Okay.
That's why I'm pretty confident they're trying to work on the latches.
You know what? I'm buying into that right now. And this would be a rare occasion, where this car has had a misstep. It's not always the fastest car out there. Oh, side by side into the S's again for the lead in GP1. PC Racing. Randy Mueller wants this spot. And here we go. The thing is, when you turn in early to turn 2, which is the start of the climb, if you turn in early, very often you just have to get out of it because your angle's wrong for the speed you have, and you start to push like crazy, and you just got to gently breathe out of it, and that costs you that little bit of momentum, and that's why he slotted back into second. And I think we're seeing from Matteo Siderman, guys, a really, really great example of the best defense sometimes is just a good offense. Just drive your line and be fast and let them figure it out.
Yeah, it seems like the 62 is charging a bit more into turn 1, whereas Mueller's a bit more squaring off the corner to get the exit.
Mm-hmm.
So you'll see that PC Racing start to pull alongside as you're heading towards turn 2. But the 62, the power of that 235 IR, just it's able to hold on as they go up the hill, and by the time you're heading towards the inner loop for the bus stop, they have enough of a space and that they can hold on to that position.
That makes perfect sense. Obviously climbing that hill a little extra oomph is always going to be a good friend to have, but Mueller looks to the inside again here. He asked too much of the front. See that big front slide? Great save on it. He's just trying to harass right now Matteo Siderman a little bit, see if he can get him to make some sort of a mistake, miss an apex or whatever. And Matteo has been rock solid. The question is, for Randy, when you're that close, you're in the wash of that car. Aero on these is not massive, but you do have a splitter that helps. And you get right behind that car for a while. Those front tires can work a little bit too hard, get a little hot, and then you have those moments like we just saw where you ask a lot of the front and it just doesn't have it to give, so it gives.
You can see here, I just want to illustrate the gap. When the 43 and the, wow.
Oh,
man.
Outside dive as they went into the inner loop, which put them on the inside for that quick left, but again, covered beautifully by Siderman. So, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, that's totally fine. As the 43 and the 62 do battle, they drop time to the 88, and that's what's kept the 88 still in the hunt here, I think, for the top 2 spots. We just see him coming through about 8 seconds behind, give or take, but each time they start battling with each other, they lose time, and it keeps the 88 close enough. Now, that close enough is what's going to be important here because, again, we have the Code 35 yellow procedure, means that you really need to hold on to all the track position you can keep. And so the longer this battle goes on, the more it keeps the 88 in contention.
Oh, this time PC is firmly inside turn 9. The question is what's happening as they head up here. They're in turn 8, up into turn 9. Are they still side by side, or did one give? PC is in the lead, but overshoots, almost gets to the barriers. And that had to check up a little bit, and boom, right again. Matteo Siderman right at his 6. This is great racing.
This is classic PC racing form. We're used to seeing them doing this with Moorhead Speedworks back when they had their E46 BMW. And so it's good to see a new play partner presents themselves for the 43.
Yeah, absolutely.
We'll probably have about 30 minutes, give or take, of stint length remaining here. So we could see this seesaw battle continue for at least another 30 minutes. And at that point, it's going to come down to the pit stop. Who's going to have the quicker pit stop? Who's going to have saved just a little bit of fuel to get in and out that little bit quicker? And hopefully they come out together on track again.
It's going to be fantastic. And the previous lap, the OLJ Racing Porsche of Victor Laren turned to 2:08. The other two were in the low 2:10 or 2:10s. And of course, it's because they've been spending a lot of time side by side. When you're side by side, neither one's on the fastest racing line. And that, remember, that lead had been up, as you said, over 8 seconds. It's down to under 7 now. So OLJ, that green and black Porsche, not out of it. Here we go. You kind of wonder if those two teams up front, PC and Open Throttle, if at some point the guys on the wall are going, okay, we need you to just back off a little bit.
And they're going to fuel that 216, Greg, and try to get it underway here. But unfortunately, they've spent the better part of 2 or 3 laps working on this hood, which is going to take them right out of contention in a competitive GP2 field this weekend.
And they're second in the points, only 13 back. I mean, they've had 7 starts, and check this out. They've had 3 podiums and 7 top 5s. They've never been out of the top 5. And that's just, scoring points.
Yep. Consistency is key, especially if you're in a program like Skip Barber where they're trying to prep you for pro racing here, I would imagine.
Exactly. And I'm sure that is a big part of that coaching program here. Really curious here to see what the margin is. Open Throttle and PC. Oh, PC down into the 208s. So that was good. But now the OLJ Porsche, guys, is only 5.3 seconds adrift. So every lap, that Porsche, Victor Laren behind the wheel, is taking chunks off these guys.
It looks like the 62s lost a little bit of ground here to the 43, not nearly as close as they've been, although maybe pulling back so they can get a better run and nail them on the exit. And they're going to come up on that Skip Barber car that's been sitting in the pit lane for a few laps, so they're going to be on a little bit cooler tires. Oh, the 43 is going to catch him at just the wrong spot here. Oh, man, that's going to put him right back into the clutches at the 62 BMW. Matteo Siderman licking his lips, excited to have another bite at the apple here.
Absolutely. Again, what you have to resist a little bit here in the early going. Oh, side by side. You called it. He's biting the apple from the outer part here. That could give him the inside down into. He's around him. Yep. What a move. Outside pass. What I was getting at, and I love what we're seeing here. This is great, but, what are they doing to the tires? And look at the big now defensive posture by Matteo Siderman. And, of course, every time you go defensive like that, folks, you either have to brake harder or tighten up you're going to tighten up the radius of that corner. So you either have to brake a little bit harder, which takes a toll on brakes and tires, or you've got to really load the tires up to hang on, and that takes its own toll.
The 88 now putting a pretty decent-sized gap on the 4th place runner, Empire Motorsports. Both of them were running in kind of the 210s range, but it seems like the 88 over the last couple laps has found a couple seconds, maybe found some time at corners that they weren't too sure of early. Of course, perhaps a different tire to them this weekend, running on Continentals, everybody in the general production field. And so that's going to allow them a little bit more space and a little bit more breathing room to set their sights forward on the battle ahead. But they're doing it not just because the cars ahead are slowing themselves down with the battle, but also because they're finding time on track. It's nice to see.
Yeah, exactly right.
43 looked like it was going to try an outside move, pulls back into the slipstream of the 62 on the back straight here. We'll see what they do going into the inner loop. Not enough overlap there.
Nope.
Going to let the 62 go.
And I think that was fair evidence of that little bit of extra power JT was talking about by the 62. 43 had that outside run. Oh, Skip Barber just missed that corner. Doing a nice job letting this traffic through. The rule is you got to stop and then come back on, and
yeah, you can see the on your left-hand side of the screen by the tower, the marshal holding up a sign, go or stop, based on the traffic approaching the bus stop.
Well, they did that to absolute perfection. If you make the mistake, don't compound it by not knowing the rule and then getting some sort of a additional penalty. And of course, they're already a long way down the order after that long stop.
I mean, they're actually not. They're just down in fourth. The 210 Matt Connolly Motorsports had been your leader in GP2, but they were being reported as being slow on track and have since come down pit lane.
Okay.
So that has promoted the 55 from AOA Racing, that BMW, up into the lead. The 41 Honda Civic Velocity Motorsports Club, that goes to second. And so now the 216 from Skip Barber just 3 laps down from that 210 that is still on pit lane.
Now, the trouble is, this is the backup Matt Connolly Motorsports car. They had an engine expire in the car they qualified in. They were able to roll off a pretty similar car, same engine, same kind of chassis setup. Oof.
Sorry, that was a touch. Fine. That was a touch going into turn 1, side by side. And how they got away with it, it was the 62 that was on the outside. And when the touch happened, it floated wide. And again, Mateo doing a brilliant job of just hanging on. And now flashing the lights, getting a really good run up the S's. Might be fueled by a little red mist. I don't think it was anything egregious that the 43 did in the hands of Randy Mueller. It was an aggressive pass, and I think it caught Mateo a little bit by surprise. He turned in, they touched, and he floated wide. But sorry about that. Didn't mean to jump on you.
Not a problem. So that Matt Connolly car, this already is the backup car for them. So they're still in pit lane tending to. It looks like they're putting some fuel in to that E46. The leader in GTO, the 91 Wheelhouse Motorsports Mustang, is in the pit lane taking on fuel right now. So only about a 52-minute stint. Now, granted, they did have a couple of pace laps here, but you'd really, really expect that the target for a GTO team is about an hour, hour and 5. If Wheelhouse has this kind of pace, it might not matter. But you're also going to get some driver changes in here, too. So they might not be able to maintain the quick pace all day. And they're currently at a bit of a fuel disadvantage, it would seem, at least here early in the race.
Yeah, I mean, or oftentimes the first stint in an endurance race, you pit, you're conservative. You pit.
Right.
So that you can get a little better read on your fuel consumption, because they're running really fast. And so maybe they're, that was very close. And our overall leading prototype right in the mix here. Things have settled just a little bit in this extraordinary battle. But anyway, what I was saying is, so you'll be a little conservative. You'll stop, you'll say, okay, today is a different day than yesterday when we tried to do a little mini, you don't have a lot of time to do a fuel run. So The first one, oftentimes, you'll just stop early and go, okay, what are our numbers? And now we know what we have to make as the Mustang makes its way through pit exit.
Just see them Mustang coming out here.
Slowly heading out. There we go.
Yeah, Start you had me worried too, JT.
Get going there.
But man, that was...
Yeah, looking a bit sketchy there for a second.
Yeah.
I did want to just make a brief comment on that overall leading car, the 148 from 4048 competition, showing James French behind the wheel at the moment. That is a driver who is no stranger to small little prototypes, having competed for years in LMPC, LMP2 cars, LMP3s, in IMSA.
Yeah, we talked about that yesterday during qualifying, JT, that there's probably not a whole lot more people that you'd want behind the wheel of a prototype at Watkins Glen than James French.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I don't know if you know the family background, but Dad is a big historic racer. The French companies, one of those extremely successful businesses. So they actually own, I think, an ex-Michael Schumacher Benetton.
Ooh.
And I know that they own a couple of Ferraris. And they actually, I think, at one point, the V12 was so finicky without the full Ferrari team around that they swapped out and put a Judd in it. So you've got a Judd-powered Ferrari because the Judd engine, the V10, will run forever.
Right.
But both Dad and James are wicked quick in historic racing in those cars, too. So a lot of experience in the lighter, heavy downforce type of machinery here of prototypes and formula cars, and James just putting on a clinic up front right now. Right now, our battle in the GP1, and I wonder if the team or if Matteo himself said, okay, this level of attack and that little tap and the contact, when we have over 7 hours yet to go in this race, if Matteo or the team radioed to Matteo and said, let him go, just get in behind him, save some fuel. It was fun, but, obviously he's willing to take that slight bit too much risk in our eyes. So we're going to back off a little bit and give him some space.
The 54 of 888 Racing is now going to come down and make their fuel stop. Oh, we got a crew camera here as well as they put the fuel in the car. Fantastic work by Chris to get this hooked up.
Very cool. A little disappointed the guy didn't jump on the hood, but all right.
Yeah.
Doesn't really have to.
He must be tall. That's incredible.
Yeah, look how quickly they're able to go through those cans.
Well, they've got the big vent hose on there, and they've got the Porsche with the nose fill here, so it's got the vent right next to it.
Boom.
5 seconds a can.
That is extraordinary. And that's that execution, that we talk about so much. And they have that figured out.
GTR 99 as well as the 112 Corvette of TC Klein come down the pit lane.
Yeah, that checks out. If I recall correctly, the TC Klein Corvette does not yet have that full-length stint available for that GP1 car.
No, but they got close to an hour here, JT, which I think is better than they were doing at Daytona, significantly so.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if they've worked on that car at all. I don't know if they've worked on that car at all, or if this is just a function of the track being a little bit less open throttle-y than Daytona. They're having to fuel on the far side of the car, and they've only got one guy shrugging the cans over. He's going to walk all the way to the pit wall, lift it up off the rack, and then grab another one.
Yeah, that's unfortunately one of the downsides for your custom-built cars is a lot of the times you're only going to have fueling options on one side of the car.
Yep.
Whereas a lot of your professionally built, actual race cars will have the option to fuel on either side. The idea being is you can fuel from the pit wall side to save time when it comes to swapping out cans. Just a little bit, of time each time, but that adds up during a pit stop.
And I think it's important to remind everybody that might be joining us for the first time that aren't real familiar with WR rules. One of the fabulous things about this series is there is no minimum pit stop time you have to wait in the pits for. So the faster you can do your work, whether it's fueling, tires, drive, whatever, the faster you can get it done, the better. And we have seen teams that have been able to, pick up a spot in pit lane because of that. And it turns it truly into the team sport it should be. Because the crew now, they spend all those long hours building the cars, fixing the cars, prepping the cars, whatever. Now they get their, and they do all of that behind the scenes. Now they get their moment, fortunately today, literally in the sun, to be able to show what they can do. And it really adds so much to this championship. But one thing they can't do is will that refueling nozzle on the other side of the car sometimes.
Right.
And, that little extra run, that's a few seconds, and you have to do that with 3 bottles. That can mean your stop's 10 seconds longer than somebody else's. So. The question now is going to be how quickly Wheelhouse, they, pitted, and they obviously went to the back of the GTO field. They're already up to 9th. So they have got speed today.
119 is in for AE Victory Racing. We're just starting to see the first round of GTO pit stops.
Yeah, more importantly, that Super able to go full hour.
Yep. A little bit less frontal area, JT. A little bit less power.
Yeah, but it still looked mighty quick in a straight line, especially compared to the 54 Porsche. Back when they were having that 3-car fight with both of the Kingpin Supras, it seems like the Supras were looking very good in a straight line.
Yeah, and that's that, some of that is just that reduced frontal area.
Mm-hmm.
And of course the Porsche takes that to an even more serious level with the lack of frontal area. Such a great shot. Pit lane over there, seeing these cars come flying by. That green car, it just ran really wide up at turn 9. And you could literally see the driver sort of check up. Didn't hit the brakes smartly because it would have just thrown him into the wall. But he breathed it. We got a report of something happening up in the bus stop.
Well, gents, I think it's a good time to reset here as we see the GTO pit stops start to wind down. We've got 5 ad breaks this afternoon. We should probably start to crank through those. So, Dustin, if you could take it away on the ads, we'll be right back here shortly on DriverSeye live from Watkins Glen. It's round 7 of the World Racing League season. We'll be right back.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
And to handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Are you still messing around with multiple solutions? Data system, cameras, hotspots, antennas, YouTube configuration nightmares? Stop. You've got a race to win. Sentinel Mini can consolidate a complete video solution, live telemetry, data analysis, and live broadcast into a single system, all managed from a phone, tablet, or web browser. No complicated software to fight with. Everything you need in one place. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, or HPDE. Share your passion and win more races with Sentinel. Find out more at sentinel.com. Racing.
Welcome back to Watkins Glen as we have eclipsed the first of 8 hours in this great endurance event here at this legendary endurance venue. And what a day we have. It is absolutely beautiful, sort of chilly, a little cool right now. Temperatures expected to be mid-70s, about as perfect as it gets on this absolutely glorious day in the Finger Lakes region of upstate New York. Just want to point out to people that come here, if you've got an extra day, I would highly advise you to stay and spend the next day exploring the actual Glen, which is, basically a canyon of sorts. And when you hike up and back into the Glen, it is one of the most absolutely stunning things you can see, and that's what this is all about here, the great town of Watkins Glen, and just the beautiful at the foot of Lake Seneca, and which is an absolutely stunning Finger Lake. I mean, this is a wonderful playground. And if you time it right and create sort of a week trip that culminates in racing here at the Glen, few things are better than that, truly.
Indeed, it's been super gorgeous. I haven't had a chance to make it out to the state or indeed to the lake, having got here Thursday afternoon and leaving tomorrow right as the race ends. I'm a little bit disappointed to not be able to spend a little bit more time here in New York. It's quite lovely, and for those that are familiar with the sort of hillier bits of Minnesota and Wisconsin, it looks very similar as you drive through it. But again, if you see some pictures of the Glen in the state park, it is unbelievably gorgeous.
Yeah, it really is just a great venue. Get a report that Hannah Grisham has brought the 120 from AE Victory Racing, the Toyota.
The 43 is in as well.
Oops, so our battle there finally breaks a little bit.
And the 88 is also in, and they're pitted only 2 stalls behind the 43, so they'll be able to see what's going on here. Quite a lot of smoke coming off of the 88. Probably some brake smoke, some dust, some of your flag, David.
There you go. So checking things out here, the 62 of Open Throttle has stayed out. And just to point out that once they got back, once PC Racing got around and they got into some open area and could just drive and their battle had stopped, they were able to open that gap again before the pit stops to OLJ Racing, back up to almost 8 seconds.
The 43 is doing a driver service of some kind. I believe they have changed drivers. It is now costing them time as they've already fueled the car. Oh, they're going to open the hood.
Oh, boy.
And the 88 is right behind them. So if the 88 beats the 43 out, then the 62 is going to cleanly beat out the 43 as well on the pit cycle. And indeed, the 88 takes off. 43 still with the hood open. So this is going to cost them some time. They're relatching the hood now, and they're going to send that car. That's going to give the 62 a little bit of breathing space here on their pit stop. So potential problems for the 43, or perhaps just checking the car early on in the run to make sure they don't get bit by the reliability bug. But now we expect the 62 to maintain the lead after they come out of their first pit stop, which should be coming relatively short. And indeed it does. The 62 is on pit lane. They're going to head on down to the Open Throttle end of the pit lane, right next to AOA and next to Wheelhouse Motorsports. Matteo Seiderman pulls the car in. Drive door stays firmly closed. They're taking a look at the back right of the car and the front left. I don't know if they're changing pressures here. Maybe just checking over the car after that little bit of contact. Yeah, I'm going to land on changing pressures because they're now looking at the other two tires as well. First fuel jug going in.
You know, we have a pretty good scrap right here. That is for fourth in GTO. Courtney Crone in the number 102 888 Racing Porsche. Courtney has driven LMP3s in the IMSA Pro Series. She's a very talented driver. On many ways, she's also done, I believe, some, I can't remember what it's called, the predecessor of the Formula One Academy for the all ladies.
Oh, the W Series, I believe.
The W Series, correct, yes.
Yeah.
Has done a really nice job there, and she's doing a great job here right now, sitting in fourth and fending off Nick Pearson in that number 4 Kingpin Racing Toyota, and just it's a really fun scrap to be watching here. There's the 119 of AE Victory. Oh, the Kingpin car got around. Pearson sneaks around on the 102 of Crone. That's that Porsche with the black Porsche with the stripes on the nose, and that purple and black GTO Toyota Supra Turbo.
62 pit stop also taking some time here, Greg. This is going to be a lot closer than it meant to be, but I think it's going to give the 88 the lead back in the class.
Wow. I wonder if they're, like you said, you know, first pit stop in, particularly if the driver is saying, you know, something's doesn't feel quite right. You know, just taking the time to sort of do a quick car inspection, knowing you've got, you know, almost 7 hours left, just a little less than 7 hours yet to go. So check that car over. Yeah, staying well out of the way. You would expect if you're that slow, you'd probably be pitting.
I believe that's 210. As they continue to diagnose an ongoing issue.
Oh, boy. Yeah, that is the 210 from Matt Connolly. And driver did indeed put the hand out the window and signaled and headed into the pits.
That car's going to go into the paddock, that 210.
Oh, boy.
Nobody is working on the 62 right now. The car is sitting.
Oof.
Now, I don't know if the driver, of course, may or may not be in the car trying to press some buttons and breathe life into the car, and now it gets rolling. And I don't even see the 88. Well, the 88 is going to come by the pit wall right now. It's actually going to still be quite close. I think because they're up to speed, the 88 is going to hold on to the lead here. So the 62 will come out in second place. And no driver change that I could tell, so that's going to put Matteo Siderman back on maximum attack, I think, as long as that car is in good shape.
Yeah.
To catch up to the 88 car.
There is the 119.
Oh, the 43's lost a ton of time. They just clicked through the pit lane here. If we take a look at their gap. Yeah, that's 24 seconds that they lost.
Wow.
Yeah, I may wait for timing to click through one more time, but yeah, this is the 61 pit stop.
Okay.
So that car came in and was part of a double stack operation here for Open Throttle Racing.
I think
they did do a driver change.
And they pitted earlier as well, I think.
Get that car underway. And the overall leader is going to come down the pit lane. The 40-48 competition number 148, the NP01, going to roll into the carbless pit stall. Fuel tank is in, vent tank is in. They're going to just put some fuel in there. This looks like a pretty straightforward stop for James French. An excellent opening stint in the 148.
Yeah, he has been absolutely flying.
One of those tracks, Greg, where having the downforce car, in spite of being down on power to the rest of the GTO fields, is really the way to go.
It is. It's, it's lightweight, so, up through the S's and the direction changes with that downforce, it's still really nimble. You do suffer on the climb up through the S's, but with that downforce and the lightness of that car, and as a result, the power to weight, everywhere else where that car just flows so much mid-corner speed, it can more than make up for what it loses on that climb up the hill. And then you put a wheelman in it like James French.
I think it definitely helps that it started ahead of the GTOs as well.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think that car finding more and more pace as the season goes on. That car was not close to start the season and has come leaps and bounds.
It really has.
As far as getting those drivers trained up and keeping the car on the black bit of the racing surface.
And so far in this race, it's the only car to go underneath 2 minutes, and it is 1.3 seconds faster in terms of best laps than anybody else out there. So that just gives you an idea of how effective it is in the turns, because that's where that car is at its absolute prime. So after another lap goes by, now you were right. That PC Racing, that stop cost them, including the 8-second gap to OLJ, 38 seconds to the OLJ Racing Porsche Victor Lauren. And the 62 for open throttle has dropped all the way down to 6th in class right now.
Oh, are they a lap down on the 88?
I believe they are.
Oh, or most of a lap down anyway. Brutal.
Yeah,
No,
very
a
much
full lap
so.
down and then some. So
Yep.
he's got work to do. And as we've been talking about yesterday, this being a Code 35 track, you're not going to get bailed out by any potential safety car action.
No.
The gaps are going to stand, so Matteo Siderman with a lot of work to do to get back up to that 88 car. The 88, it's another thing in endurance racing, Greg. Another time we see this. The 88 did not have the ultimate pace. They were starting to get there. I think they figured some things out and gained a little bit of time. But unfortunately, it really is the consistency that's going to get you the best points finish this afternoon. And for the 88, it's working exactly as intended.
Well, and during that, we were watching that great battle between the 62 and the 43, and I kept saying, this is fun to watch, but boy, if you're not still taking care of the car, and I wonder if that's come home to roost a little bit, because both those cars with long stops, remember they had that touch, and maybe it affected, the toe on each of the cars, something to that effect. And we talked earlier in the year, and maybe it's worth revisiting here now that things are settled out just a little bit, guys, is the domino effect. When you, in a long endurance race, when you have contact and if it's a prototype or something and it knocks a dive plane off, that upsets the handling, and now you're going to go through tires quicker, for instance. You have side-to-side contact and it affects the toe on one corner of the car. That tire is now going to suffer more, especially when the car is pushed. So that's all those aspects that, that little innocent looking tap, sometimes it dominoes right through the car, and suddenly you find yourself struggling. And you may have that, if it happens in a sprint race, right, you can maybe drive around it for 45 minutes. But, in an endurance race, suddenly now if you're pushing hard and you're in a great race, you're chewing up that tire that the toe's not quite right on, and the handling's off, so maybe it'll get start working on the rear. I mean, it just dominoes. So it's so important early in these races to be clean. If you can be fast and clean, you're gold in an endurance race. But clean sometimes more important than fast.
You're 100% right there, Craig. And, GTR 99, a prime example of that. That car, just going to check on the timing screen here, up into 8th. So they were a little bit further down earlier, and they've made their way forward.
Yep.
Now, still, of course, a couple more pit cycles to go through before I think they're really going to find themselves at the front. But they did a much longer stint than the leader, or the former leader of Wheelhouse Motorsports, the 91. The 120 and the 119 of AE Victory have retaken the lead in GTO. The 4 of Kingpin, that's one of those Porsches, is right up there to round out the top 3. And the 102 of 888 and the 54 of 888. So 2 Porsches chasing down, or 3 Porsches, excuse me, chasing down 2 Supras here at the front of GTO. That Wheelhouse car, the number 91, lost a bunch of track position with that early pit stop as well. So AE Victory, of course, and Kingpin and 888 working pretty well on the pit stops, but the 91 of Wheelhouse not quite getting the pit time they need, and also not really getting the fuel mileage I think they need either. They're only a couple seconds behind the 888 car, which is only about a second behind the 123 of NFC. That's the big gray Mercedes.
And Lanny Toops in that car right now, Ryan, is one of the fastest guys on the track. Wheelhouse, NFC are both in the 201s right now. The only car quicker is the prototype at this stage with James French. He's running consistent low 2-minute evens. So right now, those 2 cars are throwing down some fast laps. Matt Singler in the 25 Singler Racing BMW also just dropped into the 201s, but long way down the order here.
Yep.
I don't know if you guys saw in the background coming out of the S's, the 4 from Kingpin dives all the way to the inside of the 119 on the straight, approaching the bus stop, going basically to the line of the grass on the right of Sarah Montgomery. Nick Pearson behind the wheel, that going into the inner loop there, actually putting 2 wheels off twice, just making that overtake for second in GTO.
Got it done, as you pointed out, but sounds like it was a bit of a challenge.
Yeah, there was definitely some flashing from Sarah. I do not believe she was happy with that.
I can imagine.
Bad news for the 88. The 88 of OLJ Racing, they have been penalized 2 laps for possible contact, and it says final on there, which usually means that they have already adjudicated that with some video. So that OLJ Racing car starting to shape up to be a good race for them, and they lose 2 laps. They're now down into 10th position in GP1, so that's just taking the wind out of their sails, unfortunately. It does promote the PC Racing number 43, who had a pretty, frankly, dreadful pit stop. Says Cameron Evans behind the wheel of the number 43 now. Hold it down in the lead. That's the 45 Empire Motorsports group. That was the car that was trying to hold on to the back of the 88 and just losing time. They're up into second, and then the 48 of El Diablo Motorsports, having shaken that car down on Sunday and then immediately put it in the trailer to drive out here, up into 3rd position. Another car where consistency is key. Those are guys that have been doing NASA endurance races for a long time, since JT and I had ages that started with 1. And they're still able to get it done here at a track that I don't think any of them have ever driven before. So very exciting to see this GP1 battle kind of get mixed up here. The 62 is going to be right behind the 112 of TC Klein. So your top 5 here. Lots of stories to follow as we, see the next 6.5 hours or so of racing here on the Saturday. Of course, Sunday tomorrow, no 1 hour break, so we'll get a full 7 hours in of racing.
Another
very excited to keep an eye on this
shot here. Oh no! Oh no! The fueler went to the wrong side of the car.
I'm wondering
you could see the fire bottle guy pointing. No, it's over here. It's over here.
I'm wondering if maybe on the sister car it's on the other side.
I was just thinking that.
That's, of course, one of the cars that had some trouble with the dyno yesterday and some inconsistent dyno runs. Happy to see that they're back out there, though, enjoying their time. Now, that's another one of these advantages with the front-wheel drive cars, JT. Usually they're a lightweight, pretty small engine. And that's a pretty long stint at your almost to your 90-minute stint there for GP2, which used to be the standard. Not so much anymore, but they come in from the lead over the 55 of AOA.
I mean, yeah, that's definitely one of the benefits those kind of cars are going to have, just because you need to reduce as much weight as you can on that front axle over those tires.
Yep.
So yeah, going long can definitely be quite beneficial.
And of course, one of the challenges for any front-wheel drive car in an endurance race is keeping those front tires alive, because they do everything. They don't just help you give by far the highest percentage of braking, but also turning. And then you now ask them to also handle all of the horsepower coming from the engine as the primary drive tire. It's so easy to chew the fronts right off of these things. So the guys and gals that drive these front-wheel drive cars in endurance racing, you just got to be very adept at just being super smooth on those fronts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the good thing is these tires that are used in general production, these Continental Extreme Contact Forces, are known for their longevity, which is very good, especially if you're running a front-wheel drive car. Has definitely helped reduce tire costs in the general production classes.
Yep. One other thing, I want to go back to GP1 real quick, just as I'm looking through the times here. El Diablo Motorsports, number 48, Sean Lovett driving the car. 18 seconds off of second place and 23 seconds off of the leader, PC Racing. Do you remember when they had to come down pit lane twice because they missed their stall?
Yes.
I think if they hadn't missed their stall at first pit stop, they would probably be in the lead right now.
Oh, that's a really good point. Yeah. And just in case, I don't have confirmation because people do have, similar names, but the guy right now driving for PC Racing, it's Cameron Evans, it says, and if it's the Cameron Evans I think it is, comes from a form of racing royalty of his own. He is the son of the legendary announcer Steve Evans, who announced so much stuff in the early days of television coverage and the like on racing. And was just considered one of the all-time greats. And that's how Cameron got his racing bug. Cameron had the pleasure of calling him frequently for a while in World Challenge competition, and the man can wheel.
I think this is that same Cameron Evans.
All right, cool.
Who was popped up in WRL before.
And Henry Kwok, the driver in the Empire Motorsports Group entry, there's a legendary family of racers from Canada that have raced for years in the Canadian Touring Car Championship and other things, the Kwocks. I wonder if he hails from that same group.
It does give me an opportunity to re-look through the survey. I got new survey responses, I was told. See if I can track those down.
Woohoo.
Having a look here. One of the things that's been really impressive to watch is the progress that Robert Noacker is putting together for Wheelhouse Motorsports. He has just chipped his way up through the field and had a really good dice with Brady Marcinski in the number 54 888 Racing Porsche for a little bit. And then finally got clear of them and dropped them now and is within 4 seconds of NFC Motorsports and that beautiful Mercedes in a battle for 6th at this stage, 5th in class. Right now the entire, and I just want to confirm this here, the top in GTO right now, covered by just a little over 15 seconds. And if you drop AE Victory's 11-second margin right now, that tells you, from Kingpin Racing in second back to NFC in fifth, we're talking a matter of some 6 seconds. I mean, it's really, really close, and Wheelhouse is coming. And here's a good little scrap. Yeah, the Mercedes from MSC. Yeah, that's right. Their margin has dropped significantly here. You know, the thing about that Mercedes platform and what's the margin as they come through? Boy, nothing. Under quarter of a second, which is what you'd expect. Here they are. And that car right in front of this battle is third in the class. 119 of Sarah Montgomery for AE Victory Racing. So we got us a show here. This is what I was talking about. And that purple and black number 4 from Kingpin, not that far up the road either. So good stuff. Matter of fact, Kingpin very fortunate not to get held up there by the Corvette. But that Mercedes, what I was getting at, it is legendary. It's a legendary platform. It is one of the most user-friendly platforms you can find. It is incredibly good over bumps. Somehow they got a suspension on that car that on the roughest of tracks, say a Sebring, you can visually see it soak up the bumps better than anything else out there without losing the ability for those fast changes of direction. You can set the car up stiff and low, and the suspension still has that little bit of compliance to it, which helps make it, one, very user-friendly, but two, very adaptable. And normally, this is the kind of track just as smooth as can be, where the other cars shine a little bit, and yet that Merc, again, because of that adaptability, is able to stay right there. There's the number 4, second in class. There's the 119 fighting to get around the Corvette. That is third in class. And then the next 2 cars are 4th and 5th in class, then a lap car, then the Morehouse Mustang.
Wheelhouse.
Excuse me, the Wheelhouse Mustang, my bad. So, I mean, that's how close things are right now. Again, except for Victory Racing being out there. But Kingpin Racing, that last lap, took a full second out of that lead. So Nick Pearson finding a little speed relative to Hannah Grisham in the 120. And the pace, this is fascinating, because the pace of that Mustang, boy, what's wrong with me? The Mercedes right now is forcing the 102 of Krohn to pick her pace up, and they have closed dramatically now on Sarah Montgomery. So we could have a 3-car battle for third in a lap maybe. Here they come. There's Sarah in that purple and white machine, then Courtney, and then Lanny Toops in the Mercedes. And there is your Wheelhouse car working around the TC Klein Corvette. That is it right there, 3rd, 4th, 5th.
Ooh, looking just a little bit here. Tucks back behind.
And just to keep an eye on it, we also have a really good battle for the lead forming in GP1. Henrik Kwok in the Empire Motorsports Group car has been running about half a second a lap quicker than Cam Evans in the PC Racing entry. That margin is now down to under 2 seconds in that class. So very, very close as well in GP1 right now. And that's for the lead. This battle we're kind of following is for third, essentially, in GTO.
Yep, and as we did see in turn 8 there, the Porsche getting passed by that Mercedes.
How's it going?
Got through, yep. So The Merc is on the move.
Yep, recovery drive from the unfortunate incident there in turn 11 earlier in the race.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they had about as quick as a recovery from that as you could get. And clearly, that car was, hasn't suffered anything significant from that little bit of contact. I think it was just a little tink, and unfortunately it was the other car that got turned around and into the barriers, the Skip Barber car. But this one, am I right? Was it the Skip car? No.
It was the
Porsche. Yeah, that's right. Yep. Oh boy, this battle is on. Mercedes of Landy Toops has caught Sarah Montgomery. And Courtney Crone right there. Third car still mighty close. And that time, Cameron Lawrence, that last lap in GP1, ran a lap a couple of tenths quicker than Kwok in the Empire Motorsports Group BMW, and stabilized that margin, at least for a little bit here. Went back up.
Mercedes through.
Mercedes already through on Sarah. What a move. There comes Lanny, swooping down onto the front straight. And with a bit of clear track, now we'll see what they might be able to do. But Robert Noacker in the Wheelhouse Motorsports Mustang just turned a 2:01.4. That's tenths of a second quicker than anybody in front of them right now. And the worry is, we saw that car have that kind of pace in the first stint. But one, it pitted early, and we speculate that was just to get a number on their fuel consumption. But you also wonder how much of a toll is it taking on tires to close this up. Oh, Mercedes got badly pinched, then wanted to go outside, then inside, and that BMW in front just driving its line. But it cost the Merc some time. And now they all three came through. I think the BMW went, all right. And that's the one thing you've got to be aware of in racing in general, whether it's sprint or endurance, is if one car is really anxious to get by you, there might be one or two with it. And so when you get yourself in a position where one car goes down, and if you can move over a little bit, you might get two or three more cars that go through. And, if you're in a slower car, the best bet is let them go. Just they're going to accelerate. They're going to get you anyway. Don't slow both of you down. Just open the wheel up, let them slide through, tuck in behind them, get a little bit of a tow for a minute. Do what you have to do.
Yeah, it's unfortunately one of those sort of iffy situations where your slower driver, generally you want them to run predictably. Usually you want them to stay on the racing line, so you know where they are going to be, so you can set up your pass appropriately. There will definitely be times when the car you're coming up on will help you. They'll help facilitate the pass. They'll either run wide, give you the inside, give you the apex, so you can just slip through. Unfortunately, coming out of the bus stop there, going from the inner loop to the outer loop, that transition, the double right-hand corner, it's the car in front might track out and then track back in for the apex for the outer loop into turn 5.
Absolutely.
And so that brief showing of the door might entice the car that wants to overtake to set up to go on the inside instead of trying to run all the way along the outside there. And so that's what we saw there with that Mercedes, the Mercedes driver, Toops, interpreting that, okay, the inside is going to be where I should be passing here. The GP1 car is going to track out, let me through here. But that wasn't the case. That was just the GP1 car trying to be consistent, following their racing line. And it was just unfortunately a wrong read on the situation, and that stacked things up going into the corner there.
Yeah, absolutely right. Yeah, and you know, the drivers of the lower classes are told, drive your line, be consistent, and drive the line that you've been driving, because that car that's coming up behind you has been watching you for 2 laps from a little bit farther back as they're closing. Drive your line, let them go. And the one thing that the car in front can't do is hit the disappear button. You know what I mean? And at a certain point, you've got to turn into a corner, and you can be out there as long as you can, but at a certain point, you've got to turn in, and the faster traffic has to understand that and read that too. And what they don't want anybody to do in this lower class is to suddenly do something that is not part of what you've been doing predictably for a while and making some big move to try and help. Because that might be exactly where that faster car, where you're going to help, might be exactly where that faster car had already planned to overtake you. So, as you said, be consistent, drive the racing line. And, these guys, they're fiercely competitive, but they're also sympathetic to faster, slower cars, or you should be. And so, the guy in the slower car looks in the mirror and sees this great battle of 3 GTO cars coming up. And he may be one of the most competitive people in the world in his class, but he's going to look in that mirror and go, I don't want to affect this. And it's like, affect it if you have to, but don't try and help.
Yeah, and there's a wide variety of talent in terms of being passed. There's definitely an art to being passed, where your experience can help you position your car to be more efficient in terms of being either protective for the corner so that you minimize any risk from the overtaking car, or being able to help facilitate a pass quicker so you lose less time. It's something that definitely comes with experience.
Exactly.
And it's hard because you do not want to be driving in your mirror, because your thought process is always going to be a second behind the car that's going to be trying to overtake you, because they're looking forward, they're planning ahead, they're predicting where you're going to be on the entry to the corner, on the exit of the corner, and they're going to try to set up their pass based on that.
So what we're talking about, folks, and this is something I've said, in JT, I think you just sort of summed it up in a beautiful way. We're talking about high-speed chess, right? I keep saying that multi-class endurance racing is high-speed chess. And for everything that JT just said about how all the cars might move a little differently, like the pieces on a chessboard, when they turn in and when they go to throttle and all of that, and you have to plan your moves sometimes laps ahead, and that's what makes it so compelling. And speaking of compelling, how about the pace of our Wheelhouse Motorsports entry has closed up on the back of Courtney Crone, and only a half second off. There they come, right here, the black Porsche with the stripes and that sort of teal and white Mustang, and that is the battle for 5th in class right now, held by Courtney. She's done a fabulous job, but that Mustang just has so much power, and they have worked on this, JT, and worked on it, and they've got the handling down now too, because this car is working really well. Question is it burning too much fuel because they pitted really early, or again, was that just a conservative first stop to get a good fuel number? Be interesting to see how long the Mustang goes this time. And look into the inside, and Courtney having none of it and letting them know. That was really well done by both Courtney and Robert Nowaker. Nowaker showed the nose. Courtney just drifted over a little bit and said, nope, you're not here. And Nowaker acknowledged it and just tucked right back in. instead of
Great
forcing
camera.
the
I mean,
issue,
it's
and
great
that could have been
quality and
contact
angles and
again. So
everything. It's terrific.
that was beautiful. That's how
Absolutely.
you should do it here. And again, this is one of the things that WRL is so good about with this no contact rule, is it engenders that type of respect between the drivers. Nice move there, Sarah. Really aggressive on that lower class car. And then here come the two that are battling right now.
I want close cameras.
And they're not going to get through before the climb.
And stuff going fast.
Oh boy, Courtney could be in trouble here. Look at the Mustang close. Mustang now goes to the outside, and that gives it the inside next, but a very tight entry into turn 4. Mustang makes it work. And what a great read on traffic by Robert Noacker, figuring it out. And Courtney maybe, chose poorly, as the old adage goes, as she got up behind that green BMW and then got trapped.
Well, Greg,
What
you
a
were just
read
talking
by
about fuel economy, and I've got Dave Spitzer up here with me from TC Klein. We were just talking about that Corvette having done almost an hour on fuel, and sure enough, I speak definitively on something and have it be a little bit wrong, and someone comes to tell me I am wrong. So we're going to take that on board here. Dave, what have you guys done to get your fuel stint up to this hour mark, where it was, a little bit less than that before, like at Road America?
Well, as I promised at Road America, it was kind of one step at a time. So after Daytona, we got together with all the teammates and did a little bit of research. We actually bought an entire Corvette production fuel system off of eBay.
Okay.
For like $250 or whatever it was. And then figured it all out. And basically, when you build a beautiful car like the C8 Corvette, there's a ton of regulation about safety, of course, for rollover. And then there's evap capture. You got to capture all the vapors and all that.
Right.
And so it was really getting our head around all that. So in answer to your question, what did we do? I flew up to Columbus and joined a few of my teammates at TC Klein's shop, put it up on the lift, and pulled the entire fuel system out the bottom of the car.
Okay.
Which, if you read the GM guide, it says you have to pull the engine to do that. We were like, nah, we're fine. So lots of skinny hands and skinny wrenches. Pulled the whole fuel system out and basically just, made a couple of modifications to unlock the capacity and also to open up the breathing on it. So, adding fuel fast is not something we do at the pump.
No.
When you try and do it on the racetrack, adding fuel fast means you're getting air out fast.
Correct.
And that was not happening.
Which is specifically, for those that don't know, I work as a general manager of a repair shop.
Okay.
Cars are engineered, road cars, to not let air out of the fuel tank if at all possible.
Right.
They do not like that.
Right.
For smog and emissions reasons, they're trying to capture all of those vapors that come out of the fuel tank as you fuel it. So indeed, if you're trying to put a big Hunsaker or similar jug into that fuel opening, it's not going to dispense fuel with the speed that you would want.
Yeah, but it's been fun. I mean, that's part of this journey, right? Is taking a great street car, trying to massage it just enough to make it a fantastic race car, but not go too far.
Right.
And so far, we've been able to thread that needle. We're having a blast. So,
good.
Yeah.
You were also telling me before we came on the air that you were pretty interested in keeping the weight of the car where it's at, so you can still have it at a reasonable power level. You got the big V8 from the Corvette. You want to have, a little bit more power available to you, but some of that means you haven't really gutted this car the same. And we talked a little bit about this at Road America, but I guess it turns out you left the stereo on and in there as well.
Dude, we have the coolest race car ever. So for fans that are interested, find us on Adrenaline Surge 112 on Instagram. We love to post on Instagram, and it's a great site. So anyway, I'll get to the point.
Yeah.
The stereo in the car is full on. It's got the amps, it's got the speakers, it's got everything. We can actually tune in our own Bluetooth. We can connect to the car. And so it started at Road America in like Impound. We're waiting to go on the dyno. We're like standing there in the line for the dyno. And so we just cranked up some tunes. And then in Impound after the race. So at Daytona, 14 hours in the dark, car comes to the pit lane. We're waiting to go through the Impound on the scales and all that. Crank the tunes. We did a nice post about that. And then again, for all the fans that are tuned in, go to Adrenaline Surge 112 on Instagram. You'll see the video from this morning. It was a nice little sunshine walk around with some Greta Van Fleet just cranked.
Excellent.
So, yeah, it was
hell yeah.
Really the right vibe here for Corvette at Watkins Glen. That's fantastic.
Wait, I got another story for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
You talk about having a street car. So we were going to go do a test at Mid-Ohio. And we had a little problem with the transporter. Car was all loaded in the transporter, 5:30 in the morning in Columbus, Ohio. There's a problem. So I look at TC Klein. He looks back at me. We're like, let's go. So we put a jack and a couple of things in his street car, pulled out the race car, and I drove the race car from Columbus up to Mid-Ohio and back.
Oh, man.
And so it's awesome. I mean, he got a little screw gun. We put a couple screws in the rear fascia and hung a plate on it. So we were legal. I did pass 2 cops. I can tell you that I was very, very controlled. Right, I'm not trying to be a weenie on the street. I don't want to make anybody feel dangerous. But I got a lot of looks. And then when we're at Mid-Ohio, we're testing. We're doing like aero stuff. We're playing with the rear wing. You got to put the car on the edge. And so I'm in the race car, absolutely just hammering around Mid-Ohio. And the whole time thinking, don't crash this, dude. This is how you're getting home.
You need it. You need this to get back down to Columbus. Yeah, no kidding.
Right. So we're having a blast with the program.
So you're working with some aero stuff here. Last time you mentioned you have Varus Engineering on board with you. Are you just adjusting what's there, or are you trying new parts?
Good question. So we added the AG Motorsports vented hood.
Okay.
And made a couple of mods to the radiator exit to vent the radiator air out the top. That helps to get some air out of the front wheel arch. So love AGM. That's a great part. And then Varus made a high downforce splitter. Just introduced it.
Okay.
And so we put it on. I got to tell you, obviously they're a sponsor. We love them, but the quality, I've been around a lot of race cars, right? I mean, Le Mans, Indycar, whatever. The quality those guys put together is just spectacular. Everything lines up, all the countersinks for the fasteners. It was beautiful. So It was fun. Yes, we got the new splitter on the car. We are now currently working on grinding it all away, which is annoying me. All my teammates are like, don't worry about it. I'm like, dude, it's beautiful.
Right.
But it's hitting through turn 2. We're touching a little bit, a few places around the track. But anyway, it's working great. So we actually had to go up a couple of holes on the rear wing to keep the balance.
Okay, gotcha.
Yep.
Makes a lot of sense. Now, Watkins Glen, a flowy track, right? Are you finding that like 1-to-1 that aero's already helping you?
Yeah, definitely. We struggle a little bit on top speed, right? Again, that power to weight thing. Trying to figure out the right sweet spot for the car. There's other cars in our class that definitely have top speed, but in the corners, this thing is just spectacular. So we've kind of chosen that balance. Obviously, we could, take the splitter off. We could plane the wing out. We could take drag off the car, but we like where we're at, and it's working really well. We like that it keeps the tires under the car for 12 hours, for 7-8 hours, whatever it is.
Yep.
And so I'm running 4th today. I'll be in the car at the end to finish.
Oh, okay.
And I know the tires are still going to be great. The car just doesn't degrade. So it's all these different choices, and it's fun, listening to Greg talking about the wisdom of sports car and endurance racing that develops over time, right? Yes, of course, there's one lap. Like, what's your lap time? How did you qualify? But over 8 hours, there's all these tendencies that come out that you have to sort of manage as far as having something under you at the end.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Dave, on that I'm sorry, let me just jump in if I can.
No, you're good, please.
Sure, yeah.
On that, on that topic, oftentimes to me, the decision in an endurance race if you have to give up a little bit of straight line speed to give a little bit more downforce, if you can, on the car, because that downforce, one, it allows you to brake better. It gives the car better, grip through corners. And you might be at a little deficit on the straight, but to me, it reduces the risk of what's the word I'm looking for?
Something unexpected happening.
Yeah,
let's say,
exactly.
in traffic or whatever.
Because you've got a little bit more grip. You got the downforce. The braking's going to be more stable. And as you go through hours and hours of a race, it just keeps everything underneath you. If this was going to be a 45-minute or hour sprint race, you probably peel some of that downforce off because it's all right, we got to get this done and right now. But here, it's being there at the finish and running that little bit more conservative setup, I think pays huge dividends.
Yeah, we'll see. You're absolutely right. And all those things enter into it, right? So part of the fun of endurance racing is we've got some great minds we can put together with my teammates and with TC Klein. We think about it. We've all been around it. It's a bummer because it's hard to pass, right? If somebody yanks you on the straightaway and then you catch up in the corners, then it's hard to pass. And can you get enough of a margin before you get to the big long straightaway again? Those types of things. So it swings and roundabouts. But I think you got it, Greg. It just that stability. And then, okay, so let's change just a little bit and stop pretending like we're IMSA. We're out here to have fun. The car is so stinking fun through the corners. So, I mean, we hammer through the inner loop and then through the outer loop, or what I learned when I was a little boy, it's called the loop shoot. we go in there in fourth gear almost flat. I mean, it's like a pretty good breathe, get the car kind of settled, get it gripped up on, in the right part of the camber. And then you just waft through there all the way down to I mean, it's just so much fun to rip around Watkins Glen with a car with downforce on it. So we're grinning ear to ear when we're in there. I can tell you that for sure.
At the risk of ruining the road-going manners and the fun to drive, is there any discussion about finding a different muffler situation so we can really get the Corvette
totally
tone?
We were having that conversation this morning. All right, so I'll tell that story.
All right.
So we put straight pipes on the car.
Okay.
And it was, according to TC, and I think it was Alex maybe heard it, was like, it's too loud. TC was like, it's too loud.
I believe it.
Part of that was we were in his shop. And in fact, once he left the setting of his shop and went out on the street, it wasn't actually that bad. But we kind of reacted, all of us. We knew we had weight to use, and we're like, let's not be jerks. We don't want to make it so the car is annoying.
Right.
So let's put some mufflers on it. Well, Borla's a good piece, blah, blah, blah. So we put the Borlas on there. It's too quiet, dude. In the car, I can't even hear the car. Sometimes we're in the wrong gear because I can't hear my own race car. So we've joked about, I need a tube to come from the back to the front so I can hear it. So anyway, just this morning, we're like, we should just put straight pipes on with it, like an X pipe or whatever, like a crossover. And then just get on with it. So, yeah, fans can expect to hear a little bit more of that throaty GM rumble. Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah.
And we'll be seeing you guys at Sebring?
Correct.
Utah?
No,
a little bit far.
Sebring and Coda.
Sebring and Coda. Okay, perfect. And Sebring and Coda will have the thunderous exhaust. We'll be able to hear this thing?
You're putting me on the spot. I'd love to make that promise. Okay, I got to twist TC Klein's arm. He's fabulous, but, it's got to be a consensus. But anyway,
of course.
We'll give it a shot. I absolutely love Sebring. Obviously, I live in Florida, and I race there a ton. A couple of my teammates have never been there, so me and Tony both love it, and then Sean and Alex have never been, so it's going to be a blast. We're really looking forward to that. That's such a great racetrack. But this, I mean, look out the window. We've got Seneca Lake, we've got sunshine, we've got wineries. It doesn't get any better.
It's beautiful here. Like I said at the beginning of the broadcast, it's the first time I've been here.
Is it?
And it's incredible. This is fantastic. And there's a really it feels a lot like the Wisconsin Dells region, to be honest. As you're driving through, it's very similar.
Sure.
But all of the photos and such that I've seen of the state park and everything are like, wow, that's incredible. I wish I had more time to spend here, frankly.
Yeah, it's spectacular. So I was mentioning to you a little bit before, and Greg, I don't know, when you and I were together in the World Challenge days, we were here. I was born in Elmira, New York. And started coming here when I was 6 years old, 1977, for the Formula One race. And basically grew up at the track. My mom used to volunteer in registration. My brothers were in timing and scoring back when there was actually people doing timing and scoring.
Right.
And so we would camp over in the S's, and I kind of grew up at the Glen. So it's really extra special for me to come back, and it's fun. My brother lives in San Diego. My sister's out in Northern California, and they both flew in. So we're having a little extra fun. My wife is here. So anyway, it's cool. It's such a beautiful place, and it really attracts all those feelings and all those, all that emotion that goes alongside racing.
It seems like one of these villages where the town has embraced what the track is doing, which is, unfortunately, I'm a Northern California resident, hard to find nowadays,
right?
Where the people in the town love the track and love that it's there.
Yeah.
We just had Monterey Car Week, and there's always a discussion about do we really need this? Why are all these people coming to our town?
Right.
It's like, I like it though, and lots of people like it, and Sonoma has had issues in the past too. It just seems like more and more you hear a lot about that, and so I always want to call out when the town of Watkins Glen and this kind of surrounding area here, everything is racing themed.
Yeah.
They're happy that you're here for racing. They're happy that the track is here, and that's why you move out here. So it's always cool to come to these little villages like this that really embrace the culture of the racetrack. It's awesome.
Yeah,
kind of like Elkhart Lake.
Exactly, Greg.
For sure.
It's awesome.
All right, looks like we're down to fuel level 4 here, so they should be pulling into the pit lane.
This will be fun. So Tony's going to get out, and Sean Bailey's going to get in. If they're headed to pit lane, you'll get to see a driver change as well. It's exciting. Yeah, it's funny. My brother was asking me, how'd you decide on the driving order? I'm like, well, we were sitting around the fire last night. We all had an adult beverage, and we're like, so who wants to go where? So we shuffled the deck a little bit, but we're having some fun with it.
Excellent. So we'll come down here, got the pit speed limiter working.
Yep.
What's your feeling on code 35 versus full course yellow with safety car?
Well, it's a great question. I understand why they do it, and I respect it. It makes this a lot more like Le Mans. Basically, when you go to the 24 Hours of Le Mans, there is no full course. There is no catching up. Yes, of course, I know they have safety cars. There's 2 or 3 of them. But in principle, if you're not fast, you are not going to win, period.
Right.
And in, American style racing with pit strategy, you can make up. And so on the one hand, it's a little bit of a bummer that we can't rely on that. On the other hand, it makes it really, really predictable. And so you better just go hammer, right?
Right.
So and somebody commented, yes, I think it was my wife. She's like, "Isn't that how it's supposed to be, where the fastest car wins?" I'm like, "Shut up!" They're like, "You don't know enough. The unwashed masses, right?" Anyway, but no, we're having some fun, so it's fine. I was actually in the car for practice yesterday when they threw a practice code 35, and of course, like any racer, I'm like, they don't really mean 35. I'll go like 38 or 40 and see what happens. Everybody and their uncle told me that I was overspeed. They told them on the radio. They stopped me at pit in. They came over to the garage. All my teammates are like, "You got reported." I'm like, yeah, I get it. So when I'm in the car, if there's a code 35, you can bet I'll be going 35.00 miles per hour.
Yep. Well, they talked about that in the driver meeting yesterday as well, that we have a problem where I think people go too far the other way. They want to set conservative, like, hey, man, if I can be at 33 and I know I'll never get a penalty no matter what, changes. And you'll end up seeing these little trains start to form.
Right.
And they were pretty clear in the drivers meeting this time around that, like, that's not cool.
Right.
Like, there's no rule about it, but like that's not very courteous to your fellow competitors. And we don't mind if you get off the pit limiter and try to tickle because I guess on the Flytronics it'll flash if you're going too fast.
It tells you high or low.
And I guess they made it pretty clear that, like, we'd rather that you try to play with the upper bound of it and go 36 for half a second to make sure you're right at that 35 as opposed to going too slow.
Right.
So,
I didn't see the driver change happen. I wonder if Tony's staying in. That was a surprise to me.
Yes, quick stop there.
Yeah.
What's Tony's background, Dave? I've heard the name. And it's Roma, not Romo, so we know he's...
Correct. Yeah, Tony's a General Motors guy. He and I met. He was the engine lead on the CTSV World Challenge program.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, sure.
Right. So when I was program manager, when that first CTSV came out, Tony was my engine superstar. And he stayed with General Motors. He's now working on the Corvette platform. But, when we're out here, Greg, we're very, very careful. We just love cars. We're car guys. I was in the Detroit metro area for 14 years. Tony's still there. Alex has worked for GM and still works for GM. Sean. So when we're here, we're very, very careful. We're some guys having a good time on the weekend, right? We're not what we are. We're not what we are Monday through Friday. So we're very careful to keep that line divided between things that happen at work, which are very, very important and consequential, and some guys having a great time together. So, yeah.
Just see if we can pick up Tony, with the standing yellow.
Tony's doing something of a John Heinrichs impression.
Yeah, you could say that for sure. Yeah. Mixing his business with his passion. Yeah, no, John's awesome. I just saw a picture of John the other day, Greg. He looks great, man. He's like 76 or something. He looks like he did 20 years ago. So anyway, John's doing well.
He's evergreen for sure.
Correct.
Perfect. Well, 5 hours 58 to go. I think we're coming up on another commercial window here. Dave, anything else you want to talk about?
I think we're good. No, we're having a blast. I'm always happy to come up and see you guys. And follow us on Instagram. Check it out. We like to post fun stuff. It's not only racing. My wife is our social media expert. She keeps things loose. We're a bunch of engineer geeks, so everything is really sanitized and boring, and then she does the fun stuff.
Ooh, we're going to go code 35 here for that stricken car. So this is as great a time as any. David, thank you so much for coming up and chatting with us about this beautiful Corvette. Hope to see you for the rest of the season. Sebring and Coda, we'll see you guys around. Thank you so much for coming and chatting with me.
Sounds great. Always a pleasure.
All right, so while we go into code 35 for that vehicle recovery, we're going to take the opportunity to step away and thank a couple of the companies that make all of this possible here on DriverSeye Live. We'll be right back to the Glen.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
And to handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the Smart Choice in Tires.
Are you still messing around with multiple solutions? Data system, cameras, hotspots, antennas, YouTube configuration nightmares? Stop. You've got a race to win. Sentinel Mini can consolidate a complete video solution, live telemetry, data analysis, and live broadcast into a single system, all managed from a phone, tablet, or web browser. No complicated software to fight with. Everything you need in one place. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, or HPDE. Share your passion and win more races with Sentinel. Find out more at sentinel.racing.
Welcome back to Watkins Glen. Absolutely stunning day and some great racing unfolding here in the first of two long endurance races. Excuse me, for the seventh stop on the WRL World Racing League 2026 championship season. It has been fantastic. I'm Greg Creamer if you're just joining us. Ryan West, our producer and co-announcer, is alongside, as is JT Tammy. And JT, you're sort of our deep analyst here, if you will, in a lot of ways. And what I'm wondering is, while we were having the interview with Dave Spitzer, I know the wheelhouse car came in. It seemed early again.
Yeah, just a little bit early. We saw their opening stint was about 52 minutes plus the pace lap. A little bit longer this time through, but still coming in just before the hour mark. They did do a driver change. Robert Noaker out of the car. Dan McKeever going in the car. I believe is the owner and operator of Wheelhouse Motorsports.
Okay. Watching the stop here for the number 43, which has been one of the front runners all day in the GP1 class. Cam Evans had been doing the driving. It doesn't look like they did a driver change. And that car has shown some pretty good aggression in the early going with that great scrap it had for quite some time with Matteo Siderman. But PC Racing is in. Abby Lockwood brings the 64 open throttle racing entry in. But this is the time to make a pit stop if you're due, and a lot of cars are in that window. Might be a little early for some, but if you're even close to the window as that beautiful little prototype heads back out, you're going to stop because you lose so much less time during a pit stop during code 35. If you're in the window, I think, JT, you got to stop now, don't you?
Yeah, definitely, because everybody who's going to be circulating out on track right now are going to be stuck doing 35 miles an hour. So you might as well come in, top off, do some service. I mean, we're basically at a point where, you might have a driver who was only going to be in for 2 stints anyways.
Yep.
You're close enough for that window to swap drivers at this point, put in that second driver. So it's definitely come at an opportune time for a lot of these cars. Obviously, nobody really wants to be under caution, but it's beneficial for a lot of the teams on pit road here.
Well, I think you bring up a good point. Nobody wants to see a full course caution, whether it's safety car code 60, except teams that need some help. But in this scenario here, it's just when they happen, you cannot just say, oh, that's unfortunate. You need to play that strategy. And we talked about with Ryan quite a bit yesterday. And your impressions here with the code 35, as they just talked about with Dave Spitzer, it makes it a lot more predictable in a way. It takes away opportunities to, not be that fast and be able to gain a lap back or whatever. But when it's done like this, when an opportunity like this comes along, if you're in that pit window, you still have to play and roll the dice for strategy. You don't just stop doing that either.
Yep.
And if it can be a gift for you, if you could take some sort of advantage of it, you're gonna. There's the double 8, the 88 of OLJ in. that has been right up at the sharp end of things here.
Yeah, having to try to find their pit stop as they go around the 72 of Guardian Angel Motorsports. Believe a new entry to WRL, running 12 in GTO at the moment. Aubrey about getting out of that car. Not sure who's in just yet, but so far, solid start for that entry.
And here's the GTR 99, Jeffrey Siegel, behind the wheel of that car. And, this is the team that, they have said, we are endurance racers. And they've made a point of it that we don't worry about one lap pace and quali. We worry about executing in these pit stops. And, they've got the refueling on the right side. They got the helper handing the bottles over, which saves a lot of time. And they just do everything well, and they understand that risk versus reward mentality to perfection. And they are always a factor come the end of the races for a podium spot here. So we'll see how they're going to play that game today and doing a nice job. There's that stunning Mercedes from the 123 NFC Motorsports program that is in. Lanny Toops was the driver that brought it in. I don't think they've done a driver change. And back out. And Lanny has been doing just a fabulous job. Gorgeous looking car. And then it just works. It works so incredibly well.
I don't know if you guys talked about this at all. This pretty well hoses the number 112. That they go and take their green flag pit stop, and then everybody else gets a shot at doing it under code 35. I think we are going to go back to full course, or rather, going to go back to green throughout the
full course green.
Track,
I was with
full
you.
Course green. Yeah, you know.
Yep, the 55 AOA racing, the leader in GP2, unfortunately coming to a stop out of the exit of 5, has been recovered. Safety workers cleared the course, so we can go back racing.
Yeah, and the unfortunate thing is it came in on the back of a flatbed, so it looks like it's a pretty terminal issue, and that's a real shame because they were really controlling that class.
Yeah.
So as we go back to green, it is, of course, the 148, the 40-48 competition prototype of James French that is out in the lead overall. But leading in GTO, now Alana Carter behind the wheel of the 128 Victory Racing Toyota. Ooh, problem here for our Mustang. Oh, no.
Man.
Boy, they just cannot get that car to stay together. It is so impressive.
They got the speed. They're usually consistent enough and just not quite there.
Really unfortunate. They were putting on a hell of a show.
So I've just noticed here, looking through the live timing, El Diablo Motorsports catches a 1-lap penalty for a pit infraction.
Oh, boy.
So that would have had them in the lead by a decent margin over PC Racing. And they just take that 1-lap penalty here, demotes them down to second, but they're still only 14 seconds behind PC Racing. So that's two kind of unforced errors there.
Yeah.
In GP1, and still able to stay at the front of the field here.
It's interesting because I haven't had them noted for any previous pit lane infractions.
I noticed that too. I think it might have been a penalty as a direct result of that coming to a stop in the pit lane the way they, but I don't know if that's a penalty-worthy thing. So maybe I'll go get some clarification on that.
Yeah,
it could also be that they haven't actually taken the lap away yet, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
That's
yeah,
final, though.
They have had track limit warnings.
Right.
But nothing on pit lane. Usually for pit lane infractions, you get a warning first.
Get a warning. Yeah.
Did
somebody who's more plugged in than me should check on that.
Did they hold up anybody?
Yeah, they held up the 20. They held up the 25 a little bit.
It's probably that because
stall.
When I was going through some of the subs, they were talking about if you do not maintain your speed in pit lane up at that pit lane speed limit and you actually impede somebody for whatever reason, that could be, a penalty. So I wonder if that's what it was.
Interesting.
Yeah.
But JT's right, though. Usually you get a warning, but I don't know if it's usually a warning for safety stuff. So that's why, I don't know. I'll have to text RJ about and see what's going on.
They're actually coming back on pit road. They're electing to serve a drive-through.
Oh, they're going to serve a
drive-through, which is an option for this year.
And that's why they haven't had their lap deleted yet, in theory, because they'll serve a drive-through here. And that'll probably knock them all the way down to 6th place, taking that extra pit stop, or extra drive-through anyway.
Well, better than a lap penalty, though. Whew.
Indeed.
I love that option,
Is there a rule, JT, that says you have to serve your penalty under green flag?
I'm 99% certain, yes, that is the case. That is at least the case for a majority of sanctioned racing events, is generally you do have to serve penalties under green conditions.
Well,
so getting back to it with all those changes, but how about this? Singler Racing has worked their way up into 3rd right now, and if you remember, they struggled in qualifying and were a fair ways down the order. Started 10th in class, as a matter of fact, 9th in class, excuse me. So they've had just a very consistent day of working their way up. Now, have they had their second stop yet?
Yes, so they were one of the cars that were able to run slightly longer, so they were able to greatly benefit from the timing of the yellow coinciding with their pit stop. So they were able to gain quite a bit of time on pit road from that, whereas you had somebody like the 119 from A Victory who had just done their service before it come out.
Right.
So they lost a bit of time.
Yeah, I mean, they've leapfrogged in this whole sequence. The number 4 Kingpin Racing Toyota, the 888 Racing 54 Porsche, the 119. I mean, they played that to absolute perfection. So they sit now 3rd in class. Kingpin Racing, the number 4, is 4th in class. And completing the top 5, the number 54 for 888 is 5th in class. Looking at PC Racing, leading still in GP1, 14th overall. But it's now the Empire Motorsports Group machine, which they've been battling with a little bit. Henry Kwok behind the wheel of that car sits in 2nd. It's the number 45. And then the El Diablo Motorsports entry that you were talking about, Ryan. Scott Smith doing a great job hauling that car up, the number 48, into 3rd in class. The 62 that had been on pole and started at the back has worked its way up into 4th. And for Open Throttle Racing, Chet Nolinsky behind the wheel now. And then the team car doing a nice job hanging right in there in 5th for Open Throttle Racing, John Kohler. And you're right, that stop for the 112 at TC Klein Racing, that hurt. They've dropped back to, 7th or 8th in class right now.
Yeah.
And it caught out OLJ as well.
Well, that's the fuel window thing. If they had that little bit more fuel available to them, and again, it sounds like they're pretty happy with where they are right now, but if you're able to stretch that fuel window just a little bit longer, then it gives you the flexibility to be able to wait until you can maybe get a yellow to take advantage. So that is the disadvantage of having that kind of setup there. Now, again, I think they enjoy what they're doing more than anything else. So
Exactly.
I don't think they're too broken up about it at this point. But, you hate to see it.
Of course, yeah, you do. And for GP2, it is the 41 Velocity Motorsports Club entry, which I believe was the car that was on pole after qualifying and then got demoted. Finds themselves back up on top. Skip Barber doing what that team does. Ryan Imami right now behind the wheel of the 216 GR86 Cup car, just clocking the laps and sitting 2nd in class. And then 3rd, but out right now, the 55 AOA Racing machine. It had done such a good job, but it opened things up quite a bit. And then a number of laps down, effectively, eventually, will probably be grabbing that third spot with the AOA racing car continuing to sit trackside as the 210 of Matt Connolly Motorsports. However, they are in the pit right now, and I don't know if that is a planned stop or if that's a problem. They might be done.
That they actually, I believe, just crossed the line on
good.
pit road. So I believe they're actually coming back out right now.
Okay.
AOA, interesting enough, also crossed the timing beacon as well. I think that was in the paddock, though. Should be noted, the 83 for Palomar did come back out during our interview. They have been able to put 13 laps in now. I believe Mike Anderson in chat told us earlier that they were having to replace a differential mount. The sister car, the 38 car, is still being used as development. That came out for a handful of laps, since gone back in. We'll keep an eye on those two.
Well, that's really critical. I love to hear it for the 83 because remember, they came in as the points leaders, but only by 13 over the Skip Barber car. Mm-hmm. And so for them to get back out, with the attrition that we've seen occasionally, right now that puts them with AOA Racing. Let's just take them out of the equation for a minute. That puts Palomar 4th in class. That's some pretty useful points,
Yeah. Good look going through the shot there was TC Klein and Angry Croc, the 505 BMW M2, in their fight for 6th in GP1. It looks like that Corvette did get around the M2. Yep, as you can see here, going into the heel. Corvette taking that 6th position from Angry Croc. Sam Keller behind the wheel of that BMW.
And Sean Bailey in that TC Klein Vet is running significantly quicker than the next car in the order for them to pick off the 64 open throttle racing entry of John Kohler. I think Kohler was hung up in traffic for a lap and ran a really slow 2:21. But even on clear track, Bailey has been running, 2-3 seconds at least quicker. So I think we could see that TC Klein Corvette move up yet another spot in a pretty big hurry. And I think Angry Croc, that 505 you were talking about, is going to be right in it as well.
Coming up the hill here, you'll see the Singler BMW go to driver's right to defend the inside here as the 54 of Cameron Shields in the 888 Racing Porsche Cup goes around the outside going into the bus stop and takes that position, grabbing 3rd in GTO.
That was a nice pass.
Yep. Just behind Nick Pearson in the number 4 of Kingpin Racing, the Toyota Supra, just behind. He's going to be looking to do that overtake as well to try to continue to hound that Porsche Cup ahead. And it looks like also going through the tow, the Corvette TC Klein did get around the 64 of open throttle.
So caught them quick and disposed of them pretty quickly. And you can visually see what Spitzer was talking about with that Corvette. It's as fast as anything out there right now, save maybe that prototype in the corners. Mm-hmm. It's just got great roll speed. So they are indeed on the move.
Looks like 64. No, does stay out. Unfortunately, Cherry a little bit wounded at the moment. The M2 from Angry Croc's going to go to driver's left here. Going to try overtake. And it does. 64 just checks up into turn 1, allowing the pass through.
So that puts the TC Klein Corvette now up into 5th in class. And Angry Croc is now 6th. And something, was it a very overlong pit stop for OLJ in their Porsche? The number 88?
No, they unfortunately were docked a couple laps for initial contact
penalty.
with the Cajun Canuck BMW at the start.
Yep. You know, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th spot in GTO, that battle's coming together here. The 54 for Triple Eight Racing in the hands of Cameron Shields. Just a couple seconds clear of the number 4 Kingpin Racing. Toyota for Nick Pearson in the 25 Singler Racing entry. Grant Lipsky is there, but I don't know if it's traffic related, but Singler Racing, they don't seem to be able to get down into those that 203, 4, 5 range, and it's costing them dearly right now. They've dropped from 3rd to 5th.
Yeah, we did see those overtakes there, and this last time through, we did see quite a bit of traffic for both the Kingpin and the Singler entries. The 888 was able to get around very quickly and efficiently, and just walk away there, while the other two struggled just a bit more with traffic coming through across the line here, both back into the 206s, but still just unfortunately not quite at the same level as that Porsche was able to make there. Sean Bailey continues to run 213s in that TC Klein Corvette. That's about 2 seconds a lap quicker than Chet Malinsky up ahead in the 62 open throttle. About a 10-second gap at this moment, so looking about 5 to 6 laps or so between those two cars, getting quite close together.
Yeah, that's forming up, isn't it? That's going to be interesting to see.
Mm-hmm.
Right now in GP2, Velocity Motorsports Club, the number 41 Acura, I believe, have themselves Honda Civic, have themselves a very solid margin in hand right now, a number of laps over the Skip Barber Racing School entry. And then AOA Racing is still sitting 3rd, but will go down. They've got a big margin back to the next car, so it's going to be a long time before that 3rd spot evaporates on them, but we'll keep tracking it, of course. PC Racing right now leading in GP1, the number 43 Cam Evans, about 13 seconds in hand over Henry Kwok in the Empire Motorsports Group, number 45, a BMW as well. The BMW M3 is sort of the platform of choice in the GP1 class, isn't it, JT?
Oh, yeah.
Very popular. El Diablo sits 3rd. They're all running very equal time, so it's going to be very difficult at this point. For Empire and Kwok or El Diablo with Scott Smith to make up substantial ground.
Yeah, the only car running quicker than them consistently has actually been the 555. Sheldon Rosenbaum in the Cajun Canuck BMW. Unfortunately, with their issues early on, that car's been, quietly running back in 11th, but very quick.
Yeah, it's definitely, that's a car we've seen show great speed before and did in qualifying, I think, too. Yeah. Ended up on pole when the 62 was demoted. So that was another case of a car that had an awful lot of potential. That is now a lot of laps down the order, but going quick. And I think we just got a report that the Mustang, in the hands of none other than Jim Farley, is back out on track. They've lost a lot of time, of course.
Yeah, we just saw them going through the bus stop there. Should be entering camera shot in just a moment here. See it catches up to the 64 open throttle. Cherry, unfortunately, has been losing a bit of parts out on track.
Somebody's been losing car parts?
Yeah, the 64 Cherry.
Okay, gotcha.
The BMW M3.
JT, I've been asked by Mike Gorman not to over-exaggerate things going on with the open throttle cars.
Poor Mike.
Evidently at Daytona, when Cherry had some kind of relatively minor issue, you said, "Oh no, Cherry," and I said, "R.I.P. to Mike Gorman," as he was talking to a potential client. And he was like, "What?"
And he panics. Yes,
is the car on fire? Like, I don't understand. Like, he went over to the pit stall and they were like, "No, it's fine." So anyway, I just thought I would get that feedback out there.
No, Mike, your cars are circulating. All is good.
Mike, your blue car is on fire. Blue one. There isn't a blue one. That's the point.
Mike, the 65's not on track. I don't know what to tell you.
Mike, your E46 broke down. Mike Gorman this weekend has doubled down on the idea of taking a wad of cash around Daytona during the Fun Cup race. He says, "Dude, there's no way people are shipping all these back. There's no way they're shipping them all back to Europe. Someone's going to leave one here. I'm going to buy it. And I'm going to buy a parts car." He's very excited. He has renewed interest in that. So. The other one I'm interested in, it's not nearly as much of a meme as the Volkswagen one, is the Nissan Micra Cup cars that were a thing in Canada for some time. I feel like at one point you could buy those for like $8,000 because the Nissan Micra is effectively worthless as a car at this point, but need somewhere to race those here in North America, or here in the United States anyway. So I think that series is gone in Canada. I don't think you can run that anymore.
Oh, okay. A team we should probably give a little sunshine to is 888 Racing, sitting second and third right now in GTO. We don't see them at every event, but boy, when they show up, they are a force, aren't they?
They are.
Oh, side-by-side Mustang trying to go around the red BMW.
So it's always nice to see Lowndes and Jamie Whincup at the front of a race.
Unfortunately, I did see the 210 of Matt Connolly still on pit road there. Looks like one of the very first stalls on pit entry.
Yep, it is. At least it's on pit road. It was in the paddock, so pit road is an improvement, I would say.
Yeah, unfortunately, GP2, the only ones who haven't had any issues has been that 41. Velocity, Honda Civic Si. Everybody else just seemed to have problems left and right.
Yeah.
And just looking at those lap times once again in the GP1 category, Evans, and a lot of this is traffic, but you just turned to 2:14, which looks pretty bad. But the previous lap, he dipped into the 2:11s, I think, when he had a lot more clear track. And that's just making that job more difficult for the 45 of Empire and Henry Kwok to try and close it down. And same for El Diablo right now. They just can't match the speed. They're close, they're within a few tenths, but it makes it very difficult to close any kind of a margin up here. And then there's a bit of a gap back to the 62 and then TC Klein.
The 112 has caught the 62. You see coming through the shot here.
Oh, yeah.
BMW versus Corvette.
Great onboard. And there you see just what they're talking about the straight line. So that BMW is a lot more boxy, big greenhouse. It should be, that very slippery Corvette, but they've dialed that downforce in for the stability. But look how much they gain through the corner. And this is where Dave said this car is magic through the outer loop down into the chute. Very easily able to just stick. Gets it down to the apex easier. A really late apex run there by the 62. But it did get, they were able to use that power just for that little bit. That's enough. And you can see just how stable that vet is. You can see that BMW dancing through the toe of the boot. Driver of the vet getting far more to the right sooner. That's Sean Bailey. Boy, look at that BMW dance. He had to lift, and that's going to hurt. That's going to hurt down into one potentially. If the Corvette gets a nice run, which it does, that wiggle, and then he had to stay more to the inside, but boy, he's just got the straight line speed.
Well, they were very open about that in the interview, that car is not quick in the straight line.
Yep.
But able to roll a lot more speed, I think, through turn one there. It will gain a little bit of that time back.
Well, it's just so much more stable than the BMW, and that was their intent. That's what we were talking about. Is keep the car underneath you a little bit more for these long endurance races.
Mm-hmm.
But
and then GTR is going to pass on the outside here.
Whoo, look at that! Talk about straight line speed. That's the difference between GP1 and GTO.
So now Sean's going to try to hustle through here real quick. He's hoping that the GT4 BMW is going to, try to trip up the 62 ahead. And he's going to try to follow through, see if that GT4 can be used as a wedge. Not quite.
No, but close it right back up again.
Mm-hmm.
But that was a classic example of what you were talking about earlier, JT, about trying to choose your line coming out of the inner loop when you're trying to pass somebody, and the 99 made that same mistake of thinking, okay, he's opened the door up, and it's like, no, that's just he's floating outside, and then he starts to arc into the outer loop, and the 99, you saw it, had to grab a big chunk of brake for a second there.
Yeah, I mean it's one of those situations where if I'm in the 62, I'm going to not track out as much. I'm going to run more of a defensive line, just so you minimize that risk of the driver behind thinking, oh, he's going to let me through here, so I'll go ahead and pass now.
Yeah.
You want to minimize risk in these situations.
Well, what a lot of people, that may not be real familiar with racing, particularly endurance racing, is the drivers will, they will communicate with their competitors, particularly if it's a competitor in a different class, by car placement. And that was one of the, when I was.
Ooh, big wiggle there.
Boy, that was that was a great radio comment to come in, because you could see that BMW is just darty. It's all over the place. And that vet is just planted. But right here, just that last gear and away it goes a little bit. But when I was announcing IMSA and the American Le Mans Series and talking to the drivers, particularly the drivers like a Patrick Long, who started in GT cars and then came up into the prototypes, and talking about that communication. Look real quick here, watch this vet close up again.
Yeah, because you can't actually talk to the other drivers, so you have to communicate either through positioning your car or your headlights or sometimes hand gestures.
Oh, we got the run.
Nice run.
He's been setting that up for a couple of laps. And the thing is, he's going to make the pass here, I would think. But that BMW is going to square that up. I thought he would square it up even more, actually, to grab a little bit more power sooner. And
yeah, he's going to come back here a bit.
Yeah, I don't think he's. See, that was it. I don't think he got close enough to make the move.
Yeah, but there's should be enough room here, enough high-speed corners for the Corvette to build enough speed.
Yep.
That should be protected for one. Hopefully two, as we go code 35 here. Unfortunately, turn one, it sounds like the 88 may have had impact with the wall.
Oh, boy.
I can't quite see that from here. I can't quite see that either.
88 is the yellow and black Porsche came in GP1.
Yeah, OLJ, right?
Yes.
Oh, what a shame.
Goes from bad to worse for them.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like pulled out drivers, right?
Are we listening to the vet?
Yes.
So they're pitting early again because taking advantage of the code 35.
I mean, if my math is correct, they're within 5 minutes of their pit stop anyways.
Oh, are they? Okay.
So
that's right.
Well
Yep.
Good for them.
So 48's going to take pit stop too.
Yes. The Porsche is just past our camera here. Reported driver's right.
Wow, so this is in the approach. This is turn 2, not the exit of 1, where you normally see the. What would happen? Yeah.
I'm wondering if they lost it on the curbs on the exit of 1, and came across.
The classic tank slapper and then hit the wall.
James Candelaria in chat says driver's okay, which is great to hear. Possibly in the wall in the S's.
And I saw the 119 coming out of the pit, so they must have hit the pits right as that came out.
So if it's far enough up the S's, I'm wondering if maybe it was a curb issue in 2. The car getting unsettled. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, that's a good, that's a solid possibility, because you turn in to 2, and if you eat too much of that inside curb, it can launch you sideways. There it is. That's the cleanup crews. So it must be right behind that tree, I would think. So this is probably going to be a little bit of a cleanup here. You can see that, and I see the blower truck is staged to come out. I wonder if the blower truck is out there because fluid and then some oil dry has been put down for that car, or if they just decided they're going to send it out during this Code 35 and do a lap and just try and blow some of the marbles and clag off of the race line, or off of the second line, if you would. But it's going to be I would suspect, a fairly long cleanup. So, as we continue to circulate under Code 35, we are going to take a moment and again thank our partners for making the broadcast of the World Racing League on DriversEye Live possible.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Are you still messing around with multiple solutions? Data system, cameras, hotspots, antennas, YouTube configuration nightmares? Stop. You've got a race to win. Sentinel Mini can consolidate a complete video solution, live telemetry, data analysis, and live broadcast into a single system, all managed from a phone, tablet, or web browser. No complicated software to fight with. Everything you need in one place. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, or HPDE. Share your passion and win more races with Sentinel. Find out more at sentinel.racing.
As you can see, the 88 of OLJ Racing is being loaded up onto a flatbed here, being recovered. Douglas O is in the car, being reported as safe and okay, which is always great to hear. At the moment, currently 8th in GP1, but they will most likely be following down the order as the day goes on. Hopefully they can get that car repaired, and we'll see more of it today and for the 7 hours tomorrow. As we're under code 35, most cars have come in here. Top off, if needed, do driver swaps. See the 99 and the 48 side by side. As they head up the S's, they'll need to figure out who's going to lead through there as they go through where the safety workers are. So at the moment, 148 of 40-48 competition continues to lead overall. And in the GTU class, the 128A Victory Racing, Alana Carter behind the wheel, leads GTO ahead of the 2888 Racing Porsche Cup cars, Ken Dobson in the 102 and Cameron Shields in the 54. GP1, it's PC Racing still. Looks like Cameron Evans has got out of the car. Will Vanderjack in. To see the Porsche Cayman being recovered here. Using the escape road. Go back to the paddock. Empire Motorsports Group running second in GP1. In their BMW M3, followed by another BMW M3 of El Diablo Motorsports in the 48. Round out the top three. Then down in GP2, it's the 41 Velocity Motorsports Club. Tacciapino behind the wheel in the 2025 Honda Civic Si. Seemingly so far the only car in GP2 to run trouble-free so far, relatively so. The 216 of Skip Barber Racing School in second place, 3 laps down after their incidental contact earlier and the necessary hood repairs required. As the purple flags are being withdrawn here, and we go back to green. And then the 55 AOA Racing still shown third in class. Looks like the 210 from Matt Connolly's limping as approaching the bus stop there. It's the white BMW here. Black upper surfaces and red bumper. MP01 and the Skip Barber car taking a little bit of avoidance here. Kyle Davidson being reported behind the wheel there, trying to safely navigate his way around the track here. Hard to tell. May have taken the NASCAR course here to try to get back to pit road a little bit quicker. It's an option drivers have if they are running into problems. They can exit the outer loop to driver's right and basically cut turns 6 through 8, rejoin at turn 9. They'll lose the lap, but allows them to get back to pit lane a bit quicker. So if we look on driver's right, there we go. We see BMW rejoin the racing surface. So the from GTO 120 Super leads currently about a 58-second gap to the 102. Another 9 seconds back to the 54. A little bit further back You'll have the 25 of Singler Racing. About 102 seconds out of the lead, and 2 seconds further behind them, the 4 of Kingpin Racing. So you see them go through shot here with that black, purple, and silver Supra. Nick Pearson behind the wheel, trying to hunt down Grant Lipsky. You see that Supra just carrying a little bit more speed into the bus stop. To go through turn 5, the outer loop. And heading towards turn 6, the chute. BMW on Supra. Start climbing the hill out of the toe. Going up the boot to the heel. Supra just seems to be a little bit more grippy going through the corners here. Seems to carry just a little bit more apex speed through turns 10 and 11. We're within a half second here coming across the line. Going to get a really good exit here out of turn 1. Carry as much speed as possible out and up the hill. Going to have a little bit of traffic from the Toyota GR86. They'll go around the outside here. That Supra tucking or directly behind the M4. It's going to look to driver's right. Nope. Sticks behind for the moment. BMW getting a pretty good exit out of the toe. Relatively evenly matched here as they approach turn 8. Looks like the Supra just has a little bit more of a tire advantage going through some of these medium to high speed corners. Just up the road from these two, you'll see the BMW M2 of Angry Croc and the Corvette of TC Klein Racing in their fight for 6th in GP1 at the moment. Sam Keller leading Sean Bailey. A brief pause for the turn 3 camera. But we'll rejoin the cars. They come to the top of the hill here. Supra getting through the BMW M4.
Multi-class traffic.
Oh, yeah. So that's Nick Pearson moving up to 4th. Oh, actually, timing's updated. Jeff Offlerbach behind the wheel of that number 4 Kingpin. The Corvette on the inside of the M2. Going through the chute. So that's TC Klein Racing moving back up to 6th. Sam Keller definitely being a bit wise there. Not really fighting there. With 5 hours to go, not much to really benefit from putting yourself in a risky situation.
Absolutely. It's just a critically key component of getting it done here. Watching the times again from now, it's Will Vajonek on board the number 43 PC Racing BMW, and running really consistently strong laps, faster than the 45 Empire Motorsports car of Brad Daly right now, or the El Diablo Motorsports Bimmer, the 48 of Scott Smith. He's just consistently lapping a second or more quicker, and that margin just continues to grow. Yeah, nobody in the class is, even that Corvette, when it's absolutely got clear tracking, can really sail. It's just not matching the mid 211s that Vajonek is running for PC Racing right now. It's really been an impressive performance thus far from PC Racing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just been solidly running roughly an average of, I'd say, 212. High 212, maybe a low 213 for much of the past couple stints here. Similar to the TC Klein Corvette we watch, now tucked up behind the back of the 62 from Open Throttle Racing. Unfortunately, Chet Malinsky had a spin just 2 laps ago in turn 10. We previously saw from the Corvettes on board that car definitely dancing on the threshold of grip through that corner. And unfortunately, it just seems to have got away from him. That's allowed the 62, the 112 to really catch right back up here. So we're going to have the 120 pass on the inside here. Looking, it's going to put the 62 a bit wide here. I'm not sure the Corvette's going to be able to follow through. It's going to have to tuck in behind.
Well, you can see what the Corvette wanted to do, though. Turned in a late apex a little bit, hoping it could roll enough speed to get up and underneath here into 10. And just could not make that work. But again, you're seeing how hard Chet Malinsky right now is hustling that Bimmer. And again, here comes the vet. But what happens down this longish front straight? And there goes the BMW.
Yeah, as we've seen, if the Corvette's not making a move before turn 11, it's probably going to have to park it until we get back to the outer loop.
Yep. Absolutely. And man, take nothing away from the job Sean Bailey's doing. He is really hustling the vet to the point where that BMW, as we've seen it on multiple occasions, is just dancing everywhere, pushing the envelope so hard to stay in front. Now, perhaps a little traffic. Depends on where each car catches it.
Yeah, and the car just up the road there, good to see back out there. That's the 83 from Palomar.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Their development car, having just come back out.
All right, let's watch the BMW here. This is where you get that little bit of extra grip. So it looks a lot more solid there, but in anything where the BMW doesn't have a little bit of banking, if you will, it's just all over the place. Which, of course, tells me that Chet Malinsky is doing everything he can. Oh, look at that extra speed. He's going to try and get him into 11. And Malinsky absolutely shutting the door, which was wise because it actually, the Corvette had to lift right in its sweet spot, so that protects even better down into 1.
He's going to have traffic here that's going to go on the left. The faster BMW M4 of 99 GTR. Oh, no. He's going to go to the right here. Palomar's going to go check up a bit late there. Make things awkward for the Corvette. Ideally, in that situation, you would have the slower car on the inside check up a bit more before turning.
Exactly. And sometimes that, what just happened there, could happen with one, a driver who's maybe doesn't have a lot of experience, and two, is checking their mirrors a little bit too late, going, where is that car on the outside? And then suddenly you've just slightly missed your braking point where you would like to have hit the brakes, to let that car slide through and just tuck in behind. And it does indeed for the overtaking car, and often yourself, makes it a little awkward, as you easily stated. Great view from the drone up through turn 9. You see all that runoff on the outside. That's a pretty quick straight.
Just a couple GTO updates as we watch this GP1 fight.
Right.
A couple laps ago, the 54 of AAA Racing did get around the sister car, the 102, for second, being just, a little bit quicker at this stage of the race. A little bit further back, Bill Kane has got in the Mercedes of NFC Motorsports. Last time through, right on the bumper of the 53 of Kingpin of Murray Wonderly. I'm expecting that to possibly change hands before the end of the lap, though that's very quick. We could hold on.
Well, it's interesting right now, the only car in GTO that's running as fast as those two you were just talking about, Kingpin and NFC, is the car that's second in class right now, the number 54 888 Racing Porsche. Everybody else is 205s, 207s relatively consistently, and then Kingpin Racing, as you said, with Murray Wonderly throwing down low 203s, and Bill Kane just threw down the lap before he pitted a 203.1, but I show them now in the pits.
Yeah, Bill has come down pit lane here. This is, I believe, unscheduled because they were last in during that code 35.
Mm-hmm. It's interesting how the speed in qualifying, as we continue to enjoy this great little scrap, how the speed in qualifying doesn't necessarily transfer into a successful race. because NFC was really impressively quick in qualifying, and they struggled today, even though they've got speed. Oh, look at that. You heard that big tire squeal, and he got that BMW just loosened up enough. And now the BMW is going to use the power, try and come down the inside. Bailey just wasn't willing to go that far to the inside to protect. And the BMW squeaks through once again and leads up the S's. Boy, this is a absolute masterclass here that we're seeing played out of the difference between straight line speed and mid-corner speed. Oh, there it is again. Every time. Middle of the turn-in to what is turn 6, or the exit of the chute into the laces, basically. That Bimmer gives a big twitch.
It just did it again right there.
Yeah.
So a little bit of one.
That is a classic case of the driver just pushing the car to the edge, and then the car communicating a little bit, going, all right, I gave you that one, but you can't push me much harder than that. And of course, all those little twitches is, again, Bailey and the vet is just right there, but all those little twitches also, you know, that's the car sliding, the tire sliding a little bit. And that's going to
start wearing through tire, and you're going to start wearing out and getting them hot. And yeah. It just walks away on the straight here. And unfortunately, when you have a heavy car that is slow on the straights with all the aero, it precludes you from being able to lunge and outbrake somebody. So they really have to make it happen on the exit or mid-corner. But you got to stay with them just enough, and this might be it right here. They'll have the inside at the top of the S's, and they'll get it done clean. I think the 62 waving the white flag.
Yeah, it definitely looks like Chet rolling off the throttle there and backing out. I'm wondering if that's from a pit call.
Well, yeah, you know, that could be. And that GTO car, when it turned in, it really parked the Bimmer just a little bit. And again, we were watching that car twitching and everything, and you know, maybe the BMW team was watching the coverage here and watching that onboard and seeing how much that car was moving, and just said, "It's not worth it, man. We don't want to throw this into the wall. Let him, you know, if he gets by, let him go."
53 of Kingpin Racing follows him through.
So the important part is both of these cars did overtake the 64 on the exit of turn 1 there, which was for position. So this will move TC Klein up into 4th in GP1, and the 62 will remain 5th.
These high shots from the drone, again, great job by Nate, who is giving us these incredible views.
Going up through the S's here, I did spy the 53 of Kingpin Racing with Murray Wonderly behind the wheel. Catching up to the 119.
Yeah.
Going to the inside here.
Boy, you called it. He had a tremendous run up that hill, and there was just nothing that Flame Aricala could do in the 119.
There it is, that blue and white Supra, the Cargo Shorts Racing livery. See the Corvette click through there. And if you recall, at Road America, that Cargo Shorts Racing car ended up with a podium finish by being steady and consistent. Of course, the Kings are steady and consistent. GTR 99 only up at a 6th so far. So that's the BMW and then the Supra, the 53 of Kingpin Racing. Just doing what they need to do, trying to stay in the hunt here. Everybody's on lap 87. And the leader is on 88. So the 120 is about a lap ahead of most of the GTO field at this point. But second place, all still to play for all these folks that are still on lap 87.
Well, and the interesting thing for the 120, which of course the points leader coming in here, if and again, you know, we've got a lot of time yet to go, but if they stay up front, and let's just say things were to finish as they are running right now, you know, over the car that's second in class, those two 888 racing machines are just taking points away.
Yep.
You know,
and it's really what they need for the GTR 99. They've got to be able to overcome a little bit of a pace disadvantage here to the cars ahead. You know, that 4 of Kingpin especially. So you got 3 Porsches running in the top 4 in WRL. Haven't had that in a long time. Of course, the 18 Kingpin car did not return to the track. So that's a confirmed tough day for Pat Wilmot yet again. 2 consecutive weekends.
And he is so quick. You know,
yeah.
He really deserves better. That's part of the game.
Last year's defending second place, or last year's second place, so the defending second place finishing team was Tyler Hoffman and Patrick Wilmot in the Supra that time. And it would have been one of these 888 cars that had won the race last year, although being campaigned by a different team at that time. I know they have the pace around Watkins Glen. And this was also around the time, JT, that AE Victory had their close call at Daytona, where they were incredibly close to getting a podium finish there, only to have it taken away cruelly by some contact that was no fault of their own.
Yeah.
And this was as they started their rise to where they are now, the 120 being the championship leader. Several wins on the season.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they've had a fabulous year, haven't they?
They have. It's unfortunate that we're not seeing the Ligier here this weekend either. I feel like that is the type of car that would have run quite well here if we've seen how well the GTU car is getting around. That Ligier, the Madsen Motorsports French tube-framed GT car, the Ford power plant behind it, probably would have had a good shout this weekend.
Yeah, kind of in the same scenario as the Vet in a way, isn't it? A car with great downforce and just superb handling, mid-corner speed, all those things you love. But just because of that slightly smaller engine, yes, they run a lighter weight and everything. But we've seen here that, you know, cars that that maybe have a little bit too much downforce and thus a little bit too much drag, the difference from the straight line speed to what they make back up in the corners, maybe not enough. Maybe that's what the Ligier team was thinking about. You know, the Corvette has, you know, it took them forever to get around a car that on a free lap they've driven away from it just a little bit. And that's, part of the thing is you get a car that's more momentum than power.
Right.
On a free lap, you can be quicker by a second than other cars. But when you catch them, and now you've got to run their speed in the corner, and then they've got more power on the exit, they're just going to check out. And, that's the issue with a momentum car. If you have clean air, it's magic. But when you're in traffic a lot, you pay a price. It's that simple.
It's something that I was thinking about with when Dave was up here talking about that Corvette, and you had mentioned that that's really, if you have the downforce on the car at a track like this, ultimately over the course of a race, you are going to save a bunch of time, and the car is going to be easier to drive, and that's all well and dandy. But the thing that always comes back to me when I'm, for example, trying to set up a car for sim racing, which is probably why I'm bad, is that the last part of the race is on a straight. If it comes down to it and you're, nose to tail coming to the line and you don't have the straight line speed car, it doesn't really matter. You finished second anyway.
Yep.
And so I always am looking for the possibility of if I can hold on to this car all race and I can be somewhere close, I know I can get the move done into the finish line. Somewhere like Road America, for example, it really punishes you if you don't have straight line speed because you have that big hill to get up before you get to the finish line.
Yep,
so if you're at a power disadvantage or an air disadvantage, it really hurts your straight line speed there. Versus somewhere like Mid-Ohio, for example, where having your straight line performance right at the end of the lap doesn't matter so much because that run to the checker is coming out of a pretty slow corner. As long as you get a good launch, the likelihood that somebody can come back by you is pretty low regardless. So if you get a good launch, that'll be enough. But if, these tracks that finish on a big, long straightaway, I almost want more straight line speed.
Yeah. No, I think you're right. Is this a 62?
Yes.
That's the 62 pulling off.
Yeah, just getting in just briefly a bit hot, coming to a stop here, and continues back on.
Confused because the 61 was in that chain with the PC Racing and the 112. Yep, there it is.
The 43 class leader right behind the Corvette.
Yeah, looking good for PC Racing here.
Yeah, it is.
Empire Motorsports Group hold on to that second position. El Diablo, 8 seconds behind the Empire Motorsports Group. That's Scott Smith behind the wheel, trying to catch Brad Daly, both in BMWs.
And there's the move as the 43 of PC Racing. I'll tell you, Will Vajonic is throwing down some laps here. And it was just good enough to put that Corvette now down a lap in class.
Yep.
Do we have any information at all on what happened to the 123 NFC Motorsports Mercedes?
I do not, but I will say their pit stall's empty. There's nobody down there, so they must be having some type of mechanical issue.
Yeah, they've been parked and done for a while after being so quick.
I believe that's the Pellegrini Performance folks that still run that car. So people that know how to get a car back on the road if possible. And of course, we've still got tomorrow as well. Some fun time.
Absolutely. Tell you, this green BMW here has some legs.
Yeah, is this the 61 or is this the 64 here? I think it's the 64. No, it is the 61.
Yeah,
yep.
61.
That's the other 2 series. So more or less the same car as the sister car in the Silikonski livery.
And once again, the battle for Sean Bailey getting around a car that's got good straight line speed.
And it has green.
Yes.
Yep.
Well, you can see it moving around too, so he gets that run. But there it is. So I have to say that, you know, Sean is showing us a huge amount of a wonderful combination that is perfect for endurance racing. Oh, what a move!
Wow.
Never telegraphed it, never let him know, and the minute the brakes lit up, he just dove underneath.
Yeah, and that wasn't even for position either.
Phenomenal.
That's incredible. Just
Yeah.
pull that kind of move out whenever you need it to know that it'll work.
Yep.
You'll practice that for when it matters later on in the race.
You bet. You bet. But what I was going to say was he has shown an amazing combination of relentless persistence and patience. You know?
Yep.
Because it would be so easy, you know, you get up just up inside that car and just give it a little tink. Loosen them up, slide through. That's not how this series works, and Sean is playing the game absolutely perfectly for these rules. But when he makes the move, you know, as we just saw, and that's the other part of it, is it's decisive.
Right.
You know. Here comes our overall race leader, working some traffic.
And the 25 of Singler Racing comes down the pit lane. They had got around the GTR 99 car at one point, and we'll see a nice crew camera. That's Caitlin Singler helping out with fueling there.
That's so cool. Look how efficient that is.
Yeah, they've got this dialed in. They've got a process down here. And again, for those that weren't with us at Thunder Hill when we had talked about it, this is a team that is very much a family affair and not much else. They've got a couple pro mechanics on these weekends, but in general, they are practicing the pit stops themselves, bought this car, run it themselves. They make sure they're able to keep everything as cheap and cheerful as possible, and they're able to fight up there at the front of GTO in a field that historically, at least, has been a tremendously competitive and a tremendously high-spending field. Able to prove that just a family with a couple hired mechanics for the weekends are able to get it done here. And as Greg had mentioned, very, very fast on the fuel can transfer there.
Well, that was a classic example of what, to me, one of the things that makes this series stand out. You know, the fact that you don't have the minimum times. So if you can execute a really fast, clean stop, you can gain time. You may not always gain position because we don't have the full course caution, but you'll at least gain time. And that was a very fast stop. The three cans were in, out, and that car was back on the track in a very short amount of time. So that was almost a clinic right there in how you do it.
Yeah, very efficient with the swaps.
Yep.
The 148 of 40-48 competition still holds the overall lead here. Only 6 seconds back is the Supra, though. So they've held on to this kind of razor-thin margin all day, Greg, of typically less than 15 seconds. And all comers from GTO attempt to bridge that gap and just can't ever quite get there. And that's another car that, as soon as they lose the track position, it's a downforce car with not a ton of power, a momentum car, if you will. That would have a hard time getting back around one of these GTO cars that have got the big horsepower.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
So vital that that car stays ahead if they want this overall win.
And hey, just to let you know, I think Sean Bailey, with his patience tested for as long as it did, he got around that car and immediately set the car's fastest lap of the race. A 2:11 flat. That's pretty quick.
That is pretty darn good. Sadly, they appear to be about a lap and a half to 2 laps behind El Diablo for the podium. I think that's just going to come down to that unfortunate Code 35 call for the first one, and then that kind of fuel range here. But top 4, not too shabby.
More importantly, with 4.5 hours to go.
Absolutely. Of course, we've got here the gap between Empire Motorsports Group and El Diablo Motorsports just starting to come down a little bit. El Diablo in the 48 after that double pit stop situation and then the subsequent penalty that they had to serve. I think pleased to be as consistent as they are. 2:11.5, 2:11.5, 2:11.4 in the last 3 laps have been just taking them off and pulling multiple seconds out of that car ahead.
Yeah, pretty substantial, isn't it? And just Sean Bailey is now unleashed. He just turned a 2:10.9. Another fast lap for that car, and way quicker than anything other than the PC racing entry of Vajonic. There's the only 2 cars getting into the 2:10s that I can see, at least recently. That's such a great angle and great shot, isn't it? Just watching the cars arc through there.
Yep.
When you get that high shot and you see the drivers that are really committed to it, they're within a mirror's touch of that inside wall at turn into the inner loop. And they eat every bit of that curb to try and straighten it out a little bit. But as we talked about with JT earlier, you also have to be mindful of not overrunning that entry.
Correct.
So as everything in racing, it's a bit of a balancing act, but there's a few drivers down there that are just absolutely committed.
The 38 of Palomar Racing has returned to the racetrack.
Yeah, it's actually been out for a bit here. We saw them briefly come out, tuck in behind the Corvette at the bus stop, and then instantly started doing 215s, which was quickest in class at the time.
Such is Nick Romano's situation.
Yeah.
He's able to do that.
Oh, that's a good little battle down through turn 1. This is the 119 and the 54 currently battling for 6th in class. 119's got it. And that's Flame Aracala behind the wheel. And the 54 of Cameron Shields. Cameron, late move. And that put him offline, but he had enough ahead that there was a little Flame could do, and it allowed Cameron Shields to be able to get back to the racing line, but he committed in there, and what we were talking about, he got out there pretty wide, but there was just not, Flame just could not jam back up underneath, and Cameron threw. Aggressive move.
Oh, our leader overall and in class.
He's off to the outside. Car's moving. So it's a matter of, was it just come in too hot and have it snap spin, or did he get help? That's Adam Kroner. You know what? That might be Adam Craner, actually. We'll have to see. And here he comes, and looking like it's back up to speed. It's going to be really interesting to see when they come through scoring. Because the 120, I'm just seeing if I'm reading this right, but it sure looks like the 120 may have picked up the overall lead now.
Yeah, the 120, I believe, has come through. Yeah, because the GTU is going to cross the line now. So that's going to be about 38 seconds into the lead of the Supra. I do want to note something kind of odd here in timing in GTO. I had noticed that the 54 there that we did see have that overtake a couple laps ago.
Yeah.
Randomly dropped from 3rd to 8th. Without pitting or without any difference in lap time. So I'm wondering if they've been assessed a 1-lap penalty.
I was wondering about that too, because I just talked about both of the 888 cars. You know, we're in between the 120 AE victory car and the other people that are perhaps racing for points. So, yeah, and then suddenly they're, as you said, back in the order a bunch. Oh! Hanging on to it.
61 pushing it.
Yeah. Giving it the bit of welly. There you can see a rundown, folks, of the GP1 class in terms of the cars and their last laps, and still the PC Racing entry of Vajanic just showing some really, really steady pace.
If we stay with this camera here for a moment, we should keep an eye out for a blue E36 and a Bimmer World looking BMW E46. That should be our fight for second in GP1 between Empire Motorsports Group and El Diablo Motorsport. Should be coming through here. Yep. There you go. That is your scrap for second in GP1.
El Diablo has made up some significant time. Scott Smith just put his head down, and you were talking about the closing rates and the like as we watch the stop for the number 41 Velocity Motorsports Acura. It's a great perspective, isn't it? That crew cam, but here we go. Woo! Out and wide there for the Empire Motorsports Group entry of Brad Daly. That is a unique graphic scheme on that El Diablo car, isn't it?
So the car used to be, I think the previous car used to be black and green in color.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, the old car was.
Yes.
The car they're running right now is a former World Challenge car.
Yeah, former Bimmer World car.
But they stuck their old hood on it, apparently. .41 back out. And keep in mind, folks, that pit stop we just saw in the picture-in-picture window is the leader comfortably right now in GP2.
Yeah, it was getting me a little worried there, trying to play with the wires, the passenger side.
There's nothing more frustrating than electrical gremlins. Now, PC Racing is pretty comfortably up the road from this battle, about a minute or so. But it's a really good scrap. And this team running in second right now, the Empire Motorsports Group car, it couldn't be more of a home team out of Horseheads, New York, which is
where my hotel is.
Yeah, 15 miles away, something like that. I mean, it's awfully close.
Right there at the airport.
You know, I've been kind of keeping an eye on it because finally the Wheelhouse Motorsports Mustang has got itself clear of all the GP general production classes and is now 12th overall, 11th in class. Jim Farley doing the driving, and they've got to be beside themselves because he's been working traffic and he's still running 205s, 204s. Car's got such speed.
It just keeps happening to that car, that 91. Gets close, good speed, and then bam, something happens every time.
Something. Yeah, yep, exactly.
Starting to get a little bit of cloud cover today that wasn't in the forecast. It was meant to be sunny most of the time.
Yeah, that's what I had too.
See here, yeah, especially coming up here on the front stretch. The darkness, as it were, versus the rest of the track. So hopefully that'll prevent the track from getting too greasy.
Yeah, right now 73 degrees. I mean, just gorgeous.
Oh, beautiful weather.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, look at that. Look at that cloud view just as they start to move through. Oh, we're losing signal a bit. Oh, yeah, they're moving over. Look at that.
Yep.
What a great shot. You can see the lake over there off in the distance as well.
Yep, Lake Seneca. You know, one of the cool things, you know, about being here, being at Elkhart Lake, you know, you were talking about just driving around and just the way the hills are. That's the majesty of what millions of years ago, what the glaciers carved. Because it's the same thing here. Every one of those Finger Lakes was basically carved out by a glacier. Same thing up at Elkhart Lake. You know, all those hills, the track like this one does, goes up and over, you know, all glacial ravines and the like. And it just makes for spectacular views like this. If you see where that tower is, about center shot right now, that is one of the best viewing spots at a racetrack anywhere. As you see the cars come out of the outer loop, down through the laces. You don't see them and when they get down to the toe because it drops a little bit, but you're at the top of a nice little hill there. And so they pop back into view, and you see them all the way down through 8 here and then up into 9. And when you've got cars coming one way and the other way, coming down through the chute and then down in front of you and then heading up out of here, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, definitely.
There we go. The Rob Walker Racing with pin cargo shorts on board. Right now you've got Murray Wonderly still behind the wheel. And a pit stop for the 61. Looks like it's going to be there for a little bit. They're checking something out on the front end.
Oh, yeah.
And then there is the Mustang. Perhaps Jim Farley getting out of the car. Got the driver door open there.
He gave it one hell of a ride while he was out there trying to come back up.
We'll check back in on that Empire versus El Diablo battle, and indeed it has closed up. Half a second between the two BMWs. I think that's them just going off into the distance down to turns 10 and 11.
I think Empire might be pitting here.
Could be.
Boy, an awful lot of acceleration. Yeah, they are. In they go.
Well, there we go. So just as the catch is about to happen, I think that might be the Cabrix car.
Which one?
The Empire Motorsports.
Oh, okay.
In terms of trying to find some onboards for us. All right, Dustin, let's take a swing at this one too, just for fun. I think that one is workable.
There's your overall race leader. That orange and purple AE Victory machine.
Yep.
Toyota Supra GT4.
What could have been for El Diablo, they're now a minute 4 behind the 43 of PC Racing. Scott Smith behind the wheel. Look at that, back of the net. .45. Try to fire up another onboard here from the GP1 field. There we go. This may be substantially behind. Yeah, that car is still definitely in the pit lane. This is a ways behind.
Corvette in.
Yep,
TC
Corvette
Klein
pit stop.
in.
Set down the drip tray. Grab the fuel bottle. Come around here to the wrong side, unfortunately. But they've now got, they've got a dry brake system on there now.
Ooh.
Oh.
Got to get it right on there. There we go.
You're limited, severely limited with the number of crew members you can have over the wall.
Yes. Well,
But it
especially
sure
when the car's
looked-
being fueled.
Yeah, it looked to me like the refueler was the one that ran out, had to put the drip tray down, then go back and get fuel.
Yep.
Yeah. Losing almost 10 seconds
Yeah.
per exchange here.
Yep.
That's tough. That's a tough hill to climb if you're now. A regular swap might take 3 to 5 seconds. Let's say they're losing 15 seconds per stop as opposed to 30.
Yep.
That's still going to be quite a bit of time at the end of the race that you've lost there. But as they said, and we hear that they are cheering, they're all excited and having a good time. Got a cool car. Crew camera's got some claps going on.
And for
Hanging off helmet, we're fist bumping the whole nine. Oh, don't leave him hanging. There we go.
And for a car with the refueling brake on the wrong side, that may have been a beautifully executed pit stop. Are we?
Indeed.
Code 35.
So 35 here. We got something going on.
Oh, boy.
Turn 8, it should be the MP01 again, unfortunately.
Oh, the 40-48 competition carbless car. A little bit of trouble for them. So unfortunately, TC Klein again.
I was just going to say.
Oh, man. That's
That's
not
a brutal
optimal
pill.
for them. That's happened yet again. They've pitted under green, and no sooner did they pit that the Code 35 come out, so they'll have now lost even more time to those that are going to be able to pit under the Code 35. Singler racing into the pit lane to, looks like, make a driver change. I think this is going to trigger a pit stop for the 48 as well. The 45 will lose out here as they stopped under green. Might be another good time to take an ad here as the leader, the 120 of AE Victory, pulls into the pit lane to make one of their scheduled stops under Code 35. We'll be right back here from Watkins Glen shortly.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really?
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah. Road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Are you still messing around with multiple solutions? Data system, cameras, hotspots, antennas, YouTube configuration nightmares? Stop. You've got a race to win. Sentinel Mini can consolidate a complete video solution, live telemetry, data analysis, and live broadcast into a single system, all managed from a phone, tablet, or web browser. No complicated software to fight with. Everything you need in one place. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, or HPDE. Share your passion and win more races with Sentinel. Find out more at sentinel.racing.
Welcome back, everybody. We continue under a code 35 here, which is the WRL's version of a full course caution. It's just a virtual safety car. So nobody bunches up, nobody loses a hard gained margin over another car. Of course, it makes it a little bit more challenging to be able to gain a lap back if you've gone down a lap and into the pits. Comes the 946. That is our Flying Fur Motorsports BMW, as it is getting service. Flying Fur a little bit down the order in the GP1 category right now. About 7th or so. Rick Mancinelli brought it in. All right, we do have the 40-48 competition prototype on the back of the tilt bed. So once all the safety vehicles clear the track, the EVs, we should be able to get back to it again in fairly short order. And believe me, while the drivers enjoy a day that's in the mid-70s, real feel, a little bit warmer than that, but not too bad at all. The crews sure do, because when it's sweltering hot and humid, they're sitting there in fire suits too.
Mm-hmm.
And they can get to roasting pretty easy. And so there goes the Flying Fur machine heading back out. Looked like a very clean stop. Everything before or after is just waiting. One of the great quotes of all time. Doing a driver change, and also a very serious inspection here as code 35 has lifted. You can hear the car's back to acceleration. We're racing again here at Watkins Glen. Again, 7th round of the World Racing League's 2026 season championship. course, AE Victory Racing, their 120 continues with a rather comfortable lead over the entire field. Second overall, and in the GTO class, the 888 Racing 102 Porsche, Matt Blakesley now. Third, the number 4 Kingpin Racing Toyota Supra of Robert Campbell. Fourth is the number 99 GTR 99 team BMW, Harold Petit behind the wheel. And then rounding out your top 5, the number 53 Kingpin Racing. That's the blue and white Toyota. And that is Sadakal Kalsha behind the wheel of that machine right now. 6th, the 119 of AE Victory Racing. And Charlotte Trainer is now behind the wheel of that car. 7th, the number 25 of Singler Racing, and it's Caitlin Singler at the helm. And then 8th in GTO and overall. So number 54, that's the 888 Racing Porsche of Cameron Shields. PC Racing leads and continues to do so in GP1 in their number 43 BMW, 12th overall. El Diablo now moves up into 2nd. Sylvain Kanoff behind the wheel of that number 48 BMW.
Still waiting for that gap to update there to PC Racing. I think they'll have gained some time on them. PC spent some time looking under the hood of their car.
Okay. Empire Motorsports Group still sitting 3rd. They did a driver change. Christopher Wilson now behind the wheel of that number 45. The 62 Open Throttle BMW, Abby Lockwood now behind the wheel. And 505 of Angry Croc, John Olt behind the wheel, and Sean Bailey for TC Klein, the 112. They've got to be just beside themselves. They're 6th right now, and they were up in an easy 4th before that pit stop. And of course, they pitted under green, and as they were exiting the pits, the code 35 came out, and the only way to put it is they got hosed.
Indeed, they did twice. It's happened twice today.
Exactly.
Abby Lockwood in the 62 of Open Throttle Racing. That's another one of Mike Gorman's hot shoe drivers. So I imagine we'll be seeing the 62 moving up through the field over the course of the next couple stints.
That's very cool. And then in GP2, the 41 of Velocity Motorsports and Blake Kelly, they've got that one covered pretty handily at this moment. It's a 2025 Honda Civic Si. A lot of distance between them and second place, that number 216 Skip Barber Racing School GR86 Cup car of Dylan Weber, and then another huge gap. Well, if I have it right, those are the only 2 GP2 cars that are still actually running.
There you go. It's been a tough
38,
day.
the Palomar Racing entry, which is more of a R&D entry. You know, the reason that thing was going so quick, the guy driving it's Matt Million.
Yep.
Who is no slouch.
Between Matt Million and Nick Romano behind the wheel of these Palomar cars nowadays, those are pretty quick cars.
Yeah.
It's no small wonder that they are in the catbird seat for the championship in GP2.
Yeah, Palomar, you know, they I think they're going to be a little bit concerned for that 83 car because they came in leading in the points, but it wasn't by a ton, only 13. Now, you know, this is I'm trying to remember what the number of drops you're allowed are.
I believe it's 1 or 2.
Okay. So, you know, when all
they're
is
definitely
said
going to
and
have to
done,
use one.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And if you're watching for the first time and aren't really quite sure what a drop is, it's just a matter of some racing series, sort of in the Pro-Am or semi-pro league, will have a couple of drops that are built in. So if you have a really bad weekend somewhere or you have to miss a race, you know, that can be dropped and not be a detrimental count for your points.
Yep. If there's, say, 15 rounds available, you only score on your best 14.
Exactly. And this is the team that we've said it so many times, but we're seeing it again. You know, qualified 8th in class.
Yep.
About a second and a half off the 888 Racing 102, just for a reference point. And look where they are, 4th.
4th. They've done it.
As we're just past the midpoint. Yeah. Just past the midpoint, and that's what they do. And they do it by consistent speed, not inconsistent, really fast, then slow because I just, you know, made a mistake or whatever. Consistent speed and really awesome execution. That's what they do incredibly well. It's one of the open throttle entries. Most of them tend to have a fair amount of green to them.
Used to be exclusively green, and they've branched out in recent years.
Are the owners Irish by chance?
No. I mean, not that I'm aware of. Mike Gorman might be, but not particularly so anyway.
Yeah. If it's just Gorman and not O'Gorman,
Correct.
I'm getting a point that one of the Supras, and it was orange in color, which you would think would be the lead 120, in the hands of Alana Carter, who's done an absolutely great double stint here. May have had just a little bump with somebody right there as they come through. I think it may have been just a little tap with that bright red flying fur BMW in the toe of the boot. Next car coming through there, that one. No, not seeing any big concern here from Alana.
But of course, nothing is official until they've reviewed footage, etc. And
yeah, of course.
If no complaints occur, then, you know.
Yep.
Indeed. That Flying Fur car had a reasonable outing at Road America as well.
It did, yeah.
They didn't quite have the pace to finish where they wanted to, but was aided by the 48 running into issues. By issues, I mean crashing into the wall.
That's an issue. Oh, look at this!
Oh, here we are.
4 wide. And then it all settles once you get into the brakes, but...
And there it is. Involved there is the 62. Open throttles Abby Lockwood wasting no time.
Yeah. Just rocketing through.
Getting the job done here. Excellent. The GTR 99 folks having some well-deserved lunch.
That looks awfully tasty.
It does. I think recently, Greg, I don't know if it's because of the cost of the catering at the track or what have you, It seems that the teams have determined that for what they spend taking the team out to eat, like in the town near the track,
Right.
that they could just pay a private chef to come and feed everybody for the weekend. And so most of the teams that are reasonably sized, that have more than, say, 9 or 10 people, have their own spread made by someone who's a really good cook, whether that's someone's wife or husband, or if it's, like I said, a paid chef. Typically, the food is being done in-house. And I have pitched on a couple occasions that we need to have, maybe at Coda, maybe at Sebring, a cook-off on either Thursday or Friday. And we see who among the entrants that has their own, chef or own food setup has the best food. And then, of course, I could judge that.
Of course.
That wouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, that goes without saying, I think.
Yeah, naturally.
I like it.
As an independent adjudicator.
Oh.
Here's that
Great
Mustang
track
through
awareness there by the BMW.
on the 505. Yeah, haven't talked about the 505 much today.
No, we haven't.
Angry Croc, gone old behind the wheel. They're in the top 5 right now.
It's a BMW MR2 Cup car.
And these 2 Series cars, I think, well suited to GP1. We're going to start to see more and more of those. Of course, Mike Gorman's got a couple. TC Klein, prior to running this Corvette, they had one that happened to be the same color as Mike Gorman's. To which Mike Gorman said, I'm not going to tell TC Klein about how to paint his cars. That's him. That's his deal. If he wants to paint it green, then so be it.
So be it. Yep.
Did make it quite difficult to spot cars at one point. But
I would imagine. And of course, when you decide to run a Corvette, green isn't going to cut it. You pretty much got to go with yellow for that.
You have to do the yellow at that point.
Yeah.
I'm hoping one day Corvette Racing themselves will bring back the Grand Sport livery, like the dark blue with the red stripes, just for one race.
Yeah, yep.
I know the yellow's iconic now, but the yellow started as a one-off situation initially.
Yep, that's right.
I think that would look better than this thing they're doing where they're, the car's gray with yellow stripes. I'm like, that doesn't look very good.
It really doesn't. You're right. And I don't understand that fixation anyway that seems to have cropped up these days of people wanting to buy a really nice vehicle and then, make it dull primer gray. I just don't get that.
I think there's to some extent, a move away from conspicuous consumption to some degree. And some of the paint colors were getting out of hand, I would say, where you've got these bright greens and bright oranges and this and that. And so when you see a nice Porsche 911 in a really subdued sort of primer gray color, it's like, oh, okay. You're not really worried about the color per se. You just like the car.
Yes.
But even that's becoming performative now. So what do I know?
Well, as soon as it becomes trendy, then the pendulum swings.
Bring back the bass boat flake paint options with just all of the sparkle in it.
God, you remember the trend a few years ago with the cars where the paint had it wasn't polarized per se, but from one angle it would be orange and it would drive by and it would shift to green and then end as blue.
The color shift.
Yes.
Heck
the chameleon cars.
And I think they tried to pick these colors with that were like, wow, look how different it is. It's green and then it's pink. But if you'd done dark blue and then maybe a muted bronze, or green and then maybe the same kind of thing, like a bronze or a silver, 2 colors that one primary color and then one kind of shade, less shouty thing, it might have worked pretty well, because then from some angles you'd get kind of both of them and it'd look kind of cool. But it was always, we're gonna do blue and red, green and yellow, and it was awful.
Yeah, exactly. This next car, the BMW coming in line, that's some pretty aggressive aero on the front of that, isn't it?
It is. Well, that's a GTO car. That's the Guardian Angel Motorsports number 72.
Well, there you go. That explains it. Yeah. I think this is their first ever race with WRL, isn't it?
I believe so. I don't have their information on my guide.
That's Ryan Ledoux behind the wheel right now, sitting 10th overall and in GTO.
Let's see. Abby Lockwood does have a profile on here. Let's look that up. I think she's going to feature prominently here in the next stint or so.
Oh, that's Guardian Angel is a team from Massachusetts. All right, that's the Newton, Massachusetts team. Got it. Great to have them here. Whoop. Somebody a little hot into the inner loop. Per the rule, stops at the cone, looks at that. You can see the flagger, and he just flipped it from red to green by accident, I think. Yeah, there you go. All right.
I think I'm about to earn Abby Lockwood $100. I'm going to fact check this real quick. This line before I just say it. Yeah, I don't think that's true. Okay. So going through the driver bio here. Abby Lockwood gave up drinking and needed a new addiction, so Spec Miata friend taught me how to drive manual. He then bought an old Miata and started doing HPDE and then started racing with Champ Car and WRL. Fantastic way to get into racing. Good job, Abby. First time she raced with WRL was at Road Atlanta, and friend of the show, Chandler Lunny, who used to be one of the crew chief guys for Thunder Bunny, who now is an Xfinity car chief, I believe.
Yeah. Sounds about right, yeah.
Helped her review some data and got a lot of pointers when she did the High Plains WRL race in 2024, and then she did much better on Sunday. She didn't grow up watching any drivers, but Mike Gorman will give me $100 if you mention on the broadcast that I once went into space on a spaceship. That's almost certainly an inside joke because I found no evidence of that ever occurring on the internet.
Well, maybe that was back when she was drinking.
Perhaps. Could be. Could be. So, props to Abby Lockwood there. It sounds like a fun journey through racing, but one of these folks that we see more and more of now, Craig, that didn't grow up around racing, but kind of found it through a friend of a friend and went, oh, this is fun, and then don't carry all the baggage of the expectation and the knowledge of how it works.
Right. Well, that's a good point.
Probably less bitter about it, to be honest.
That's a really good point. And, you know, that's the thing with racing is, you know, we talked about this before about, you know, how on the broadcast trying to bring the visceral feel of being at the track to the viewer as much as possible.
Yeah.
But, you know, when you eventually somehow end up at a racetrack, one of two things happens first. You either love it or you hate it, you know.
Right.
But if you love it, it immediately burrows into your soul, you know.
Correct.
And it's just that simple. So
no, it's very, very true here. Yeah. Go through and find some others. Files. Yeah, El Diablo is still the better part of a lap down to the 43. The 40-48 competition in P01 we see return to the pit lane.
All right.
Oh no, this is a no. Oh, turn the engine off. Oh, for fuel. Yeah, there we go. Makes sense.
Okay. Yep.
All right.
Yeah, it's a fun graphic package.
It is. Carbless themed, of course. Carbless, I don't know if it's the official yet, but I feel like we can work on it. One of the beverages enjoyed by the WRL paddock. There's a nice Carbless, yes. It's got a lot of good flavors, Greg. So instead of being a malt sparkling beverage, it is a vodka-based sparkling beverage with very few calories.
Oh, okay.
So as you've seen, there's several competitors out there on the market, of course.
Sure.
But Carbless has doesn't have the malty aftertaste. It's a much crisper finish, much cleaner flavor, I would say. So pretty tasty.
Almost makes me wish I drank.
There we go.
And I gotta mention this again. I just keep tracking this. Dan McKeever and that Wheelhouse crew has got to be just beside themselves. McKeever is running mid to high 204s easily right now. And that's often in traffic, and it would put him in an ultra competitive position if they would not have had that problem.
Dan McKeever in his guide says he likes an oversteer car. And Dan McKeever, we'll see, there you go. That explains a lot. Dan McKeever, second place in Mustang Challenge at Le Mans last year when they did the one make thing. So that would
okay. Yep.
he knows how to wheel a Mustang around.
Yeah. Well, and when you have a big, powerful car with a big lump in the front, oftentimes you want that to be a little bit pointy because it's so easy to get understeer when you've got that engine up front and all that mass. You get to a turn and you want to turn, and that mass of that engine wants to keep going straight, and then you get what's called a push or a plow, where the car just, you turn the wheel but the car keeps wanting to go straight. It's brutal on front tires. So when you've got a car that has that sort of inherent tendency, sometimes you'll loosen the back up a little bit so it helps you get rotation into the turn, and it nulls out the push just a little bit. And what it requires is on corner exit, when you start to go to throttle, then you need to have quick hands. You know, because that back end's going to step out at some point, even with TC.
Right.
That back end's going to potentially just step out for a second. And if if you're confident and you've got quick hands, and I've talked to people who have said they tried having a car set up neutral or a little bit tight, in other words, inducing a push. And when a car pushes, it immediately tells you, okay, you're just over the limit, because you feel it starting to push. A gentle breathe will bring it back in line. But that gentle breathe is a momentum kill, right? So they can be easier and more comfortable sometimes to drive, but is not always or generally even the quickest way to go. And some people have said that have tried it and said, maybe, I should be, have a car that's a little pushy here, or at least be very neutral. They said the car then feels to them numb.
Right.
Because they're used to that back end stepping out, and that's their message from the car that, okay, you're at the limit here, and you use your quick hands, you catch it, and the like. And so it's just interesting, the different preferences that drivers have.
Indeed, it does. And it's something that, even if you get into sim racing, you get to where you develop a preference for that. I wish JT was here to talk more about that. as big into sim racing as he is, but even with my mild dabbling in sim racing, I abhor a car that pushes as much as, like, for example, a Mustang would, where you've got the big heavy engine at the front. It just feels like you have to go so slow to get the car to turn in. And then, of course, people who know more than me will tell you, well, yeah, it's because you're trying to go too fast. You need to set the car up better, which is like for the line, which is fine. We established yesterday I don't know what the lines are. So it's I always preferred a car that was a little bit more tricky, and then you're really just worried about throttle application and trying to make sure that you're getting on the throttle as early as you can without having the whole back end come around on you and without overheating the tires, which increasingly is being modeled more and more in sim racing, which when I first grew up doing any kind of racing games, heating up the tires wasn't really a thing. So you could just sort of rip on it whenever you want, and then
exactly.
Eventually, the temperature would come down instantly, and then you were back to full grip. And I was like, "Oh, it's great! Just keep doing this." That is not how it works.
Yeah.
You learn pretty quickly when you do.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you learn pretty quickly when you do MX-5s on iRacing that you can get the back tires really hot in your little entry-level rookie, 10-lap race. That if by lap 6 you've cooked the rear tires, like, you're done. Like, you're going to be sliding everywhere. The car's not going to hook up right, and then now you're frustrated.
And the other thing to keep in mind for those who are watching who may not be super familiar with racing is, when you're driving over a stint, and let's just for rough numbers say an hour. Two things are happening. With each lap, the car gets lighter because you're burning off fuel. And fuel, you lift up a gallon of water or milk or whatever, there's weight. Now you imagine how many ever gallons are poured into these cars. That's a significant chunk of weight that gets burned off incrementally every lap. And so the car, in theory, becomes lighter, thus more responsive, right? You could brake a little later, accelerate just a little sooner, carry a little bit more speed to the corner because it's lighter. But at the same time, your tires are going off. And so it's, and that's where the really good drivers that have that feel and just intuitively know this is going to be interesting. Oh, big lift. Another huge lift. Boy, this is costing here. And this is part of but notice what he didn't do. He didn't try and stuff it anywhere.
Nope. Let it go.
Or anything like that. Just, all right, I'm bringing this car home. And I'm not. So, again, just really savvy. The patience of the drivers for 99 GTR, and I know it's beat into them by the team, is like, stay clean, bring it home. But anyway, getting back to what I was saying is if you've got that gift of feel, you can really maximize the car. And that's why, like Formula One, IndyCar, the great drivers in those series, every lap, even though their tires are going off, they run a half a tenth quicker, and then another lap a little quicker. And it's because they have that gift of feel between tire deg and degradation and the car lightening up, and they can make that work.
Yep.
So. And so what I'm getting at is, so if your car is inherently a little pushy, you don't necessarily want to start with it being a little loose, because as the car gets lighter, it could get way looser.
Yes.
Potentially. And as the tires wear. So sometimes you'll suffer for the first half of a stint, with a car that's a little bit pushy, and you just, get the most out of it. And then at a certain point, it hits the sweet spot of the setup, and now you fly.
Right.
So a lot of things, a lot of variables in racing.
Well, it's something you'll hear him talk about in IndyCar a lot is, do you want a car that is good for the beginning of the stint or a car that's good for the end of the stint?
Exactly.
As far as the Firestone tires there wearing off and having a little bit of trouble trying to keep the car underneath them sometimes.
Mm-hmm. And a lot of that comes down to sometimes, particularly in a sprint race, comes down to where did you qualify?
Right.
If you qualified well, I would set the car up for the race to be good near the end.
Yep.
Because you can defend for a little while. But if you're mired down in 12th or whatever, and it's not that long a race, set the car up to be good early so you can pass cars fast.
Exactly.
And then as things start to go away, now, yes, you're going to be in a big defensive mode. But, you know, you've at least gained those spots, and you just hope you can hold the other cars off. So that's all part of the strategy and nuance of this sport, what makes it so exciting.
No, it really does. There's always something going on. Always something to think about, especially in endurance racing. You add the layer of saving fuel and saving tire and setting the car up. And do you set the car up that is the way driver A likes it, the way driver B likes it? And there's all these compromises, all these different levers to pull. I was a big baseball guy several years ago, and I'm always intrigued by the idea that managers in baseball have concrete levers to pull, decisions they can make that really have a material impact on the outcome of the game. And racing has that in spades, where there's all sorts of decisions that you can make outside of who is driving the car and how fast are they able to go, that are really going to impact your ability to be successful. And when you have 8 hours to see how those decisions are made and see the results of those decisions, I think it makes for something really interesting, to keep an eye on and something to watch and track. And it's, to be honest, without, getting too much into not racing here, it's what sort of turned me off about watching IMSA lately, Greg, to be honest. It doesn't seem like that's as much of a concern anymore. Especially at the sharp end of the field in GTP, where the cars are set up to be like a Formula One car. Like, how fast can we make this car so we can, do this 6-hour race at 100% the whole time? That with the virtual energy tank and all this, other stuff and the tire restrictions and this and that there isn't a whole lot of outlier strategy to be played anymore, especially when you can pretty firmly rely on a yellow flag happening within the last 75 minutes of the race.
Yeah, well, I get your point completely. And the other part of it is, that minimum pit stop time. It just takes the team has to execute the stop still. But, if it's like developing a car, that you can't do now in a lot of series. You really can't develop it on your own, And so you can't use your team's capabilities to find that extra 1/10 of a second or half a second or whatever. Well, same thing with the crews. You got these crews. Yes, they have to execute perfectly on the stops. But if you find something where, hey, we can do this and we can actually trim 3-4 seconds off this, can't do it because there's a minimum pit stop time. Oh! See that starting to go away? That's the Singler racing car, I think. And, yeah, Caitlin, she just got a little wide in the middle part of the inner loop. And when she went to try and haul it back, it cried enough.
Yep.
And went around.
I mean, we're at 3 hours 27 to go in a big GT4 car that's been getting wheeled to get it back to the front of the field here. Not surprised.
No. And it was what we were talking about is she got into the inner loop a little too hot. And that's why, so, she turned in and she couldn't get it turned back to the left, so it floated wide. And then you've got that curb coming up, so she tried to turn it back to not clout that curb. And at that point, it just, the speed was too much for the grip, and it just went around.
Right.
Yep. We talked earlier about racing and every lap and every corner and all that being, a lesson in applied physics. And a lot of that it comes down to energy exchange, right?
Exactly.
And at a certain point, you You load the tire, you load the tire, you load the tire, and finally the tire goes too much. And it gives way, and now all the energy jumps to the weight of the car going sideways. And that momentum just snaps it around. It's kind of like when you see high sides in motorcycle racing.
Yes.
I did a couple of years of way back the AMA Superbike, but more recently a couple of seasons of Moto America, and Josh Hayes, who's the winningest rider in Americans, road racing competition, and just a legend in the sport. We used to do this segment during one of the breaks called Coffee with Creamer.
Nice.
Oh, it was fun. And it was we just talked for 45 minutes about whatever we wanted to talk about. And we were talking about those high sides at one point, and he kind of he explained the dynamics a little bit. He said basically it's just you load that rear spring to the absolute max, and then you ask a little bit too much of it.
Right.
And at that point, the tire breaks loose, and the spring says thank you and completely rebounds suddenly.
Yep.
And suddenly you're 15 feet above the racetrack, And it's the same kind of a concept when you spin. It's just that sudden release of energy.
Going the opposite direction of where you had intended.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's why that idea that you described there, Greg, is why tuning the suspension is important. Because you can control the rate at which those changes occur. Or if they occur at all, based on whatever the attitude of the car is.
Yep.
And if you have a spring that's too stiff, then it might be more inclined to do that in a sharper way. And if you have a spring that's too soft, it may not do that as much, but then also it's going to allow the other side of the car to not be in contact with the ground as much, which is going to lead to less speed through the corners, basically.
Yep. Well, one of the things that an awful lot of people don't think about sometimes about suspension and how important it is, because they think of the shock absorber and the spring compressing, right?
Right.
So a bump, over a bump, a curb, and everything, and okay, you don't want that so stiff that you hit it and you just bounce. You want it to absorb, but they forget about the rebound setting.
Yes.
In the suspension. And depending upon what kind of track you're on, those changes in rebound can be everything.
Right.
Because if you have excessive rebound on a bumpy track, you're in for an awful day,
Yep.
But you want a very quick rebound on a glass smooth track like this, where you're generally don't eat a whole lot of curb in places. And so, when that loads a little bit and you want to keep that platform stable, it loads and then the rebound sets it and right there. And okay, now I'm locked in and you keep the platform level so your downforce can work better and all that. So, talking to these suspension engineers is just incredibly fascinating. And again, you think about the variables we were talking about. Well, just in the suspension setting, there's thousands of them. It's unreal.
Right. Well, and
then the pressure in the tire plays a huge role in all of that. So yeah, it's just nuts.
And we've described a relatively, at this point of racing technology, rudimentary shock and spring setup, where now you have slow rebound, fast rebound, there's each one of those compression and rebound now has 3 different settings based on how quickly it's changing direction.
Exactly.
And then you've got your roll bars and all that other stuff. I honestly, when I was trying to figure out how suspension worked, and you can do this at home too if you're a sim racing person and you're still baffled by the idea of tuning suspension, and it was just softening or stiffening front and rear roll bar. And you just start by doing that, see how that influences what the car does. And eventually you'll end up in a spot where you go, okay, I feel like I softened the rear bar, but the front, I don't want to stiffen it again, but I feel like it's a little bit too loose. Like, okay, cool. Now you're looking for that extra lever to change the compression the way that you would like it to. Because like now it rolls too much, but it was rolling not enough, and it's kind of just the front as eventually you start to play with it, but it always start with the Indy roll bars.
Yep. Yeah. That's a quick way to really feel it. You're absolutely right. And that's why to this day, I think one of the greatest drives I've ever seen in my life was at Sebring one year, in Grand Am, in Action Express Racing, and with the hell was it? Well, his final 2 stints, Sebastian Bourdais for Action Express Racing, who held on to win, did it with a broken front sway bar.
Ugh. All of those Daytona prototypes, that's tough.
Yeah. Oh,
that's
exactly.
really tough. That's
exactly.
Oh man.
He got out of that car, and he was as drained as I've ever seen a driver. But he did not. He didn't even have any big moments. He was just so on top of it. Yeah. And adapted his driving style. And that's when somebody's incredibly special.
One of the races earlier, last year or this year, we had talked about roll bars, and I had spoken about a situation in my shop where I had told a mechanic, just leave the roll bar unhooked on this. I think it was like a Jeep or something. And they looked at me like I was crazy. I'm like, cars run with the roll bar unhooked at the racetrack all the time. You're not going to break anything. This person's driving a Jeep Wrangler. It's already sketchy getting on the freeway anyway. They've got 35s. They're just going to get more travel. It's fine. We'll let the customer know, and they're not going to care. And Cade McKee from Screaming Goat came up, and we were talking about driving cars with no roll bars. And he said, I drove a car with no roll bar once, and then proceeds to tell us about the time that the roll bar on his F4 car at the rear came unhooked.
No.
What a miserable car to not have a rear bar on.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my gosh.
No kidding.
Initially, I was like, I didn't know Cade McKee drove F4 cars, and so we talked to him about that for a little bit. He said, yeah, that's it's not fun. Not a good time at all.
Yeah, I would think. Holy cow. Hey, am I reading scoring right, or is the 120 of Alana Carter, because she's right behind the number 4 Kingpin car here? Is that to put that Kingpin car 2 laps down?
Yes, that is going to be 2 laps down.
Wow. This has been a mega stint from Alana, and that team, they have just hit the stride, haven't they?
Indeed. Alana just returning, I believe, from Markham, where she was racing in the Radical Cup there.
Oh, okay.
But kind of a mess in an IndyCar, I would say, but in a Radical, probably quite fun.
Yeah, I would think.
Well, we're at 3 hours 18 here. I think we've got a little bit of time before the next round of pit stops occurs. Let's take one more of our commercial breaks here. I think that'll put us at 4 of our contractually obligated 5, so we can do kind of 90 minutes of straight through at the end here. So we'll take one more commercial break here. We'll be right back here from Watkins Glen International Raceway here in New York. It's DriverSeye Live with the World Racing League.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
And to handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle. Really?
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah. Road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Are you still messing around with multiple solutions? Data system, cameras, hotspots, antennas, YouTube configuration nightmares? Stop. You've got a race to win. Sentinel Mini can consolidate a complete video solution, live telemetry, data analysis, and live broadcast into a single system, all managed from a phone, tablet, or web browser. No complicated software to fight with. Everything you need in one place. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, or HPDE. Share your passion and win more races with Sentinel. Find out more at sentinel.racing.
Welcome back to the World Racing League. It's round 7 here at Watkins Glen International Raceway here in New York in the Finger Lakes region. Just about see Lake Seneca from here, depending on the angle of the drone camera. 3 hours and 12 remaining here. We've got an interview here. One of the drivers from the Matt Connolly Motorsports car this weekend went from last to first, having started last, a broken car. Starts their day yesterday, or I guess at the end of the day yesterday, the car broke. They pull out the backup car. Eric Pilipchuk is here with us with PSI Motorsports, but I want to hear about your experience with Matt Connolly and getting that car all the way to the front, all the way through the GP2 field, and then what's happened now.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
It's very good to be here, and thank you everyone who's listening right now. Yeah, the start of a race was just phenomenal. I'm having goosebumps.
Okay, gotcha.
So I'm telling true. Yeah, we had a little bit of struggle yesterday. We pulled a lot of parts from the spare car, put it in the original car, and unfortunately, original car gave up on the engine side.
Mm-hmm.
So I had to switch all of the components back to the spare car.
Okay.
So we started from the spare car, and luckily that spare car was faster.
Good.
So
always a good start.
Yes, and I jumped into the car, which I'm kind of not familiar with nuances. I mean, it's the same base,
right?
But still, has its own nuances.
Mm.
And yeah, it was good. I had a good start, and I went somehow in GP1 class.
Yeah, yeah. We see that a lot. If you've got a competent GP2 car and a good driver behind the wheel, you can start to probe kind of the upper or the lower to middle reaches of that GP1 field, depending on who's driving the car, etc.
Yeah. And then basically, we had a very good fight with few GP2 cars, and it was true racing. I enjoyed it big time. And then for 6 laps I was leading in the class.
Mm-hmm.
Then we had the issue with I think a fuel pump.
Okay.
Or something. They're still trying to figure it out. They replaced a bunch of other parts, and I hope they can figure it out so we can at least make up some laps.
Right.
And at least get ready for tomorrow.
Absolutely.
That's what we're shooting for.
And tomorrow you've still got 7 full hours of running too. We don't have the quiet time or anything like that.
Yeah.
So tomorrow, a fresh opportunity to get this thing done.
Yeah, I'm excited.
Excellent, good. And tell me about PSI Motorsports as well.
Oh yeah, we have big announcements. There's a lot of projects going on with PSI. So right now we are able to issue a SCCA racing license. That's a big.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Yeah. Utilizing a simulation and real on-track experience, and it more tailored for the racecraft. That's a big deal.
Okay.
So not many race schools offers that. We do, and we have pro coaches, pro race car drivers going to help us.
Mm-hmm.
One of them is Mikhail Steffens, a good friend of mine.
Okay.
He's racing this weekend with SRO Road America.
Got it. Yep.
In GT3 Mercedes.
Right.
I'm going to be watching his race tomorrow.
Perfect. Good.
Yes. And another few news that we still signed up with the Ozarks for another 4 weekends of HPD track days.
Excellent.
And in addition, we're going to have a time attack, which is also
fun.
a big deal.
Okay.
Yes.
Perfect.
These are the news, and the final news to announce is the October 11th. We're doing a 2-hour go-kart race, a charity race to support children in Ukraine.
Oh, okay,
so
good.
We're raising money for the homeless children, for the sick children, utilizing motorsports as a foundation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, all the profit is going to be donated to them, and they're going to be dealing with kids.
Excellent.
I'm trusting UVA, which is Ukrainian Women's Association of America, and they helping kids in like 99% of their donations. So this is very few organization which takes like no pay for themselves.
Right.
And there's like 40 or 30 women's, and they all volunteers.
Good.
That's big.
Okay.
To me, that's big.
That's huge. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, that's good. I'm glad to hear that. And it's an opportunity to do something fun.
Yes.
And feel good about while you're doing it. So
and it's 2-hour endurance race in the go-karts.
Mm-hmm.
And
it's a long time in a go-kart.
Yes, it's a 4 drivers, 3 pit stops.
Okay.
The drivers more. I mean, I'm shooting for like a trucking companies, for the business owners, so they can get employees a good time.
Okay.
And they can compete 2 classes, Pro and AM.
Excellent.
And Formula 1 type of ceremony, and then dinner after all. So if anybody hears this, anybody wants to attend, reach out to PSI Motorsports USA gmail.com.
Perfect.
And we can get you in.
And then where is that race?
It's going to be in Autobahn Country Club.
Oh, okay.
October 11th, Sunday from 9 till 3.
Nice and central as well, Autobahn there.
Yeah.
So that's perfect.
Yes,
Especially, I know there's a lot of teams based out of kind of that region too.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you want to help out the children of Ukraine and you want to do some go-karting, PSI Motorsports is where you want to be.
Thank you.
100%. So you've got tomorrow working towards getting the car going.
Yes.
You've got big business stuff going. It's interesting, Greg, talking about a race school that focuses on racecraft. It's not something I ever really thought about, but with my understanding of how race school is, there's a lot of talk about the line. There's a lot of talk about the flags and how to run your race, but it is hard to do an in-person sort of there's car in the wall turn 9 is what I'm hearing.
Oh boy.
Hopefully not.
Oh,
there is also the 61.
Him too.
So they're just going to try to get this thing backed up. It's a tough spot to try to get the car turned around because the traffic is unsighted. You are unsighted to the traffic, and you also cannot see the traffic coming, so you don't feel confident about backing all the way out. And indeed, it looks like a tie rod's probably broken.
That right front corner is not responding.
Yeah. So I think we're going to go code 35 here, which is going to set off, I think, early round of pit stops for everybody, but I think it'll be welcome at that point for sure. 3 hours and 7 remaining here. So that 61 car will get tended to. as we go full course yellow here. But anyway, just speaking of, we were talking about racecraft, and it's difficult to train racecraft at like an in-person event, Greg, because you can't always contrive racecraft situations at a real racetrack all the time, because the communication involved would have to be ridiculous. Whereas on sim racing, you can spawn the cars wherever you want, and like, okay, here we go. Is that probably part of how that works?
Exactly. I would like to utilize the sim racing, because in sim racing I can exactly see what the person is doing.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very cool tool to start the base, and it's a very cool tool because we can go in and out as many times as we need, and it just, to me, it makes total sense. And then the second day is hands-on on real life driving on the track.
Oh, perfect.
So that's that. I think that scenario is the best in my head. And yeah, on top of that, I'm choosing 40 people overall. There's going to be like 4 different classes for like November, December. Anyway, this fall and winter, because it's going to be more like a downtime.
Okay.
So I'm choosing like 10 kids, 9 to 12, 12 to 17 teenagers, and that's each group is 10 people per person.
Right.
And then 17 plus, it's adults group, and then 10 women's.
Oh, cool. Okay.
So yeah,
awesome.
I'm going to have a busy winter.
Yeah,
spring,
you should have
and
something
fall.
going on. Yeah, racing kind of taking a bit of a pause, and I guess nowadays racing's almost year round. But that winter break's going to be busy for you, for sure.
I can't wait for that, and yeah, I'm excited. So I can put my energy and the power to this, and I hope this is going to help to develop and promote motorsports, and we have more people in the sports.
Absolutely. No, getting more people into the sport is, I think, always the ultimate goal for all of us involved here. WRL, it takes a lot of people to get an endurance race off the ground, because you got 4 drivers, you got a whole crew, etc. Whereas realistically, you can run like an SCCA weekend, Greg, with 1 person. If you know what you're doing and you can wrench on your own car, you can tow just about any SCCA car to any track and run it yourself, at least for the weekend.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's very true. But as you said, if you have any kind of an issue, you're going to be in trouble. And but getting to the sim thing, that's so impressive is, and this is where I think, sim racing, and not just racing, but just the sim concept, it has taken this to a new level, is the aspect of, aside from just the challenges, if you had the funds to rent a track for 2-3 days and do these mock races to teach racecraft, for instance, that would be a prohibitively huge cost.
Yeah.
And with the sims now and the quality that they are, you can do that exact same thing and nobody has to leave their house. And you can set that up with the data, with all of that, information. But, think about if you were doing it at the track. So you're out there on the track and you finish the session. Everybody comes into the pits, gets out of their cars, goes into a driver briefing room or whatever, and you go through it. And if you're going to look at video, you're not going to have TV cameras up, so it's going to all have to be on boards, that kind of thing. And then back into the car, all that time that's being, just absolutely wasted, essentially. With a sim, the session ends and everybody just tunes into the instructor going, okay, here's what we're going to look at in this. And with the sims now, and with the iRacing or whatever program you're running, with the multiple views you can generate and all that, it's an incredible teaching tool, and that's what a sim should be. And you can do it, again, with everybody pretty much sitting at home. It's incredible.
Yeah, I agree. And that's a very good tool. That's why I would like to use it, and that's exactly how I'm going to do, as you said. And especially because in Lake Zurich, Illinois, Simulation Zone, friend of mine who opened a studio, very cool studio. If anybody is going to be in Chicago and you will have nothing to do, please visit Simulation Zone in Lake Zurich. They have 10 sim rigs. They are professionally built. I don't remember the company from Canada, but anyway, he paid fortune for them. They also have a fly zone and VR. And
cool.
They have a bar and the food.
Oh, even better. So you can do the whole day out. It's like going to Topgolf.
Yes.
And now for sim racing.
And the simulators are motions, with the iRacing top level equipment, 10 of them, and the idea that they're all same.
Right.
So
yeah,
it's just, I mean, a nice looking place. Am I going to put my race car there for the winter?
Gotcha. Nice free indoor storage at that point.
But it makes sense. You know,
Yeah,
people
absolutely.
coming, they like excited, race car racing. It all makes sense, you know?
Right.
So yeah, I'm excited for my friend who opened it, helping him out a lot and try to promote his studio. There is a lot of studios around. Some of them may be better, some of them not. But I'm excited to have these studios all over the country because, again, it's good for the motorsport.
Absolutely.
You know, what I'm hearing here is that, you know, you think about it, they use simulators to put men on the moon. You might be using a simulator to put the next American into Formula One.
Absolutely.
Perfect.
I 100% agree with that.
Let's go with that plan. I like that.
Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot.
Yeah.
Well, they're finishing up wall repairs here. The 61 had made it back to the pit lane under its own power. Eric, anything else you want to chat about before I let you go?
I wish that I like DriversEye a lot. I've been with you guys for like probably 4 or 5 years now.
Right.
I mean, very good organization, a lot of good teams, a lot of people. There is new organization popping up, right? So it's kind of, it's good for the sport at the same time, but at the same time, I don't know. I mean, everyone can have its own opinion. What I think we need more teams, more drivers, more people into this, and we need to figure out, I think, the way to keep those people in it. And yeah, I mean, I have no complaints. And today my morning stint was tremendous. I wish everybody can experience that.
Yes, exactly.
And if they experience something like that, they're definitely going to be coming back and just doing this races over and over again.
No, I think the people that are here know exactly what they signed up for, and I think they signed up for every weekend. It's fantastic. It's always the goal to get more people exposed to endurance racing here with WRL.
Absolutely.
Eric, I appreciate you coming up and spending some time with me.
Thank you.
Good luck to you. Good luck with this winter. Sounds busy.
Thank you so much for having
me. Of course. Yep, not a problem. Thank you.
Bye.
What a great program he's working on. Boy, it sounds like if you've been listening to what's going on in the background, it sounds like we're at a shooting range. And it's what it is it's the people on the vents when they realize that the tank's full, but all you hear in the background is pull, pull, like they're skeet shooting. Weird observation, probably, but
that's all right.
Flowed through my mind.
Who doesn't like a little skeet shooting, you know?
Sir Jackie Stewart is. Maybe that's it. Maybe I saw the Sir Jackie Stewart grandstand.
Ah, there you go.
And in my head, I went through all those machinations, and then it spewed out here.
Skeet shooting for me, or doing trap or whatnot, because I know there's like a technical difference between the two.
Yes.
Beyond me. I remember going and doing that with some friends as we go back to green flag here. Everybody just getting their pit stops done right in time. I remember going and having a friend of mine with us who was very unsuspecting, unassuming kind of guy, right?
Right.
And we're like, hey, you know, we're going to go shooting. You should come with us. And, you know, we throw clays and do the thing. He's like, oh, I used to do clays with my dad. I'll come do that. We're like, oh, okay, cool. And he, you know, gets out of the truck once we get to the shooting range and unloads his gun case and pulls out like the nicest Benelli Nova I've ever seen in my life. I'm like, oh, is that yours? He's like, yeah, this is from when me and my dad used to go shooting. I'm like, oh, okay, neat. And we'll throw a clay up in the air and he'll hit it and it'll break into like 3 pieces and then he hits all 3 pieces. And he just keeps shooting the same bits of clay until he can't see them anymore before it hits the ground.
No kidding.
Whereas me and my friends are like lucky to have hit it on the second try, the initial clay. And it's just like playing golf for me, where it's like seems like a fun thing to go do and just screw around, and then you have one friend inevitably who is really good at it, and it's like, all right, well, this was fun. Yeah. I am not that good at it. I don't have that kind of time to catch up to you, so let's find something else to do. So that one's up there. The clay shooting's up there with golf for me, where it's like, yeah, well, ever since I went with Jacob, it's like, gee, I really don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, one of the best lines I ever heard was the old, you know, what's your handicap? Well, pretty much my swing.
Yeah, no kidding.
But we are back to racing.
We are. We're kind of waiting for the a full green flag lap from everybody to see how the gaps kind of shook out, because this was all things considered, a pretty short code 35. I think everybody had the opportunity to stop if they wanted to. 61 is still being looked at down there on pit lane. Finally got somebody down into the wall of champions this weekend. I was really hoping for one of those, and you'll see them on F1 in like the slow motion, where they just brush the rear tire against the wall and keep going. I was really hoping to get a shot like that, not somebody just hitting the wall at unabated speed. That is not what I was looking for.
No,
but
just the graze.
Can't win them all.
Just that little graze. You see that little poof. Well, just to update everybody, Michel Abate now has taken over at the controls for the 120 AE Victory Racing Toyota. Matt Blakesley now behind the wheel of the 102 from 888 Racing. Sada Kalkalsa stays on board the number 53 Kingpin Racing machine. Robert Campbell on board the number 4 Kingpin Racing entry. Charlotte Traynor, I think she was in at the time of the stop, so I think she stays in the 119 for AE Victory Racing.
Yep.
Cameron Shields stays in for the 54. But Michael Gilbert now takes over the GTR 99, number 99 BMW. Oh, okay.
Somebody in the chat asks, is this why, on our talk about suspension, is this why people like using MagnaRide struts to shock, because they can be controlled by a computer and not manually adjusted with screws? So you say that, but someone had to decide when and how much to activate the MagnaRide portion of the suspension. So it still technically does need adjustment in the same way to which that we're referring. Now, most cars that have MagnaRide are already set up pretty good out of the box, but if you wanted to theoretically put MagnaRide on a race car, you would want to adjust it based on which part of the track you were at. And so technically that adjustment could be done by computer instead of with a wrench, but you're still going to have to put the same level of effort into figuring out how and what you want to be doing with it.
Yeah, I mean, the computer still has to be programmed, right?
Correct.
And that's going to change from track to track. And then as you said, if you're really adept at the system, it's going to change from corner to corner.
Right.
So you need that computer to be, ahead of the game a little bit. And they're certainly capable of it. But that just sounds like you're going to, it's a fairly pricey system. And then you better have that electronic guru on the team as well.
On staff, and available for that.
Exactly.
I don't see a whole lot of people in racing using MagnaRide, even in series where that sort of thing would be allowed, like WRL. I believe that would just be an adjustable or active suspension system. But very rarely do people elect to even try using that. I imagine because of the mechanical complexity and the difficulty with which it would be to set it up.
And the cost of the people to do it.
Yeah, the cost. Yeah, exactly. I mean, nowadays you can get. If you look at what a Penske shock costs for like a Spec Racer Ford, and then look at like what the cost is on like a MagnaRide shock for an ATS, like we're not talking about that different of a number at this point. Mm-hmm. But in terms of setting up and maintaining the system, it's going to be pricey.
Yeah, exactly.
Samuel, UK, I'm too European for this. I thought New York was just a city. I have bad news for you. UK doesn't make you part of Europe. You guys voted on that. You and I know that. So UK's not in Europe, but go on.
Well, I think UK is still considered part of Europe.
Is it?
Oh, yeah. It's still part of Europe. It's just not part of the European Union.
European Union. Okay. All right.
And the important thing to remember is the European Union is more financial. More financial agreement for trade in particular than it is in terms of a conglomeration of countries. You know what I mean? If that makes sense.
But it's also not on, like, for example, well, I would sort of buy that, Greg, if it was also part of the mainland. By extension, is Iceland part of North America or Europe?
It's considered part of Europe.
Is it?
Yep.
Is Iceland a European nation?
I believe so.
Okay. All right. If you say so. Anyone know how the pit crew cameras are working? Did the teams bring special cameras or did WRL provide them? Not only did WRL provide them, Chris provides them because Chris is the man. So if you want more pit camera action and you want your crew to have the pit camera, just flag Chris down. He's walking around in a blue shirt with his green vest on. He's currently in front of Blitzkrieg, but he could be down to Palomar shortly. There we go. Just wandering, waiting for some pit stops. They all came. Now Chris has got nothing to do for the next hour. Oof, if anybody in TC Klein knows how to get the Corvette on board back working, that would be great. I wonder if it just needs to be, the button needs to be pressed on the steering wheel. That would be cool.
Just to update us.
Yep.
The United Kingdom is an island nation in northwestern Europe.
All right.
It is
Fair
part
enough.
of Europe. And Iceland, I had to check this out, is also considered part of Europe. And it belongs to the Nordic group of countries in Europe alongside Norway, Sweden, Denmark, and Finland.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
All right.
So
I stand corrected on that.
Well, I understand, with the, it isn't necessarily, it isn't part of the continent. Maybe what defines it is it's part of the continental plate.
I would imagine so. That Corvette's going awful slowly there, Greg.
And turning in. Oh, no.
Yeah, they pulled off to fix the camera for us.
Boy, talk about falling on the sword for the broadcast.
Man, we really appreciate those guys down at TC Klein. What a bunch of dudes. Got a nice little chain of traffic going. Now that we've waited long enough, I can look through the timing and see where we landed. AE Victory, the 120, is a full lap ahead of the 888 Racing Porsche. Matt Blakesley behind the wheel, supposedly. The 53 of Kingpin Racing, Sadakal Kalsa, has wrenched that car up into third position. I don't know if they stopped during the full course yellow. They did. Okay, so that is on track, good to go.
Wow.
Sadakal has gotten that car up into third, and they are 10 seconds behind the 888 Racing number 102. So
And
that's
they've been
Supra
flying.
hunting for the Porsche. The 4 of Kingpin.
Look at those laps, just real quick. The 888 last lap 206, Kingpin 203.
Yep.
So
all in the mail.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but
no, not a problem. Not a problem at all. Still not quite the pace to catch Michelle Abate in the 120.
No.
But close enough to get us on the podium here. The number 4 of Kingpin Racing also setting in the 202, 203, 206 range here. So that car, the number 4 of Robert Campbell, moving forwards as well. So I think both of these Kingpin Supras on a charge here, trying to get to a double podium. Of course, Kingpin with a double podium last time at Watkins Glen. With a little bit of a repeat there. Charlotte Trainer, the 119 of AE Victory, it's the better part of a further lap down from those two Kingpin entries and is also in the 203 range. So your top 5, top 6 even, moving much quicker than the second place car right now. Evan Lipsky back behind the wheel of the number 25 of Singler Racing after Caitlin had that unfortunate spin in the bus stop. GTR 99, Michael Gilbert, we talked about him as well, only 12 seconds behind the 888. The 888's only 8 seconds behind the 119. We've got a little bit of a train here in GTO. People just trying to move through. PC Racing still holds a significant margin in the 43 over the 48 of El Diablo Motorsports. Cameron Evans back behind the wheel. Ran a 2:13 last time by versus Civilian Kanev's 2:15 flat. Losing about a second there, give or take. And then Empire Motorsports Group, another further lap behind. They're on lap 129. Christopher Wilson with a 2:13. So also putting in decent lap times right now, but a little ways away. Abby Lockwood, a 2:16 last time by in the 62 of Open Throttle Racing. And the 5:05 of Angry Croc, John Old still holding on to the top 5 here, especially with the stricken TC Klein Racing Corvette. I almost said Porsche. Alexander McDonald behind the wheel. Chris Halverson in the Flying Fur, number 946, is in 7th. And the 64 of Open Throttle Racing, Brett Seafuse in 8th. And the 555 of Cajun Canuck, Justin Mason still running here. That's your top runners in GP1. And then GP2, Velocity Motorsports Club, Blake Kelly in the Civic. A front-wheel drive car leads GP2 and has for much of the day. The 2:16 of Skip Barber Racing School has taken advantage of the rough day for the 38, the 55, and the 210. They're going to hold on to second position. Taking a 1-lap penalty here. They are 4 laps total behind the number 41. So the 41, I think, pretty happy with where they are. That would put them 8th in GP1 right now, the Velocity Motorsports Club Civic. So running about halfway, a little bit less than halfway up the GP1 field. Good result there. So that's kind of your rundown. What we're going to be watching for is this gap to the this gap to the 888 back to the Kingpin car, the 53, is coming down in a hurry. If I can just hit this button fast enough. There we go. You can see how that's coming down in big chunks. Consistency out of the 888 car, the number 102. In the 207, 206 range, very, very consistent. But just not as fast and not fast enough to hold off a surging Sadikal Khalsa in that blue and white Supra just going into turn 10 there. Going to come around turn 11. And I think that's the pass. Yeah, indeed, that's the pass. It's already been done. He gains 3 seconds on that last lap and passes the 104. So that battle is finished. As Cargo Shorts Racing, Kingpin Racing, Rob Walker Racing, any other names they may have associated with their team, now pulls into second position. The second podium spot here. Yeah, as of right now, not quite the pace to start taking time out of the lead Supra of Michelle Abate. 203.9 versus 204.8, so that lap, Sadikal gains a little bit of time. But we'll see how that lap ebbs, or that gap ebbs and flows. The problem is they're a full lap down to the 120 already. And as we've been talking about, without the full course yellow safety car situation, it's going to be difficult to get that lap back. You got to do it all on track. So 2 hours 42 to go, and a lap and some change to make up. It starts to get a little bit out of hand. But if we can get this car around and just set off and do steady laps, you could gain a second a lap and probably get there.
So you're saying there's work to be done?
There is work to be done. There is a chance.
There's a chance.
Stranger things have happened, and something bad could happen to the 120. Not that I want something bad to happen, but it's racing and it's endurance racing. Part of endurance racing is making sure you have a car and a team that will hold together for the full 8 hours, and sometimes that gets difficult. Our next closest battle here is going to be, Cameron Shields catching or attempting to catch Charlotte Trainer. That's going to be the 54. That's our next battle, and it is stable. Again, a lot of consistency out of that AE victory car. A couple 204s, a couple 202s, 203s in there. The 888 Racing number 54 loses a bit of lap time on that last lap there, a 205. Could have pulled a little bit of time out of the AE victory car that last lap if they had stayed in that 202, 203 range.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing they both caught some amount of traffic on that same lap, and that would explain why both of those lap times have gone the wrong direction. Dustin, good news. I can confirm that number at the top of the graphic was, in fact, seconds remaining. So, thank you for that.
And just so you know, Ryan, I'm just having a little bit of an issue with my video right
Okay, a little
now.
VMix call action. Not a problem. We're just on board. We're chilling on board here with the GTR number 99. Michael Gilbert behind the wheel at the controls. On the sticks. That car's fallen back down to 7th. They were up to, I believe, 4th at one point, Greg? Was the GTR 99 BMW?
Yeah, they were. Absolutely.
But they've lost out somewhere, probably, I would imagine, on the pit cycle, potentially, where they would have lost some time. 2 hours 39 to go. And yeah, you see the GTR 99, Michael Gilbert taking the car through the bus stop the way you ought to. Giving up a little bit of time on the entry, but able to really get the hammer down. You can see the throttle graph on the left side. Able to get the hammer down on the exit and try to wind the car up going into the outer loop. And then coming down through the boot here. Here we are on the laces, and then we'll turn right here into the toe. Track just starts to go uphill, starts to go away from you a little bit, but it's quite wide here. It gives you room to come all the way out. And then we'll have a right-hand turn here. Goes kind of back downhill a little bit. And again, the track starting to go away from you, and then we'll head down to this little valley and then back up and to the left. And then this is going to be what I've been calling the wall of champions here, up here on the right. So just how much speed do you dare carry? A little bit of a twitch from Michael Gilbert there, trying to get as much power as he can onto this big stretch. Come through turn 10 here, nice little lift and breathe. Wants to get around the Civic and keep making hay here. Final turn, turn 11, and onto the front stretch here.
And that run up into turn 9 showed you why that's so tricky.
Yep.
Because, you know, this camera looks like it's probably about, you know, maybe driver eye height. And as you start to commit to turn in, you still don't see even the apex curb, let alone the exit.
Yep.
And then it flattens out when you get up on top of it just a little bit. So if you're a little bit too hard on the brakes too late, they'll lock. Even with ABS, for an instant they'll lock, and that can give the car a little twitch.
And it's wide here, Greg. That's the other thing. There's a lot of space to cover. And you start second-guessing yourself sometimes, like, well, hey, I could be all the way over here, or I could be cutting this corner here, but you have to remember the rest of the lap is here to come, and you want to be on the right side of the track by the time the next turn comes. So trying to maximize your entries and exit and making sure that you're using all the available width without being able to come too narrow to the apex and stay with it means you're not giving enough speed to the car. It should be tracking all the way out, but there's a lot of spots here where you'll start to track out and the corner stops being a corner and you run out of room.
Exactly.
But because of how wide the track is, it's hard to judge where that might be, and you have to be really careful. Otherwise, it will pull you onto the grass or indeed pull you to the wall if you just understeer a bit.
Yep. And folks, if you're kind of, now watch this, still don't, there finally you can see the apex curb. You still don't see your track out until now.
Yeah.
I mean, it's crazy. But what you were talking about, Ryan, for the people that are maybe watching that are really new to this, this arcing through a corner, picture just a hard right angle, right? Draw a line and go hard right angle. Well, to go around that corner, you'd have to go so slow because that corner is so tight, right?
Right.
Now, round that off, open that arc up a little bit. And the wider the arc you can drive through the corner, the more speed you can carry through the corner. And that's really what it's about. So when you dive down to the inside of somebody to make a pass, well, now you've got to tighten the arc up from your entry point through the exit point of that corner a little bit. So now you can't carry maybe quite as much speed in. So now you have to have the mental bandwidth to go, all right, I'm going to make this pass, but I either have to brake super hard or I've got to brake sooner.
Right.
Just get rid of that little bit more speed so that front will still bite when I ask it to turn. And that's what these big arcs through these turns are all about, is the bigger the arc, the more speed you can carry.
Yep. The less braking you have to do in order to get the lap time out of the car.
And that's one of those things that, so many is we got to stop coming here in this lower corner. Ooh, for the 62. Abby Lockwood, here. Man, has she done a couple stints.
Hours 34 here. One has to imagine that if this is only a 3-driver lineup, and I guess I could probably look, although I don't have the driver lineups linked to the car number, it could be Matteo Siderman getting back in the car. That would be legal.
Okay. And hey, Ryan, watching this stop, maybe it's the angles that are giving it, but it sure looks like he's got to pick up that fuel, then walk back to the nozzle or to the input, then release it, go back over to the table, put that empty bottle down, grab the other bottle. I don't quite understand why you wouldn't have that bottle, that table for the bottle set up right where that refueling nozzle is going to be on the car. So you stop right across from it.
To be fair, Greg, this is a team that runs 4 cars.
Yeah.
So it could be that's the fuel table, and it's in the middle, which is kind of your best bet to service all the cars in the best way you can.
Well, that explains it. And that's a really good point. I forgot Open Throttle is WRL's version of a mega team.
Yes.
It was a really clean stop. That was well executed, to be sure.
Indeed, it was.
Yep.
We'll see who at the driver change. Chet Malinsky is getting back in the car here. Or indeed is getting in the car. I thought I saw his name against that already. Maybe not.
Yeah, no, he was in.
Okay.
He was in for a while at some point earlier. But what I want to get back to was that discussion of the arc through the corner. A driving instructor that I had many years ago really explained it well. And, basically it's the tighter you have, the more angle you have turned into your steering wheel. So the more steering input you have.
Right.
Right. The slower the car has to go to not slide.
Yes.
Push or whatever, right? And so it affects, what's that? Is this
producer points out, the 120's, or I guess the 53 is unlapping itself from the 120.
Wow.
So that happened in a hurry.
It sure did.
So now we've got the better part of 2 minutes to make up here in about 2 hours and 32, which is workable, but I think Michelle Abate, now that she has a target, isn't going to let that car get too far away. Michelle Abate, of course, with plenty of experience in Trans Am, knows how to wheel a car, knows how to race in traffic. So I think she's going to try to hold on tight to Sadikal Khalsa's rear wing here.
Well, the smart thing now for her to do, as you point out, is if she can stay right with Sadikal, to just stay there, be close enough to benefit from a bit of draft.
Right.
And now she, so if you're in the draft, you use less fuel because that car in front's punching the hole in the air, and it's kind of helping pull you along a little bit. So, you can run instead of 10/10 throttle, you can run 8/10, and it'll just help you save that little bit of fuel. Now, you got to be mindful, if it was a much hotter day, you have to be worried about brakes and overheating. But it's such a pleasant afternoon. I think you can stay there for a while. It'll be interesting to see if Michelle just tucks in and says, all right, I'll let you lead the peloton for a little bit. But to quickly finish, when I'm making way too long of an explanation, is so, and it works the other way. You go into a turn, and now you got to turn super tight, and you're too quick. Well, the car's going to push and wash out. Conversely, if you've got too much steering angle turned in and you go to throttle, the back end's going to snap around on you, or you're just going to induce a massive push, right? Something's going to go wrong. And this guy said, just picture it that you've got a string tied from the steering wheel to your throttle pedal. And when you've got this much steering lock in, that string is taut, and you cannot push on that throttle pedal without inducing something evil. And so you wait, and then as you unwind the wheel, now that string slacks a little bit, you can give it a little bit of gas, and then you can accelerate, not all at once, but consistently and smoothly as you unwind the wheel. And if you exceed that, and it's the same thing going in with braking, is, if you've got too much speed in and you're locked up, and you got that steering turn and you go to the brake, you're going to lock up or do something. So it's all relative. It's all about angles. And, when you can release the brake, when you can go to throttle, it's all about the angle and attitude of the car and how much steering input you have. So there you go.
Indeed.
Oh!
Oh, wow. They are lucky to hold on to that. That could have been a total disaster.
Yeah, especially for the 53.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to be full broadsided in a NPO1 either.
Oh, no, not even.
I think that would have been bad for everybody all the way around.
Absolutely.
Ugh. So,
yeah, I was just thinking the 53 had just fought to get that lead lap back.
Right.
And even if they didn't hit, and the driver, Sadikal, went for the brake and had to spin and avoid, and suddenly you're back down that lap or more.
Yep.
Even if you survive it, if there's no contact. So, but yes, I get your point. I don't want to be in that little prototype and get broadsided by a GTO machine.
That's Joe Skelton behind the wheel of the 148 there, able to get it gathered up before it rolls back into the racing line. And even with all that commotion, Sadikal Khalsa has eked himself out a little bit of breathing room back to Michel Abate. So still in second place, but with about still the better part of 2 minutes to make up here to get back to the lead. Now, by the time he's getting close, one has to imagine that you're in contention for a driver change at that point. I think both of these drivers have been in, had got in before 3 hours remaining, so there's certainly going to be at least one more driver change for both cars.
And I wonder about tires on these two cars. I don't recall either of these AE Victory cars that I've seen in the pits taking tires yet.
Indeed, I don't think they have either. They may take one. They might take like a left front during one of these stops, because I think you can probably get one tire done during your driver change. Might help tremendously. And of course, your left front going to help you out with all the high-speed right-hand turns that we have here at Watkins Glen.
Well, Sadikal is giving us an absolutely visual clinic of exactly what we were just talking about using up every piece of that racetrack. And then some. And that's how you drive as fast as you can around a racetrack. I do love these onboards.
Love having onboards. If you, as a team, have an onboard available and would like to make that available to the broadcast, email me at ryan@driverseye.live, and I can get you put into the broadcast. We prefer an SRT link, but I would also take an RTMP link. I cannot use YouTube links anymore. They have cut me off from that. It's got to be an SRT or an RTMP. Is that a car off to the right, or is that just a tire barrier?
I didn't notice it. I was watching. Sadakal has a really early turn in to the laces.
Yeah.
And he just pins it to the inside through the toe. And everybody has their preferred lines, for how the car's set up, how they like to drive it. But he definitely enjoys an early turn in. I was watching him up at turn 9, and he tends to feed that in fairly early there, too.
At risk of oversimplifying Sadakal Khalsa as a person and his racing skills, which are, large, obviously, he lists on his media guide page, that he also got into racing on Gran Turismo on the PlayStation 1. And I know for a fact that even to this day on Gran Turismo, it rewards you for early apexing and torturing the front tires. And it's a bad habit to get in as a race car driver. And so
absolutely.
I'm sure this is not exactly the same thing, but I do often see Gran Turismo and go, and he's got the early apex?
Yeah.
I wonder how much of that is from when you were a kid and doing it that way, because I catch myself doing it all the time.
It could be. It could be. And you saw what happened at turn 9.
Yep.
He turned in early, and then what happens as you go up and over and the road flattens out and those front tires bite, and then the rears come up and over and they get that little bit light, and suddenly back end wanted to step out. So what did he have to do? He had to wait for that back end to settle before he could grab the throttle.
See if the graphic plays nice.
That was really, really well done
go.
by El Diablo, I just wanted to say. Here, okay, let's take a look at this.
Yep. So it's coming down.
Yeah, it is.
Consistently. So if he's pulling a second or so a lap out of Michel Abate, I don't think he's going to get there on this stint, but he might get there on the next one.
Yeah, entirely possible. And I don't think Michel, is going to stay in the car to the end.
No.
So, who's going to be there, the next driver in that car?
Right.
I hear it. See all of that squeal?
Yeah.
That's early turn in. That's front tires. Early turn in here.
El Diablo on a similar type of run right now, trying to catch PC Racing. They've got about half the work to do in the same amount of time, but they are not pulling the time out in big chunks the same way the 53 is.
No.
They're also going to be due for a driver change.
Boy, I'll tell you, Cam Evans is putting in a mega stint. There's stints here. He's been in that car for a long time. I think it's, 3 hours max in one stretch?
3 hours limit. Yep.
Yep. I got to tell you, I am not that familiar at all with Sadakal Khalsa, but he is extracting some serious speed out of this thing. And if he used a little bit more arc through the turns, wow, could this guy be wicked quick?
He's been very open. At Eagles Canyon, for example, he came up and chatted with us, and he was very excited to follow Jason Marks around, one of the kind of super experts in the field with TCB racing, and he was pretty stoked to get to follow him for several laps and just see. And he literally came and said, yeah, teach me some things. I'll follow you. You can show me where your braking points are and what you're doing with the car. And he was very open about there's some things that he's doing with that car that I can't do, and there's other things that was like, oh, okay, I'll learn that. I'll take that with me, you know.
Sure.
And so he's a guy that's always trying to learn, always looking for an opportunity to do a little bit better here.
Well, you know, it doesn't really matter how long you've been in the game or what level you're racing at. There's always room for improvement, you know.
Indeed.
And there's always room to learn something. And, you know, the really great drivers, they're the ones that you know, they might be head and shoulders above everybody, and they're still going, yeah, but that wasn't a great lap. You know,
right?
That wasn't my best. I mean, I remember talking to Tommy Kendall once, and he put his back. You remember the Trans Am days, the All Sport Mustang, from Roush Racing at Road Atlanta, and there were 15 people in this field of 30 that could win any given race. I mean, the field back in the mid '90s was that stout. And Tommy was on pole by like 8/10 at Road Atlanta. Remember, Road Atlanta's not the longest of tracks.
No, not at all.
So to have an 8/10 margin on that track is just nuts. And I asked him afterwards, I said, Tommy, how the hell did you do that? And his honest response to me was, well, I guess I made a few less mistakes on my lap than they did.
Yep.
And I'm sitting there going, he's 8/10 clear of some of the best drivers on the planet. You know, Dorsey Schrader, Ron Fellows, you go through the field, and I'm sitting there going, you know, that had to have been a perfect lap. And I actually said that to him. Are you kidding? That to be that far up, that had to be a perfect lap. He goes, no. He said I was a little wide up in 3, and I was a little late here. You know, it's like, wow. You know.
Yep.
And so they always, you know, you're just pursuing, you know. The great ones are always in pursuit of the perfect lap, obviously. Nobody gets there.
Right.
But it's that willingness to say, yes, all right, so I'm leading the points. I've got, you know, 8,000 wins in Formula One, but I still haven't driven that perfect lap. What can I learn? What can help me? And that's what it's all about. So when you have that opportunity that Sadako was talking to you about, to follow somebody who's really good, that's golden, you know. That's absolutely golden, you bet. But then you have to remember it and implement it and work at it.
Right.
You know.
I'm trying to think if I've ever seen a perfect lap in qualifying. And the one that keeps coming to mind is, I think it was like 2004 or 2005, Juan Pablo Montoya in the Sauber BMW at... I think it was at Indianapolis, actually. So it would have been like 03 or 04, because 05 obviously was the nightmare race. And I think he ended up beating Michael Schumacher to the pole by like 2/10 in a car that is never that close to the Ferrari back then.
Yep.
And it was, I remember watching the onboard of it, because it floats around on YouTube, and from time to time it'll come across, and just absolutely dialed. Not a single mistake made on that lap, and able to take it to the guy who was the qualifying king in that time period in a superior car. Yep. And it was like, yep, that's really all you can do. If you're Juan Pablo Montoya and you crank off one good lap right here, and that was when you needed it. I don't think he went on to win the race, obviously, because, again, that Ferrari back then was a monster.
Yes.
But just there's not a whole lot, and when you see him, you go, oh, okay, that's one.
Yep.
And I figure you probably get 1 or 2 of those in your whole career.
Yeah, I think
where
you're
it's
right.
like, yep, I had the car right, I was hooked up, everything was perfect, yes, and I outqualified everybody.
I think that's a penalty for that car right there, because it came to the stop, but I looked at the marshal there with the signboard, and it was very firmly red because there was that other car coming, and that car just took off anyway right there.
Got it.
Oh, seriously? Well, then he should be fine.
Yeah, that should be okay.
Yeah, because I was sitting there going, "Don't go now," you know.
Right.
So, but all right.
Yeah, once you're kind of committed in one.
We just got to report that it looked like the marshal had given him a go and then flipped it back to stop, and he'd already committed.
Yeah.
So we'll give him that one.
Well, we will. I don't know what race control will do.
Well, race control, yeah. But if the guy followed the marshal's command, you can't blame him for not having eyes in the back of his head, you know?
Yeah.
It's that simple. two things about these laps. One, talking about what you were talking about, Juan Pablo Montoya back in his prime, and I need to say this, and I like him immensely, but also when he was fully committed.
Correct. Yes.
Right.
There was some time at McLaren where he was not 100% involved in trying to be better at his job.
Exactly.
And I think he would probably tell you that.
I think he would too. Yeah. Yeah. And he found that love again for a couple of years in the prototypes of IMSA. Yep. But yeah, I mean, when he won Indy as a rookie, it was that race that was so cold.
Right.
And I think it was 11 drivers hit the wall. Jeff Andretti, Mario, that was when Mario crashed and broke most of his toes. Jeff had worse. I mean, it was terrible.
Right.
And because it was so cold, there were a ton of yellows. And every time it went green, Juan Pablo would just check out. Now, you've been lapping behind a pace car on a cold day.
Yep.
No tire temp. And he would check out from the field. Right? And then when temperatures came up and everything, some of the drivers could stabilize it. But he would just go. And I saw that. I announced, believe it or not, his first ever race in the United States, which was a Barber Saab. So I'm dating myself.
Barber
Saab Pro Series event at Miami. And he did exactly the same thing. And I remember saying, there were, the Barber Saab, that was on a street course, was a crash fest.
I believe
so it was start, 3-4 laps, wreck. Trundle around under yellow, 3-4 laps, wreck. And he did the same thing on every green flag. He just checked out to about 5 seconds. And then he'd say, good enough, and he'd hold that pace, and the others would, get to that reduced pace he was running, finally. But they couldn't make anything up on him. Well, he was doing that in Indy on every restart on cold tires. And you'd see everybody else was just tiptoeing through corners. And he was literally, you could see it was the slightest, but he was letting that car float and drift through the corners at Indy. And just driving away from people. And like the third time that happened, I was watching it with David Hobbs. And Hobbs looked over at me and said, my God, Greg, he's just playing with them.
Yeah.
I mean, he was that good. I think that's the
72.
Yeah, the Guardian Angel, right?
Yep.
Entry, yeah. So that's the car right there, that white car that took through that cutout and left early, but did so on we think on the marshal's command. The other thing about perfect laps, Senna's lap, if you ever ride the onboard at Suzuka, or Monaco, those two laps, unbelievable. But the most perfect lap I ever witnessed was Steve Millen in one of those fire-breathing GTS Nissan 300ZXs back in the original IMSA championship on a wet but drying track at Sebring, where it wasn't even a full groove that was dry. It was 2 lanes where the tires had been from other cars. That was it. Otherwise, if you missed those 2 lanes, those 2 tire width lanes, you were off. And not only did he put the car in pole, he shattered the track record. And it had to be absolute precision beyond anything I've ever seen. And I'm as stunned now talking about it as I was when I watched it and announced it happen. So.
Perfect. We're looking for onboards, folks. If you have one, send it.
Yeah, absolutely.
It is onboard o'clock.
Ryan Aubrey.
We've discussed in the chat, Greg, that we think that's Ryan, Aubrey, and Bruce.
Oh, gotcha. Ryan and Aubrey and Bruce. Okay, that makes more sense.
Gonna take a swing at this 38 car here.
From Palomar.
That's Matt Million getting out.
Yeah, Matt has been absolutely flying. At Palomar, it's solar and roofing.
Indeed. Out of the San Diego area.
Yep. Yes, that we're on board with. Aubrey Bout, which would be the second of the three names there then, is on board for the 72 of Guardian Angel. And it's a unique looking BMW.
It is. It's not dissimilar to the SoCal Wrestlers build.
Yes.
At least in look anyway.
Yeah, you're right.
Speaking of, a shout out to Troy Lindstrom, who's here, I believe, with Palomar this weekend. The California crowd slowly becoming more and more represented here in WRL. Over for some schedule news to come later in the season, perhaps at Salt Lake City at Utah Motorsports campus. The Burt Brothers Utah Motorsports Park campus.
That's the full name, isn't it?
I mean, that's some of the names put together.
Owned by the Burt Brothers, for sure.
The Ford Performance School Burt Brothers Utah Racing Campus Circuit. Yep. Powered by Castro.
And I can't tell you how excited I am to be calling a race there again. Yeah, I know,
so
for
cool.
some people that track, has some detractors. I love it. I love the setting. But then I'm a Southwest guy at heart. I love desert, and I love desert, and I love mountains. And
I'll see that's why you were getting into the Porsche Owners Club too, because they got all the desert tracks you could possibly want. All of them.
Oh, I loved it. I love desert. I love mountains. And I actually announced the first race ever that was a car race, I should clarify. They had a motorcycle race that I was at. I just happened to be going through on a road trip with a friend and decided to stop in. And lo and behold, they had their first race. It was a bike race just to check everything out. And then the next race was the American Le Mans Series. And so I announced it in that first race. First couple, I think, they raced the entire circuit, including that really twisty additional infield bit, which generally now is bypassed. But it was phenomenal, and it was in May, and the coolest thing was, you're in the desert and everything, but you looked up on either side, east and west, and there were snow-capped peaks. And it was like, I like this, But the track, desert is the key word there, man. It was tough to figure out corners. But great track.
Beautiful track. Great place to be. I like being in Salt Lake City.
Yeah, great area, great place. And if that's another place that if you've got an extra day or two, about a 5-6 hour drive west is Bonneville.
Yep.
So not terribly far. If there's something happening there.
You can also stay in beautiful West Windover, Nevada, just over the Utah border. And all of the at one of the hotels, all of the rooms have a spa in them. In the room. Like there's a shower in the bathroom, but then there's a spa in the room. Every single room has it. And it's like $85 a night or something. That's usually where we would stay on the way to and from Minnesota or Montana. It was like, we can stay here.
Well, if you're either out playing in the desert hiking or you're on a long road trip.
Yep.
Not a lot of things feel better than hopping in a hot tub after a long day on the road or on the trail. So. Saverio Striglia on board here for Skip Barber Racing, doing what they do incredibly well. Haven't had the pace by any means of that 41 Velocity Motorsports Club entry.
Right.
But haven't thrown the car off the road, have had decent enough pace to just continue lapping with some decent speed and suddenly find themselves a very comfortable second. With that 38 of Palomar Racing, Nick Romano behind the wheel now, by the way, coming up, next in the order, third in class, but like 40 laps down. So that's what they do. And keep in mind, with the 83s problems today, the points leaders coming in, they came in 13 points up on the Skip Barber team. Well, that's probably going to be halved by the end of the day here.
Yes.
So, and again, we've got 4 rounds to go, but we're past the midway point of the championship, and that's when points start to matter. If you're thinking, okay, we're going to go after a championship here, this is when it starts to be important. And even though you've got the drop races, you can't bank on those. You have to go out and execute every race because things are going to happen.
Right.
That are out of your control. So you need to be, make sure everything you can control, you do. And then the other side of this program is giving all these people that are, students at the Skip Barber School that show some proficiency and opportunity to come out and race. Oh, speaking of race, how about this? That Mustang right around the outside, and there's the no contact respect here.
It's done. Nice and clean. I think the Mustang lets him go a little bit there.
I think so too. I mean, knowing that they're way out, out of it at this stage, and that still, it shows Jim Farley. And so Jim, I'm sure, was saying, okay, you got underneath me, and I'm not in this hunt anymore, so I'll let you go. And looking at last time through here, Abate's lap time and Sadakal's lap time virtually identical, a couple of tenths difference. So, and the number 4 Kingpin entry, also a similar 2:03.6.
There we go.
So it's 3 cars up at the front, as the number 4, I think, has just entered pit lane. So this could kick off our next round of stops. They think they're in the window. Here comes the 505 of Angry Croc. And nobody there. Uh-oh. I mean, they're 4th in class. Clearly, nobody realized they were coming in. Oh, no. There's the number 4. And Robert Campbell bringing that car in, and it didn't take long. Charlotte Taylor in the number 119 from AE Victory is through. But that's what happens in these stops when they are doing the driver change for the number 4. It's been really impressive today. There's the 505, and they're still trying to figure out. Now they just send them. I wonder if they were saying, all right, no, whatever happened, we're not ready. Go back out, do a lap. Don't just sit here, and then come back in, and we'll take care of you. So we'll see what happens. The number 4 driver change. There's very little you can do on the car during the driver change. They're obviously not going to do tires. So you do the driver change. Then if you're going to do fuel, And here they come. You know, that was just what we just watched. It was a really, really heads-up move by John Olt in that 505 Angry Croc Racing BMW, the second car on your screen. As he came out of the inner loop, he clearly knew at the 53 Kingpin entry if Sadikal was behind him. And as he came out of the inner loop, he just let it go way wide, so wide that, again, that communication was very clear to Sadikal that I've left you this lane. Go. Really nicely done. Great track awareness. Kingpin cars should be finishing up. They're obviously at this time left in the race, you're going to do all 3 bottles and top it up, because then you should be able to get to the end on one more stop. So we'll see where that all slots out. Sadikal, boy, you know, there's 2 hours to go, and Sadikal is running on occasion a couple of seconds quicker than Michelle Abate in the 120 AE Victory Racing entry. But the one thing you know that Michelle has in her ear is the team who's crunching numbers right now and saying, you know, conserve the tires, save a little fuel here. You've got a lot of time you can give up as long as it's done in small increments. And sometimes you do that. I mean, just because you've got a big lead, you know, you don't go out and drive massively hard. There are times when you'll back off a little bit, save fuel, save tires. And, you know, right now, I think the Kingpin car is about 1:40 behind. And say Sadikal gets that down to a minute, well, maybe that's when then the driver of that 120, in this case Michelle Abate, will turn it up a bit again. But now she's got tires that are not as pushed as they would be if she'd driven incredibly hard. And she may have a little more fuel, so when she does her final stop, maybe it'll only be 2.5 bottles and not 3. And you save that little bit of time. Charlotte Trainer's turning some really nice laps, too, in the 119 AE Victory Racing Toyota Supra GT4. Consistently in the low 204s or even high 203. She just did a 203.9. How about this? Chris Boy in the number 14 Forza Motorsport entry has just set their fastest lap of the race in their BMW M4 GT4. To be doing that this late in the race, that says a lot. And just turned a 2:03.4. Great lap. GP1, still the 43, the blue and white BMW of PC Racing. Cameron Evans doing a yeoman stint here. Second in class, the 48 El Diablo Motorsports BMW of Svilenkanov is in the pits. Third in class, the 45 Empire Motorsports Group entry. Christopher Wilson behind the wheel now. Third, 4th is that number 505 Angry Croc entry, but it's a couple of laps back. So there are some pretty sizable gaps here, unfortunately. Here's the El Diablo machine. And as it pulls out, the 45 from Empire heads right in. And the 54 from 888 comes in as well. One of our closer battles right now, and I'm not sure how long it's going to stay one, is for 3rd overall and in GTO, the 119 AE Victory Racing Toyota Charlotte Trainer is only 5 seconds ahead of the 102 of 888 Racing's Matt Blakesley. The last lap, though, Charlotte ran a much quicker lap. Now, that can be traffic playing a role here, so we need to see what happens over the next couple laps. Be interesting to see what kind of times the Singler Racing BMW starts turning here. The number 25, Rob Holland, now behind the wheel. And the other drivers in that car are very good, but Rob is pretty exceptional. Driver change being completed in the number 54 of 888. Heading back out and onto the track. And unfortunately, that gap of Charlotte Trainer and running that high 204, let's call it, and Matt Blakesley in the number 102, I don't know if you got in bad traffic again, but just running a 207. So Charlotte Trainer has opened that margin up again.
All right, I think I'm back.
Yeah, a little adventure there, huh?
A little bit. I subsequently locked myself out in trying to figure out what was going on with the internet, so I then had to go find someone to let me into the booth. Which
you physically locked yourself out.
Physically locked myself out. This lock on this door for the media center locks itself, and I apparently had kicked the bolt or whatever I was using to prop the door open. So that'll hurt.
Well, in your absence, we've been sort of following things here, and the closest battle we had on the track for 3rd overall turned out to be Charlotte Trainer just ran down past the 102 and is driving away.
Okay.
So, but I'll tell you, quickest car on that last lap, and I want to make sure I've got this other, and the Forza Motorsport car with Chris Boy behind the wheel is flying, but long way down.
Right.
But Rob Jakowitz for the GTR 99 BMW running really impressively in the 203s consistently.
I think that's going to be Sarah Montgomery getting the 119, I believe.
Okay. I think Sarah started for them.
Yep.
See, now look how quick this exchange goes here.
Yep.
You know, the guy behind the wall brings the bottle so it's right there.
Well, and then there's another guy there that grabs the empty bottle.
Empty one, yes.
They've got that system figured out.
Yeah, pretty dialed.
And there goes the 119 off into the distance.
I got to say, the only quicker system I have seen since I started announcing these races with you guys this year. And I can't remember the car, which is annoying me no end.
Sure.
But they have an elevated stand, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the 3 bottles are laid out on the stand. And then there's a guy standing next to it. And the fueler just backs up to that stand, grabs the bottle, and they always have the car stop on the right marks. So the refueling is right in front of him. So he reaches back, slides the bottle to the car in. As he backs up, he just takes it off his shoulder. That guy grabs it, and he goes to the next bottle, pulls it off and in. I mean, it's just...
Right.
I was about to make a really bad pun, and I decided
Indeed.
not to. It's very effective.
Good call.
It's very effective.
Good call. Chad Carnevale gets in the 53 of Kingpin Racing, so Sadikal gets out. That's going to give that lap back up to the 120, but the 120 does now owe us a stop.
Yep.
So we'll see if Chad can continue the attack here.
But kudos to Sadikal. He really drove a great couple stints.
Indeed. Hour and 50 here. Most of the field should now be in the you stop now and you can do it on one more stop range. Now, of course, you want to hold on as long as you can to try to catch a full course yellow.
Yep.
You can take advantage of the cheap pit stop, but not always possible.
No. And I talked a little bit about the 120 AE Victory Racing, what they may, when the 53 went by, and I think, and are they in? This is them.
Yep.
I think that she let them go and followed them to try and get a little, I mean, look, she went another 10 minutes.
Right.
Past where everybody else did. And a lot of that time was spent in the draft, so that opened up, lowered the fuel consumption a little bit. And she's been driving quickly but conservatively.
Correct.
So she's probably got pretty darn good tires underneath her car. And boom, quick stop.
Exactly what they needed. The 53 is going to go by the pit wall here. So they are going to get their lap back. And so now it's what kind of lap times can Chad Carnevale throw down? Try and continue the attack that Sadikal started. We just see the 120 emerging from the pits now. Remember, everybody's got one more stop to make, so you've got an opportunity here to make up some time, and then you have to hope that you don't make any mistakes on your pit stops. And Kingpin Racing number 53, that pit stop with driver change was incredibly fast.
Yeah.
They were able to get that done post-haste. Have to imagine, of course, that Chad will be in here to the end, not wanting to do another driver change on your last stop.
You would
just
certainly
minimize
think so.
the amount of moving parts that you have to deal with here.
And the interesting thing, what proves out what you said about how fast the 53 stop was, when they pitted, Michelle was relatively close behind him.
Right.
Not now. They got that stop done, as you said, and we watched how quickly the 120, the AE Victory team stop was. It was brilliant.
Yep.
And clearly the 53 team stepped it up another notch. Hey, Ryan, check Discord.
All right. I can do that. The last message I have is from me.
I think you're getting another one.
Oh, I see. Well, there we go.
You know that bit of cloud cover that came in for a little bit? In spots, it's still there, but as you can see, there are areas where it has cleared out just a little bit.
Yeah.
A picture-perfect afternoon at a racetrack.
Does make me wonder, though. It's a little bit more cloud than I thought we were meant to get. I am now curious about the weather tomorrow.
Well, let's have a look.
It still says we're going to hold off on rain until about 8 o'clock, which is about what it said yesterday. So,
yep. It's going to be a little bit warmer with highs in the low 80s still.
Right.
Pretty beautiful.
20% chance of rain at 3 o'clock. And before that's almost non-existent. So, stranger things have happened, but in theory, the rain should come after the race is finished.
Right.
But shouldn't throw a wrench into anybody's strategy plans, but I might want to have a set of tires handy for my last stint.
Always be prepared.
Yep. As well, typically in WRL, you don't need to change tires. If you start with new tires on the Sunday and it's only a 7-hour race, typically you can go the whole distance. But if the last 90 minutes have rain involved and you're at the end of your tires, you're not going to have a ton of tread left to work through that rain. So you may end up wanting a fresh set or two or a fresh couple of tires.
Absolutely.
Your left front, your left rear.
Well, everybody knows how quick weather can change, particularly these days.
Right.
And so that front could shift forward a lot sooner than you expect, and suddenly we have a quick gully washer, and your drivers pull into the pits, and you've got no reins ready.
Right.
You don't want that. You don't want that.
No. I don't think anybody does. We're seeing the tire change here on the Palomar car.
Yep.
I think probably getting these things heat cycled for tomorrow. Yeah, those look pretty nice. So
Yeah, they
I wonder
do.
if we are indeed just heat cycling, so we have options.
Those are some pretty sizable meats on the rears of these Bemmers, huh?
Yes, they are. It's one of the few parts of the rules in general production that is not super tightly controlled, which is the width of the tire. You're allowed basically unlimited tire width in general production for no penalty.
The only thing I read is when I went through the rules is if you look down on the car from the top, the wheels cannot extend beyond those wheel arch flares.
Correct. And
so
the width of the flare, I believe, is governed. Like, you can go a little bit wider before you take a penalty, like an aero penalty.
Right.
But this 38 car is already pretty arrowed up, so that's obviously part of their philosophy.
Well, the interesting other part of this is, remember we talked about this before. A wide tire obviously gives you a great contact patch and a lot of bite on the pavement.
Yep.
However, it also is a big air dam.
Correct.
And so on a track like this, where you're in corners for a long time, and the more bite you have, the better, and you don't have any super long straights, makes sense. But at a Road America, say, you might want to run a little narrower tire. Because you're in
the other angle
on the straights for a long time, so a little bit less width on the tire gives you a little bit better straight line.
Another angle that GP1 and GTO teams were starting to find is that if you're on the sort of stock M3 axles and drivetrain, that having more power from your engine and then wider tire was too much stress, and people were wearing out differentials and axles and wheel bearings pretty quickly. because you've got that much more pressure going through the drive system with your wide tires there. That much more torque and force.
That makes sense. Absolutely.
Notably, Screaming Goat had many problems with that when they had the full-size LS motor and they were trying to run that car in GTO. They were breaking rear axles and wheel bearings like it was nobody's business until they went down on power and went back down to something approaching reasonable and went into GP1. They stopped having those issues so much.
Ah, okay. Well, there is a point of diminishing returns, right?
Yep.
You get to, as you said, well, that's just too much now.
Right.
That was a really nice line through that turn.
Appears to be a good car, all things considered, the 72 here.
Yeah.
Just, not a whole lot of home-built cars in GTO anymore, and it's getting more and more difficult for that sort of car to really be successful. We talked about that with the SoCal Wrestlers 46. It's the same kind of situation where you really just want to be in with a shout that if something happens, you have an opportunity. But this weekend, with all the heavy hitters showing up here, and we don't even have TCB. If TCB had been here, that's another 2 or 3 contending cars. It's going to be difficult to climb your way onto that podium with this type of car. But hey, if this is the car you already have, or you're doing some development on it, why not? Why not give it a shot?
Yeah, exactly.
If we're just looking back at that battle here, trying to get back to first place, Chad Carnevale not able to keep up the thundering pace that Sodicol was over the number 120. The 120 just pulled about a second and a half even, back out of the 53. So that gap is going to start to come down as Chad Carnevale falls back into the clutches of Michel Abate in the AE Victory Supra. One has to wonder how much life did Sodicol take out of the tires with that blistering run? Is that what we're seeing here? Are we seeing Chad, a little bit more conservative driver? Are we seeing Michel Abate turn it on? What's one of the things it could be?
Michelle's lapping where she can. She's been in that low 204, high 203 range frequently, but I think you just maybe hit on it because I was thinking too about those tires on the 53. Remember, we were watching how Sodicol was fast, but he had that early turn in, and we heard all the protests from the tires.
Yep.
And I don't think they did tires on their stop.
I don't think so either.
So Chad gets in the car now and suddenly realizes, wow, these fronts have been used up a little bit.
Right.
I'm just, possible.
The other nefarious angle here, which I don't genuinely believe, but it's fun to talk about. The number 119 is only a minute and 14 back, and don't you just think, Greg, that if you wanted to get that car that's in third up into second, it would be a lot easier to do that if Michel Abate was holding up the Kingpin car a little bit. Like if Michel Abate gets back around and then backs off on the pace, and then Chad Carnevale is starting to be in kind of the 207, 208 range maybe, they're battling, they're fighting, and Sarah Montgomery can keep clicking off these 203, 202s and get there a little bit quicker with a minute and 15 with about an hour and 38 remaining. Again, nothing nefarious, obviously, but again, it is a team sport.
I was just going to say, it's a team sport. Yep.
If you can give your teammate an opportunity to close up that gap a little faster, I think you'll take it.
Well, and Sarah, she just turned to 203.4. She is, although Rob Jakowitz in the GTR 99 just turned to 203.2. So there's a group of these guys that are running some really quick laps right now.
Yep. Rob Holland back behind the wheel of the number 25.
Always nice to have him.
Saw him walking around the paddock yesterday. Happy to see him.
A good bloke.
Now, this is going to be Chad Carnevale coming around to put another lap on the Guardian Angel Motorsports E46, the one we have the onboard of. So he'll just be trying to find a way past here.
Boy, he picked up the throttle early. Did you hear that?
Yep.
Let's try the old over-under here. Yep. That was Bruce Ledoux is the driver for the White Guardian Angel entry.
And if we check back in on that GP1 battle, I think it's going to go very much the same way the GTO battle is going. You've got Randy Miller back behind the wheel of the PC racing car, cranking out 2:11s. Sean Levitt's best last time is 2:12. So that's not quite going to do it. They were down to, I believe, a minute and 20, minute and 15, something like that, and they're now back out to a minute 58 gap between the 43 and the 48. So it looks like that one's just starting to get out of hand. Certainly going the wrong direction here. Has just given up time. Very consistent, but again, the car on the left now, consistent and consistently faster.
Yep. I was just looking at the I wonder if they've got some sort of a issue with that car, because their best lap, guys, was a 2:02.8. And they're consistently now in the 2:07s, 2:08s, even 2:09s on occasion. It was just pointed out to me to take a look at their oil and water temps. It says 0 right there.
That's what you need. If
So
they're
yeah,
freezing,
it's perfect. Yeah,
what
it's
you want,
perfect.
right? Don't worry about all that viscosity there. And yep.
Yeah. What that's saying is we got 0 friction and 0 problems with our temp.
Or they don't have the relevant sensor plugged in. Could be that.
Or that, yes.
Could be that. Well, with a minute 33 to go here, I think we should take our last ad break so we can bring you coverage to the end until the checker, ad-free, presented by Sentinel and Continental.
Great call.
You think we can do that? I think we should make that happen. Let's make it happen. All right, an hour and 33 remaining here at Watkins Glen. We will see you guys shortly.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Are you still messing around with multiple solutions? Data system, cameras, hotspots, antennas, YouTube configuration nightmares? Stop. You've got a race to win. Sentinel Mini can consolidate a complete video solution, live telemetry, data analysis, and live broadcast into a single system, all managed from a phone, tablet, or web browser. No complicated software to fight with. Everything you need in one place. Perfect for endurance racing, sprint racing, or HPDE. Share your passion and win more races with Sentinel. Find out more at sentinel.racing.
Welcome back to the World Racing League here at Watkins Glen International Raceway. We're just trying to find the 62. That's the open throttle Silikonsky car. I think it's like rubbing the tire or making smoke or doing some kind of something.
I'm worried it might be brake. There might be a brake issue.
Okay.
Just the way that
and they are going to come down the pit
smoke
lane
was.
now. So they're also concerned about whatever it is. So that's nice. It was nice to see. Speaking of nice to see, I've got Caitlin Singler here with me. Caitlin, my understanding is you came to say hi to me at the last race, and I had already departed the track.
Yes, yeah, it was very disappointing. I didn't get the chance to talk to you guys, but I do understand it was the end of a race, so very important time.
End of the race, and I had already rebooked my flight once because I had got the finish time wrong. I was using like the like normal finish time and not accounting for the 2 hours of quiet hour that we had, which then extends the end of the race.
We had the same issue. We had a couple of guys who had an earlier flight home, so it made for some challenges trying to get them to the airport and finish our fuel stop.
Yep.
Yeah,
that's tough. Really tough. But hey, everybody made it, right? I made it.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, cool. They ended up I ended up getting there probably 45 minutes early, and then a plane which had been delayed 3 hours showed up, and everybody had already rebooked. So there was like a completely empty plane going back to San Francisco. And I said, and it was like ready right as I walked to the terminal. I was like, done, I'll take it. And so it actually timed out perfectly. And I got home a lot earlier than I expected to get home. So that was nice.
Oh, that's great.
We're taking a look here at the number 62 that was doing the smoking and having some kind of problem there mechanically. Caitlin, how was your stint? We'll talk about the spin situation at some point, but other than that, how was it?
It was really good. This is a really fun track.
Mm-hmm.
I genuinely love this track. It's my first time here.
Nice.
And I was pretty happy. I was running relatively consistent times and right in the window of where we wanted to be.
Excellent. Good. I mean, you guys, the story that you guys have and, putting the car together and bringing it all the way out here to is fantastic. It's always good to see you guys doing well. Right now, because I know you've kind of gone up and down the order a few times, but I feel like the pace is there. You're currently 7th with Rob Holland behind the wheel. Does he know what he's doing?
Yeah.
Do you think Rob Holland knows how to drive a car?
He's an amazing driver for those of you guys who don't know him.
Rob Holland is the man. We spoke to him at Thunder Hill a few races ago, and he's got a lengthy resume of driving GT cars around cool tracks like this. And so that car in a safe pair of hands. What happened with that spin there in the bus stop?
It was 100% my driver error. I came out with a lot of speed exiting the bus stop, and the car was pretty unsettled.
Yep.
And normally set up for the carousel, I tapped the brakes just a little bit to rotate the nose in.
Oh.
And the car was unsettled, and I tapped the brakes a little bit, and it just rotated.
Gotcha.
So, yeah.
I think as good of a situation as you can have in that spot.
Yeah.
Ended up getting it recovered, and everything was okay, and it was fine. You lose a little bit of time, but not a ton.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, it's always a fun sensation, I think. So, what's going on? And then you got to get back together and get the car back going. So,
yeah,
no, that's awesome.
I'm pretty proud of how I handled that.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely. No, it was no harm, no foul. Everybody kept going. We've had a lot of those today where people have had moments, and it was like, what? Oh, that ended up being all right. So,
yeah,
no, that's pretty good here. The weather's been nice. How are the tires treating you guys?
The tires are doing pretty good. The weather is a whole lot better than Road Atlanta.
yes,
Road Atlanta was so hot, and but the weather's been great and the tires have been great, and we were anticipating the tires to jump a little bit more in PSI than they did initially. I think that the weather stayed a little bit cooler for longer.
Okay.
But no, the tires are handling great, and we're actually really happy with our pit stops. We're not short fueling this time.
Good,
we're having
good.
shorter pit stops than the rest of the pack. So
yes.
I think we're figuring stuff out.
No, you absolutely are. And I know you guys were saying you're really only bringing on pro mechanics just for the weekends, but you got to be practicing that outside of here, right? When you've got everything dialed in, you're handed fuel bottles across. We were seeing that. And your pit pace is up there with these guys that have full pro teams.
Yeah, no, we have an awesome team. We have the drivers collecting bottles and passing the fuel bottles. And then our fuel guy is awesome. It's my husband.
Okay, gotcha.
So I might have some biases. Yeah, but we really do have an amazing team.
Good. Glad to hear that. Trying to look down here. So you're in 7th, and Rob is 30 seconds behind that Porsche. How have you felt racing in and around these Porsche Cup cars? A little bit different than a lot of the other sort of cars that we're used to seeing in WRL. WRL, typically you've got like a Supra or a BMW, and there were Caymans a while back, which handle a little bit different even to these Cup cars. What's it like racing against those guys, head to head?
Well, they're a very competitive car, and it was actually really fun racing against them. I was kind of battling them at the beginning of my session. But yeah, no, they've got some advantages with such a great car, but it's honestly, I think it's really fun racing against them.
Awesome. No, that's super, super fun. And you guys will be at Utah, obviously,
yes,
right?
Yeah,
yes, at the home race.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
That should be fun. Are you doing any of the other races this season? Are you going to finish out, go to Sebring, go to Texas?
Yes, yeah, we'll be at Sebring and Coda, which I'm really excited about.
Cool.
It'll be interesting to see what happens with Coda the next couple of years. Is WRL going to be able to go back?
I don't know. I can genuinely say that I don't know what the answer to that is. What I do know second and third hand is that I don't think that's the layup that they thought it was at that track. I think I'll put it that way. So I think there's a decent chance that it does happen, but officially they haven't said anything, obviously. But I hope that we can continue to do that. I hope that all of club racing can continue to use that facility that brought F1 racing back to the United States, that was supported by the public, all those kinds of things. So I hope that continues to be an opportunity for us. But yeah, if not, last opportunity to take a swing at it, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Hopefully we'll get a lot of competitors at that race.
I am certain that we will, because I think we're probably going to be, if they're going to hold tight on this, that's 2026 is the last year, then I think we're going to be one of the last events. I think there's a Champ Car event a couple weeks after as well. But it'll be one of the 2 last events for this type of car to be able to go there. So I think it is going to be well turned out for sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And, hey,
Sebring,
this
go ahead.
Greg,
yeah.
I just wanted to jump in and say we were talking a little bit earlier, and I was telling Ryan how excited I am to be back and being able next event calling a race at Utah at the UMC. It's a track that I absolutely love, and I called the first car race there, and I just fell in love with the place. And I think the track is really interesting and fun. I think the setting's beautiful. I'm a desert guy, so I love that kind of thing. But really looking forward to getting back and calling some cars there. And it's cool to see. And I noticed it's you're in Grantsville, right?
Yes, yeah. No, it really is an amazing facility, and it's really cool. It recently sold, and the new owners have been putting a lot of time and effort in. They're doing a reopening, and they're gonna relaunch with a new name. But yeah, they've been making some improvements to the track in areas that definitely needed some improvements. And it's really cool that we have a group that's investing the time and the money into the facility, because it really is such a beautiful facility. And I would love to see another big series back out there.
Yes, I think I would agree with that as well. Especially it's one of those that's it's driving distance for me. Like if I wanted to complain about it, I would say, oh, it's flight. But I could drive to Utah or drive to Salt Lake City if I had to. Having another pro track, driving distance from, the Bay Area is fantastic, and it's in a cool spot. And there's been a lot of discourse lately around the closure of racetracks and things like that. And I think Utah, not necessarily unique, but if you really wanted to build a data center, for example, you could build it anywhere in Utah. It doesn't have to go right where the racetrack is. So hopefully that allows a little bit more runway for we can get the track going if they're going to invest some money into it, that and get it back to where, it used to be. And Greg was calling American Le Mans Series races there, and, the whole 9 and Trans Am and, series like that. I think that would be really cool. So
it became kind of a crazy political football for a while, didn't it, Caitlin? Between the county and the state and all of this, trying to figure out what to do. It was
a very big lawsuit, and I think the facility itself kind of felt the weight of that. We saw some things getting a little bit run down, just sad, but I think the new hands are taking care of it. They're local racers as well.
Oh,
so.
okay,
And that,
good.
Yes,
that's fabulous. Yeah. Do you know, either of you two, when we're there, are we going to be running sort of the pro layout or are we going to be running the full, absolute full layout?
I know there was discussion about it, and whichever one we ran, they were talking about maybe running the other one next time.
Ooh, okay. I would love to run full.
So I don't know off the top of my head. That's a good RJ question. I do know that RJ was talked out of running the full circuit at Thunderhill because the full circuit at Thunderhill kind of sucks. But I think the full circuit at Utah is kind of neat.
It is
so
very
maybe.
neat.
Yeah.
Maybe. That would be fun.
And one of my favorite, I got to tell you, Caitlin, one of my favorite memories, I don't know if you watched the coverage, but that first ever car race, the American Le Mans Series race at Utah, no less a international star than Alan McNish did our track description. And that was when American Le Mans Series was putting some serious money into it. So we had a chopper that would fly over parts of the track, and then it would dissolve, and Alan would be standing on a certain part of the track and talk about it, and then it would cut to a chopper. It was just amazing.
Oh, cool.
That's so cool.
That's cool.
It was phenomenal. And the chopper flyovers were about as exciting as the race to watch when they were doing it. But when they got to the certain part of the track, and you'll certainly recognize this, Caitlin, it was Alan McNish at his best, because the camera came around Black Rock hairpin and then started to feed back, and all of a sudden it cuts down, and there's Alan McNish, and he's standing there, and he goes, "Now this tricky little bit of pavement, they call it Demon Devil Diablo." He said, "But in my opinion, after having driven it now, they should just call it Hell 1, 2, and 3. You know, such great stuff.
Hilarious.
And then we quit racing it a couple, like 2 years later, and went to that, faster loop back to join the two. And it was like, boy, I miss that, because that was very much like that triple Apex in Turkey, or now Coda.
Yeah.
Getting through that sequence, just maybe not quite as quick, but still really tricky, so.
Right.
Anyway.
Yeah, I love the technical aspect of full or the full track at UMC. It's really cool.
That's super fun.
I mean, outer's still great, but you have a lot more long straights, and I mean, maybe my car would probably favor outer loop more.
Right.
But full is really an amazing track.
Yeah, it is.
Sebring? Have you heard about Sebring? Are you excited to do the bumps at Sebring?
Yeah, I've raced there before.
Oh, you have? Okay, cool.
I did my first WRL event at Sebring, and I was with Matt Guyver's team. I'm blanking on the name right now.
Okay.
Zalus?
Zalus, yeah.
And ran in the E46 there, and Sebring is such a cool track. I'm so excited to go back, and the bumps are crazy. It just adds a whole nother technical aspect as a driver.
A whole nother thing to have to manage, and we were talking about pulling the levers and doing, making decisions about how you're going to run your race, and the bumps and the curbs and all those things. It really plays into how you're going to, make it happen and how you're going to make it work. So, no, that'll be fun too to see you guys out there. I'm telling you. It probably doesn't feel like it from where you're sitting, but like I'm watching all these races every season, or every race, every minute of every race, and it seems like you guys are on the cusp. Like you're there. Yeah. You're right where you ought to be. You need a little bit more luck to, I think, swing your way. The same thing's happening to Wheelhouse Motorsports. Consider, viewer at home, Wheelhouse Motorsports being, a big, well, not Ford official team, but Ford-backed team pretty heavily. The CEO of World's driving the car, and all the resources they're putting into that. They're taking the car and, modifying a GT4 car to do really well in this. And they're running into basically the same problem that Sinclair's running into, which is just getting timing on stuff. Not your guys' fault at all, but just the way yellows land, the way incidents happen, the way, things like that happen, where you just can't quite break the barrier and get where you ought to be. And it's really cool to watch you guys, keep hustling and keep trying to get to where you need to go, because I think the pace of the car is starting to get there. I certainly think Matthew is a wheelman now. I think people really need to be watching out for him, especially if any BMW program opportunities open up, or what have you. But I think you guys are really right there, and I'm excited to see when it finally does happen, when you guys do finally have like a breakthrough win or like a breakthrough second place where you come from behind. I'm really stoked to see it.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Well,
I think. Oh, you go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, yes, I agree with everything Ryan just said, and you, even though maybe that breakthrough moment hasn't happened, you still had an extraordinary season. I mean, you came in here only 2 points out of second.
Yep.
In the national championship right now, and looking at the stats, I mean, you've earned points. You've had 9 starts, not including today. You've earned points in every round. That's how you do well and you run in the top 3 of a championship. And I think it's been a pretty spectacular showing by you guys. And the 2 cars that lead the championship, pretty well organized, funded team with AE Victory Racing, and yet you guys are nipping at their heels. That's impressive.
And they've been doing it for a while, too.
Yeah.
That whole team up and down, and Aaron Vogel was running cars 10 years ago at Thunder Hill. Like, it's a team that knows what they're doing, and they've done this endurance racing thing a long time versus you guys picking this up and doing it yourselves. I think you guys should be proud of what you've accomplished so far. 100%.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Anything else, Caitlin, before we get back to the race here? Anything you're excited to see? Anything you're looking forward to this season, next season, any season?
Any season? Well, I'm looking at potentially running Mustang Challenge next season.
Ooh,
which
there you
is
go.
Very exciting.
Yeah.
And, trying to muster up some sponsorship money and opportunities there. But I think it would be an amazing opportunity to participate in Mustang Challenge and take the next step ultimately in my racing career.
I think all things considered, a pretty similar car, kind of a similar power to weight situation, a similar tire situation.
Yeah.
And a friend of the show, Cole Lofsgaard, who won the WRL championship last season, who started off driving Mustangs. I think it was his own car. It was like a V6.
Yeah.
He is currently leading the championship in that series.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So there's definitely precedent for somebody coming through, a young person coming through WRL and doing the Mustang Challenge and doing really well. So I think that would be absolutely a cool opportunity if you get that all squared away.
Thank you so much.
Awesome. Well, Caitlin Singler, thank you for coming up here. Good luck to you. We've got all day tomorrow, too. So all day tomorrow, we'll keep the car clean and we'll see where it ends up, all right?
Yep, sounds good.
Awesome. Thank you, Caitlin. Appreciate you.
Thanks, Caitlin. Hey, just real quick, I wanted just to get us into this. We're looking at a potential great battle unfolding here for the overall in GTO. There's part of it. Just went through the frame. The number 99 GTR machine has been running laps, oftentimes up to half a second or better than the 119 AE Victory Racing entry, but behind Rob Jakowitz in that GTR 99, Cameron Shields in that 888 Racing 102 Porsche has been throwing down mid to high 207s, and that's the battle that should be coming up the hill here shortly. It is so close. Right now, the time between the number 99 and the 102 for the battle for fourth, 0.4 of a second. Right here they come as they go whistling by us. And the pace of that battle is taking them ever closer to a potential podium. So we've got ourselves a podium battle that could be forming up pretty quickly, guys. Watching them now as they work their way through the outer loop and down into the laces through the chute. Here they come. And that's it right there. That's 4th and 5th covered by nothing. See the Porsche opening that entry up a little bit, trying to get that car with all that weight over the drive wheels to be able to grab the throttle just that little bit sooner, get it to plant, and get a run. Takes a look. Not quite there. A little tentative. See it. He looked, came back. Nope. That just shows you just the speed that right now Cameron Shields is putting in, the intensity of the drive and the defense, of course, by Rob Jakowitz, who's doing everything he can. Here we go, another lap in the books for these two, through turn 11, onto the front straight. Do we see a late lunge down into one? And he shows the nose again, thinks about it, and again tucks back in. Ooh, 99 up on the curve a little bit. And that let the Porsche get a better drive. And of course, again, that all the weight over those drive wheels helps, and he just got it done. And when you're up on that exit curb like that, that car, believe it or not, even if it doesn't appear it sometimes, is twitchy. And look at that Porsche. He knows I don't have the straight line here, so I've got to use the tools in my quiver here and defend it all the way through. But I'll guarantee you that Jackowitz, as soon as he got up and was straddling that curb, you've just got to wait until you can sort of guide it off that curb, because if you go to throttle and the car's unloaded like that, so easy for it to snap into a spin. And now it's going to be Shields who's going to have to deal with a little bit of slower traffic. This looks like he's going to try and just drive right around the outside of the BMW here. The BMW is not just going quietly here either. And now, can Jackowitz here clear the BMW? He does as well. Through turn 8. Tricky turn 9. Now just flow speed through here. Dab the brake. Roll speed. A lot of exit curb. That's okay. It's there for that. You just don't want to go over it. Just nick that inside curb. Use the exit curb. About 300 marker for the brakes. This time, doesn't get over and straddle that curb. And you can see up front, Shields that time straddled that curb and did exactly what I was talking about. He made no effort to come down off that curb until the curb itself flattened out. And if you've got tires on either side of that curb, you got to be really careful. Because you can also, if the car's low, you could bottom the car a little bit. And now Shields turning in so close to the barrier on the inside of that right-hander into the inner loop. Full commitment here, but he's got traffic. Jackowitz has a shot. Shields' momentum completely blunted there. I think that's our number 41, the Acura, or the Honda Civic, I should say. Jackowitz stays close.
Close right up on the bumper. No, yeah, absolutely. Just has given him that opportunity here. The same thing starting to happen the other way, that I think Chad Carnevale is going to have been caught by Michel Abate, if not right now, very soon. He's now getting into the 203s, so he found the pace that he needs, but it might be too little too late for that Kingpin car to be able to get that lap back. Still an opportunity to stay in second here, though. This is the battle for fourth.
Yeah, an interesting study. And I'm watching this, and again, their pace, when we first started really covering this battle, the 99 was about 15 seconds back of the 102 at that time was about 15 seconds back of Sarah Montgomery. And now they're, well, let's see, they're coming through. It was about 11 seconds the last time through. I think it'll be even closer still, the way these laps have been going. Yep, down to 10 seconds even. So this battle for fourth is closing on Sarah Montgomery in the 119 AE Victory Racing. Toyota up in front of them, and that would be for the last stop on the podium.
Yep. And every little bit, if this pack catches Sarah Montgomery, this group of two here fighting for fourth, then that's going to give Chad Carnevale a little bit of breathing room. He's still got a ways to go. It's 54 seconds the gap, but that's come down from the over a minute that it was before when he got into the car.
Oh, really wide there. Oh,
wow.
I thought we were going to see that graze of the barrier there that you wanted.
Yep, that I was looking for. That's not how you want to see it, though.
No, agreed.
Yep, and so that's given Chad Carnevale a little bit of breathing room here from Michel Abate. Now they've got the Flying Fur car in between them. That car's going to be a little bit difficult to pass, I reckon.
We heard the Corvette talking earlier on the radio about how difficult that Flying Fur Motorsports BMW was to get by.
Well, and if you remember, Greg, back to Road America, that BMW ran sans wing at Road America, and it was a rocket ship. Now, of course, here at Watkins Glen, you want a little bit more downforce. You want to be able to take these corners a bit quicker, but still has the same kind of grunt it had before. They take a little bit of a penalty, of course, by putting the wing back on.
Sure.
But still a fast car. If that's what you've designed it for, then it's going to be tough to pass.
Ooh, outside pass here by Carnevale. And that time down through turn 1, Michelle Abate completely missed the apex. And I think she was so focused on getting by that she ran a little wide through the corner, but made the adjustment beautifully and just, angled it a little bit differently coming out. Didn't get too far over that curb and was able to get the power down. It was a great adjustment when she got in a little hot and missed that apex. And that's, every driver is going to have a moment where you miss that a little bit. And it's how you adapt on the exit. And she did a great job of that. But that helped Carnevale just a smidge.
Rob Jakowitz lost about a second there last time by against Cameron Shields for 4th position here. 2:02 for Cameron Shields, so really turning up the pace here and trying to stay ahead. Rob Jakowitz only a 2:03, which is about what Sarah Montgomery is running right now, the front of the field.
Yeah, that margin now down to just over 9 seconds from Montgomery to Shields, so that 888 Porsche is coming.
With a 2-second gap, you start to get into your playing offense rather than defense.
Yeah,
you're going after Sarah Montgomery. You're not as worried about Rob Jakowitz behind.
At this point, you bet. Turn the mirrors down and just drive. And one thing I've noticed when we've had the high shots, that you can see Chad Carnevale's driving style is clearly different than Salikal's, because we saw that really early turn-in tendency, and Chad is much more of a little wider arc in type of driver, and so I think maybe he's dealing with tires for his driving style that might not be prime right now, and he is doing everything he can to get after it here.
I mean, we're getting towards the end of the day here. You got an hour to go.
Yep.
Tomorrow, this will be the end of the race, and you have to ask these tires to do an additional hour on top of that. We are getting into the final pit window here. Again, you want to try to stretch this as long as you can to potentially take advantage of a code 35 here. You also want to reduce the amount of fuel you have to carry to the end of the race. Chad's going to have to hang on here, by my estimation, at least another 20 minutes probably, if we're going to do the strategy, fully optimized. He got in with like an hour and 50-ish to go. It's been about 50 minutes, so yeah, at least 10 more minutes he's got to hold on.
Yep.
And then the question is, are they going to give him whoever gets back in the car, or indeed are they going to give Chad one front left tire, as the GTR 99 is going to come into their last pit stop. It looks like it's going to be fuel only for Rob Jakowitz.
Okay.
No, they are going to do a driver change. My apologies. They go over. Rob Jakowitz gets out. It might be Michael Gilbert getting back in. We'll see when they click through the pit exit. We'll update that driver ID for us. They can get a driver change done during the fuel stop here. They are now losing, and it only took them about 2 or 3 extra seconds. So now trying to get the car fired. So they were able to make that driver change, and it really didn't cost them a ton of time versus the amount of fuel they needed. It looks like it was a short fill. I think they only did about 2 and a bit cans. JT Tammy joins us again. Welcome, JT.
Hello.
JT, we're currently watching Chad Carnevale try to stay on the lead lap here against Michelle Abate. Obviously, he's not going to have the kind of pace that he needs to make up an entire lap, but it is going to keep him secure in second place if he can kind of stay in this spot. And we've also got Jeffrey Siegel gets back in the GTR 99. So GTR 99, JT, has just made its final pit stop. And they were right behind the 102 of 888 Racing. And Cameron Shields is coming. He is looking for Sarah Montgomery out of his windshield here.
And you mentioned that the GTR 99 boys only did 2.5 drums, right?
2 and a bit, yeah.
2 and a bit, yeah. That tells me they are really confident in their fuel numbers.
Yes.
You know, that because you want the car as light as you can near the end of the race.
Right.
But you don't want to be running out of fuel. And if you're just, saying, all right, we're going to short fill it even a little bit, you've got to be really confident of where you are in terms of your consumption and that you've got enough to make it to the end. So, and I love how they're, anything we can do to maybe keep us with a shot at that podium and certainly keep us in the top 5. And if that means, we do a little bit of a short fill and hopefully be quick at the end, we're going to go for it. I love it.
Now that we wait and see when do the top 4 pull into the pit lane here. Is Michelle Abate? I don't think she can go to the end. I really don't. I think they're going to have to do a driver change, is the number 120. Now, granted, they've been doing these pit stops for a long time, but they, let's see. I'm trying to see time remaining. Race time, 5:01.
Is the
I think she might be good to the end. I think they timed that to perfection. I think they're not going to need a driver change. Go ahead.
I was just wondering, is the rule 3 hours max period, or is it 3 hours
I think it's
max, and then you need to be out of the car for so long, then you could get back in?
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
You can do 2 and 2 if you so choose.
Okay. So I think, by that rule, I think she's okay, because she started.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And so she's certainly had a fair amount of time out of the car. And she only got in on that last stop, right?
2 stops ago.
2 stops ago. Oh, you're right.
She was in with Sonicol.
That's right. So you are right.
Yeah.
That is cutting it close.
Well, it says here that the pit stop that the driver change occurred on was at race time 5:01:23. So I think they've calculated that and they know that they're good to go.
5:01. Yeah.
Yeah.
By a minute and 23 seconds, they are good. That's what you're saying, essentially. Yeah, that's playing the margins close.
I feel for Chad Carnevale here, who has figured out, the situation. He's got the pace right where he needs to be, but now he's got Michelle Abate right behind him. You can see that white and blue Supra, and then this is the orange and purple and black Supra of the leader, the 120. Now you have to imagine they're also in the same kind of boat where they're running out of tire, they're running out of fuel. 57 minutes to go here. Cameron Shields down to 7.7 seconds behind Sarah Montgomery in the 119.
He just is continuing to run. Sarah upped the ante, though, on that last lap, didn't she? She went a 2:02.67 to Cameron's 2:02.62. So she got the memo as well that you got to pick it up.
Yep.
And you wonder, too, because she was running a really quickly competitive lap. So if Sarah was up until the last few laps, if she was just being a little conservative, make sure she's got tire left.
Right, tire and fuel.
Yeah. And Carnevale, you said it just a minute ago, but because we were speculating on, him struggling to figure out what to do with this car, that maybe the front tires were a little bit overused, and he has figured a drive around, hasn't he? Because he's suddenly low 2.0s, 203s, 202s regularly here. So, number 4 is
pace
in.
There. Yeah, 4 has come back from the paddock and is running again. I think they're just trying to get that car ready to go for tomorrow.
Yep. Yeah, it's a shame because that Kingpin team and that car have always been really quick.
Yep.
And to have them have that long, isn't that gorgeous?
You can see the uphill from the shot.
You literally can.
That's pretty cool.
And you can see
25,
right where
Singler.
that compression starts. Oh, Singler's in.
Yep, they're going to make a pit stop here. They're going to do one more driver change. That's Rob Holland getting out. And they've got a tire there in hand. Looks like a scrub. I think this is going to be a front left tire change.
And, you know, at this stage, sitting 7th right now.
Leader in GP1 is in. Sorry, right.
No, that's fine. I'm just looking at the gaps here. I mean, they're they're a lap off of 6th right now. I wonder if they're getting some sort of a warning about like a little puncture or something. Because I don't know.
That tire looks pretty smooth.
Yeah.
Just the bit that we can see. Yeah, that's probably getting to the end, I reckon.
I suppose. I was just, speculating. When you're a lap down to the guy in front, you're running 7th.
Right.
Why waste a tire you could maybe use tomorrow?
Well, this might become the right rear tire tomorrow.
Well, that's very true. Yeah.
Oh,
problem there for the Empire team. Inside the driver's compartment there. Really struggling with something. Is that the window net that they can't get latched, maybe? Boy, the 54 is in too, so.
Well, there you go.
Here's Brady Marcinski, busy pit lane. Everybody getting it down to that last pit stop. And I love this angle of the boot. Before we went to the picture there, and that other angle where you could really see the climb, you could see that compression. That when you come out of the downhill run from the laces up there, as you turn into the boot, you could literally see where suddenly all the grip happens right there. You can see the pavement just gets darker there. And it's like, that's where you're getting grip. Sorry, JT, what'd you say?
No, that was me. I'm sorry.
Oh.
Yeah, so the 43, I think they're having to top off the oil.
Oh.
I think that's why the hood keeps going up when they do their pit lane, or when they do their pit stops. And it looked like the same sort of red line bottle that I use at my work on BMWs. So, and just kind of thinking about where they're opening it, they're either putting coolant in, or they're putting power steering fluid, or they're putting oil. They're putting some fluid in the car, I think is why they keep opening the hood and checking.
Yeah, and when I saw them do it earlier, it didn't look like it was, your standard typical, oil bottle.
Well,
yeah, but the red line bottles, JT, are a goofy shape.
Okay.
Go ahead, Greg. Sorry.
No, it's I actually looked at something and then misread it, so I got excited for no reason. But I will say that when it comes to goofy, you're the guy, Ryan, in terms of what a shape is.
100% true. No, the red line bottles have like a really long neck on them, and then they kind of flare out at the bottom, and they basically have their own funnel. So you don't dribble when you put the oil in the car.
What I was looking at was it said for the PC Racing that caught my eye, it said extended pit. But now they're back out, so I was, it was like, uh-oh, how bad is this? But now we wonder, did El Diablo get back on that same lap?
They weren't.
I don't know. That's what I'm wondering.
It's going to be close.
And of course, they've got a stop coming too, I think. So
right. Now, to be clear, it seems like PC has whatever issue they have in hand. It's not like they're tremendously worried about it if they're sitting the car back out. But also, when you're in contention for a win, I do think that you're more likely to, I guess we put the fluid in and let her rip.
Yes.
So we just got to keep El Diablo out of the wall here. And then if something happens to the PC Racing car, they could pick up a cheeky win.
Look at this. Right now, Jackowitz, or Jeff Siegel in the 99 has glommed onto the back of Michelle Abadi. and is running. He's going to go by and get a lap back here.
Yeah.
I think. Late on the brakes down into one. Michelle running the outside, side by side. Michelle up on that curb, and she's still going to try and run it side by side up through the S's here and keep him down a lap, and he wants to get through, and he's got it done. So now Jeff just needs to put his head down and fly right now. The other thing I wanted to point out, Cameron Shields now down to 3.8 seconds behind Sarah Montgomery. He just took another 2 2/10 off on that last lap. So this battle for the final podium spot is on. All right, here we go. There she is. There's Sarah. And there is Cameron. That's the gap, folks, for the final step on the overall and GTO podium. And then the GTR, obviously, with that pit stop, they've dropped back a bit. Now, do we still expect a stop from Montgomery in the 119?
Yes. Yes, we do.
And also for the 102, I think, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Everybody in that top 4 has not pitted. But they got to be getting close. I think they are in a situation where they're playing, I think, the correct strategy move, where we're going to go as long as we can so we can take advantage of any potential purple flag situation.
Yep. Hey, I know they're down the order.
I'm sorry, Greg. 53 is in.
50. Oh, huge. Okay.
And they're going to do a driver change.
All right.
I think this is going to be Rob Walker getting in for the end. All right, go ahead, Greg. Further down the order.
Just going to say that the 25 is Singler Racing. Matthew Singler just threw down a lap. He just went a 2:02.9 in that car. They may be 7th, but that one tire change that they put on, and Matthew Singler behind the wheel.
Oh my goodness, the 38 is stopped.
Oh!
Is that the 38 or is that the 72? Okay, that's 38, yeah.
That is the 38, I think. Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Oh, man, I think the 53 may have just missed it. Oh, the 53 is going to have to have taken a green flag pit stop.
Hold on.
Well, he's off track, so they've
recycled the car.
Yeah, he's off track. They're just covering it with a local yellow right now.
102 is in as well. Oh, man. If Michelle Abate gets a purple flag here, it's same with Sarah Montgomery. We're going to see.
Yeah, it's off track, and if they got a rescue crew over, they could easily tuck that without going even code 35.
Yeah, you have the safety guys on the left here at the barrier trying to communicate with the driver.
Oh, we got the double yellow at the flag stand.
Oh,
it's going to be followed up with the purple. That's going to basically hand the 120 and the 119 a 1-2 finish here, with Kingpin having stopped under green, done the driver change, did everything they needed to do, stretched it as far as they could. And I think you're right, Greg. I think Michelle Abate played the right move there and stretched the fuel economy. Got that extra lap here, and this extra lap is going to make the difference as they're going to get a cheap pit stop. They are going to go for a driver change in the 120. So they're not worried about playing it too marginal. They'll just go ahead and make the change. They've got time in hand. We'll have to see where the 119 is. That's going to be the relevant situation here, but Rob Walker gets into the 53 just a lap too early.
Well, and I wonder if this team, if they had said, if we pit under green, Michelle stays in.
Right.
If we pit under a code 35 where we've got that little bit of, we'll lose so much less time when we've got a decent lead. Maybe at that point we do a driver change. Well, they got the code 35.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be the 119. They have to pit here. There's no way they're not pitting.
No, anybody who has it is going to. There's no question.
Indeed, they do come in. The 48 has not come in. I wonder if the 48 thinks they can make it.
Interesting.
That would be odd, especially since they're not in, they're not in shouting distance from the PC car. Here's the 119 pit stop, and again for Sarah Montgomery, who recently got back in the car. They're going to get 2 jugs of fuel here.
They got a third one ready.
Oh, there's a third right there. She's got her finger on the button, ready to go. I think 3 is going to be plenty here with 44 minutes to go, and we're going to be under yellow.
Boy, nice stop. And I was thinking, would they go maybe do 2.5 bottles?
Or that's what I was thinking too. But if you got the time in hand, you may as well.
Well, and I think Sarah said, I'm going to burn this thing down, so I'm going after it. So top it off here, baby. Oh, look at that! And then the car drives away.
Oh. Okay, so now the battle becomes the battle for third between the 53 and the 102. I know we have the 53 on board. Do we have a 102 on board, Dustin?
And GTR 99's in this too, technically. Some big margins there. I mean, they need some help, obviously.
Oh, I have the old 888. Let's see. 102. No. There is Rob Walker on the front stretch here. Going to finish the car out here, the number 53, and it's going to go green. And now we're looking for the 888 Porsche. I don't see it. I thought they were going to be a little bit closer here.
Yeah, I did too.
No, but have they had to pit? No. I mean, they're probably due, I think.
I thought they
already stopped. They did. My apologies. Yeah, they did pit. So where
they put Rob Walker in, yeah.
No, the 102.
Oh, the 102. Sorry. Yes.
Yeah. Oh, the 102 and the 54 are a ways back from Rob Walker. So as long as Rob Walker can put in some reasonable laps here in the number 53 Kingpin car, he can hold on to a third position. Those 2 888 cars are coming. GTR 99, I understand what they were trying to do, and I just don't think that was the move.
Yeah.
I think you got to stretch it to try to get to this code 35, and it's exactly what happened, and it worked to perfection for AE Victory. I do think that the 53 was just out of fuel.
Yeah, I think so too. Well, let's see. Well, let's wait for one more lap. Make sure we've got timing totally set. In comes the 72. Guardian Angel Motorsports entry.
Well, it's Hannah Grisham's going to take the car to the finish here, the number 120. Yeah, Greg, I see what you mean here.
Yeah.
Where Sadikal and then Chad Carnevale really tried to burn that car down to get some pace out of it. And you had mentioned that maybe Michelle Abate kind of checks up here and saves some fuel. Maybe Sarah Montgomery trying to save some fuel. And they're able to go one lap further, which makes the difference.
Yep. And just, it's still luck that code 35 happened when it did. But,
yeah, but you got to put yourself in the spot to take advantage of it.
I was going to say, the old make your own luck adage is if you didn't save fuel, you may have had to come in just before that happened. So, yeah, great job. There is our leader in GP1, I believe, the 43 PC Racing entry with Sarah Montgomery right behind. 2 different classes, of course. was at the El Diablo, right behind the PC entry, but a lap down, right?
Yep.
Yep, that's them.
That's another one of what could have been. What could have been today for El Diablo with that. And you see how these mistakes 7 hours ago, or 6 hours ago, I suppose, really hamper you at the end. And ran a great race other than that, little bit of a mistake there.
Yep.
And it's allowed PC Racing to have a full lap in hand. And again, with no safety car procedure here, you can't just get that lap back.
Yeah, it's the interesting thing when you use the Code 35 system, you can gain or lose time in your pit stop, as always.
Yep.
And if it's a Code 35 and you pit, you can gain a lot of time relative to somebody you just pitted under the green. But the one thing is very difficult to do under Code 35 is get laps back. That's the issue. So let's see, looking at so Rob Walker is 27 seconds adrift of Sarah Montgomery.
Ooh, okay. Mike Anderson saying that the 83 will be ready to rock tomorrow, so long as they get some parts going.
Oh, good. Boy, they need it.
That's the Palomar racing car.
All right, Montgomery's last lap was a 2:03.6. Walker's was a 2:05.3. Now, again, that could be traffic. Cameron Shields was a 2:04.1, so about 1.2 seconds quicker than Walker, and 27 seconds back.
Well, if you recall,
could end up
Greg,
being interesting.
It took Chad a few laps to get established in that car as well. Unfortunately, if they want to catch for that second place, Rob Walker can't afford to wait a few laps to get the pace out of this car.
No, he can't, especially with, again, Shields behind, immediately lapping, like I said, 1.2 seconds quicker than the 53.
Yeah.
So
he's the same distance to Rob as Rob is to Sarah.
Yep.
So Shields in kind of the same position he was in before, except now the pass has occurred. So he really needs to get back by.
Yes.
But again, you're going to have two gentleman drivers trying like hell to catch Sarah Montgomery, to be the Triple Eight to be on the podium, and the 53 to take the second step where they were before the unfortunate luck.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, lost in all of this is the 43 of PC Racing for the first time in a while, running a pretty clean race, able to do what they need to do.
Yeah.
No mechanical troubles, no contact troubles. Just able to stay out front and click off some consistent laps is going to have been enough today. Empire Motorsports Group is going to be able to hang on to a third place here, most likely, if all else stays the same. Again, after a consistent run today, no penalties, nothing too crazy. They were down, mired in kind of the fifth place sort of range because you had the 88, you had the El Diablo car, you had the Flying Fur car, you had the 62 up there for a while. And so that was a car that looked like it wasn't even going to sniff the podium.
Yeah,
it's now going to come home comfortably third after, again, just a consistent run behind the wheel of that old BMW, the E36.
And Henry Kwok, again, I wonder if he's part of that family out of Canada that are just so quick in Canadian touring car racing. But even if not, he has still really put some laps in here in that car. Boy, and Sarah Montgomery got the memo here. She just uncorked a 2:02.8 to Walker's 2:03.6. So I think our battle here potentially is going to be that battle for the final podium spot between the 53 Kingpin Toyota Walker and the 102 888 Porsche of Cameron Shields, who again laps, this time not as much, half a second quicker. And we've got 35 minutes to go. Ooh, that's a tall ask.
It's a big ask for either of them.
Yep, absolutely.
Same with Jeff Siegel, 34 seconds behind in 5th.
Yep.
Yeah, Singular Racing is a minute behind the 54, but still 4 laps in hand ahead of the number 14 of Forza Motorsport, we haven't talked about too much today. You may as well throw one more tire on there, Craig, if you're worried about making it to the end and having that thing break on you.
Yeah. Yep, good point. And, you know, there was for a while there, Chris Boy, when he first got into the Forza car, and I'm guessing they may have done tires, but he was consistently in the 203s for a while.
Yeah,
really flying. I think that look at that best lap at 2:03.4, lap 157 is when he put that lap in. But I think now, you know, the sheen is off those tires a little bit.
Yep.
But boy, he was flogging it.
Now, at risk of jinxing a cool thing that's about to happen, the number 41 of Velocity Motorsports Club, we haven't talked about them a whole much because they've pretty comfortably held the lead here in GP2 for some time. And this will be the first time in a while that we've had a front-wheel drive car come through on the podium in WRL. So we're very excited by that as well. We've had the Hyundai Veloster do well. I think they had a third, JT. Does that sound right? That one of those Velosters got third last year?
Yeah. That kind of sounds familiar.
So, it doesn't happen often. We don't have as many entries as we used to in front-wheel drive cars, but the Velocity Motorsports Club Honda Civic Si with the 1.5-liter turbo motor, able to make good mileage, we noticed, and also able to stay ahead on pace as well, will come home ahead of the 216, again, all things being equal. 216, another strong podium position. The 38 of Palomar is going to, I believe, inherit third here. But that's not the point-scoring car that's in the lead of the championship.
No.
So the Skip Barber car is going to gain some significant pointage in the GP2 standings with this tough race for the 83.
So the 38, I'm just doing 178 laps right now for the Velocity entry, and the 38, 103. So that's comfortably within the 50%. But again, that's not the points car. So
right. I mean, they can score points, but that's not the car that's been in the lead of the championship.
Exactly.
216 is Skip Barber's coming in. Now, they bring the car to a halt, and they're not in a huge hurry. They're trying to open the hood, and that hood that they were trying to get to re-latch earlier now is having a hard time getting it open. There's something under the hood that they desperately need to access. Now, again, with that 38 car, is the 38 car circulating? Yeah, no, they've got a ton of laps in hand, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Huge
So
amount,
this doesn't matter tremendously, but you'd like to see that car live to fight another day.
Absolutely. You know, the car this is really going to hurt in terms of the points here for GP2 is the 55 AOA Racing, because they are nowhere near 50% of the laps completed, so it'll be a DNF and no points. And they came in here, guys, third in the points and only 7 out of second and only 20 points out of the lead. And they're going to get nothing today. That's brutal. That is brutal. But that is also endurance racing.
It is.
It is amazing. It's fun. It's intense. And on occasion, it can be cruel.
Now, I did want to say earlier, and it ended up not being a problem back then, so I let it go. But but now I'm going to say it. This Skip Barber Racing School car, which I believe to be one of the Cup cars, the Toyota GR Cup 86s, has the fancy aero latch clasps for the hood, which look really cool, etc. But when the bumper and hood are messed up, a little bit difficult to get undone. But they send the car. I don't know if they're going to send it to the paddock or if they're going to send it back out and circulating, but they pounded on that front left corner of the car for some time. I thought they were trying to get the hood popped open, but they just sent it back out to the track. So maybe there's a loose connection in the front left, although I don't know what sensor would be up there. Maybe the MAF? No. The intake air temperature sensor maybe up there? I guess they could move those wherever they wanted on the race car, but... And anyway, nothing beats the old school latches where the little metal bits stick up and you can just jam the cotter pin in there and go.
Exactly. I think Rob Walker has let those who are pursuing him know it ain't going to come easy, because he just turned a 2-minute 2.8, and that was a good 0.3 quicker than Cameron Shields behind him. So Walker, in that number 53, has figured it out, and how to get speed out of that car, even if it does have potentially those slightly wounded tires. But he is absolutely on it right now. That was a great lap. And talk about the right time to unleash it.
Like I said, it takes a little bit of time. It had taken Chad a little bit of time, and it took Rob a little bit of time to get back to where they were comfortable in that car. And indeed, I think when Sodicall got in after Murray Wonderly, I think it took him a little bit of time to find the pace in that car. So I think it's just getting back into the car, getting everything back the way you need. Ooh, a little slippy there.
Yep. He passed that GP1 car down the front straight, so his entry was shifted over still. He couldn't get back to the optimum entry angle, and so he carried a little bit more speed in for the angle that he had and did a nice job. You probably figured, I'm going to end up on these curbs. Just, and the big thing there is if the car moves a little bit, just let it. Don't try and steer off of that curb too abruptly, because that's when it's going to bite you,
Yep.
Or go too aggressively to throttle either.
Worth pointing out that this is not Rob Walker's pinnacle racing experience this season. And he indeed is in Porsche Carrera Cup North America. Probably knows his way around a slippery and sliding car, with those things being the handful that they are. Not nearly as bad as they used to be. But the no traction control, rear engine, big power car, probably at this track this season.
And if I recall correctly, he runs with a former WRL team.
He does. I believe that is true. That, of course, not being split decision. It's the other one.
Jared Thomas Racing.
Jared Thomas Racing, yeah. JTR Motorsports Engineering.
That was very nice by Rob. You see that the Empire car gave him a lane around the faster outside line coming out of that corner, and as Rob went by, he just gave them the old thank you.
Yep. And
you know what that did, and a lot of racing is psychological, right? And Cameron's been throwing down these low 203s, and closing up, and that gap is shrinking, and then suddenly Rob unleashes a 202, whatever it was, a 9, I think. And that can be a real gut punch and a message to the guys behind that I've got speed left.
Yeah.
So... Yeah, and Siegel right now just does not have quite the pace of Cameron Shields in that 102 888 Porsche either.
No.
He just can't muster it at this stage.
Now, Matthew Singler, on the other hand,
is flying.
Has closed up a bunch of time. I don't think he's going to... the pace at which he's done it is incredible.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to be enough, but it speaks volumes about that one tire they took.
Exactly.
If he's able to close up the kind of time that he's closed up. Yeah, look at that. 15 seconds in 5 laps.
Yeah, pretty impressive.
So maybe this was planned. Maybe that they had thought about this all along, and it could be that the pit stop just took a little bit too long. But 47 seconds. They're 2-minute laps. You probably got 12 laps to go. Yeah, probably not going to catch unless he starts doing 202s consistently. He's in the 204 range.
Yeah, if Marcinski in the 54, keeps running 207, high 207s, and Singler is consistently running 204s, that's at least a 202.
A 202. Oh my goodness.
Wow. That. So if he continues to take chunks like this, where you're talking, over 4 seconds off per lap, I think it's doable. It'll sure be close.
Starts to get close there for sure.
Yeah. Wow. That's a lap.
Yeah, because if he's doing 4 seconds a lap, 10 laps, that's 40 seconds right there.
Right there. Yep.
I mean, 202.5, that puts him up there in the sort of AE Victory, Kingpin kind of lap time bracket. Like, that's moving right now.
I mean, other than Hannah Grisham in the 120 up front, that's the quickest lap out of anybody in GTO right now. And Hannah is just firmly in control now. She just easily turned to 202.2.
We're waiting for that Porsche to cross the line again. The number 54.
Yep. And of course, this is, it's an 8-hour race. We're into our final half hour. So these cars have been at it for 7.5 hours. The drivers have been at it, not for the full 7.5, but believe me, even on a cool day like this with those engines up front, for the most part, the temperatures in the cockpits are toasty, and you're working hard. And especially if you're in hard pursuit mode where you're just going after it, this is where now that ability, and this is where your training regimen really pays dividends. If you're in shape, you're going to be thinking and be able to react quicker and smarter than others. But this is
Matthew
where
Singler just took 4 seconds again out of the 54.
Yep. Jeez.
Hey, I'm sorry to step on you there, Greg, but it's like
no.
That just keeps going.
That's the story here. Yeah, absolutely. But this is the time when you can start to make those little mental mistakes.
Right.
Or when maybe the car finally, it's just all right. I've used up a little bit too much brake here, or whatever. When things can happen, but so this is when sometimes it's really nice to have the carrot. And, no, I've got a chance at something. So now you're full focus. And I think that's why, we're seeing Hannah with a lap in hand and still pushing 202s out. Is that's the groove right now she feels comfortable in when she's on her own. When she's in traffic, obviously that'll fluctuate, but
even if Matthew doesn't get there to take this 6th position, which in the scheme of things isn't a huge deal, it's not a huge amount of points difference.
Right.
It does show the power of taking one tire.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, one single tire is giving him, I think, in addition to him being a wheelman and, doing the thing, one single tire is giving him a significant advantage lap time-wise here in the closing stages of the race.
Yep. Exactly. Well, and we talk about the grip that this track now inherently has.
Yep.
And if you've pushed your tires a little bit, and normally on a rear-wheel drive front engine with a big engine up front, that with traction control and all that, it's the front sometimes that actually go away a little quicker than the rears on occasion.
Yep.
And so to play that left front card. Brilliant.
207 for the 54, 203.2 for the 25. It's now 34 seconds. I still, you figure 10 laps to go. I don't think he's going to be able to get around and make the pass unless the 54 makes a mistake. I think he'll be within sight. Like, they'll be on the straightaway together. I don't think he's going to get there.
So he might catch him.
Right.
But
I don't even know about catch him. I think he's going to see his rear bumper, though, and wish he had, gained a little bit more time elsewhere.
Well, the 54 crew is just imploring Brady, find something, find a little bit here.
Yep.
Even though, 208s are bad. If you can get to low 207s even, that's going to stem the flow a bit. And he seems to have responded with that 207.3.
The 53 cranks off another 202. Most of these gaps have stood pat. He's gained a little bit of time on Sarah Montgomery, but again, nowhere near enough.
Yeah. That's a good lap, though, isn't it, for Rob? 202.
It is, and that 24 seconds, man, that is about the amount of time you lose in the pit lane, pitting under green versus pitting under code 35.
Wow. How close could this be at the end?
Yeah.
Were it not for that.
So I think, if anything, that means that Sarah Montgomery was doing what she needed to do because she was behind, firmly, and now it's, cranked it out to where it's close. So Sarah Montgomery, I think, isn't going to get some of the credit. I'm the broadcaster. I'll give her the credit.
Absolutely, she should.
She did what she needed to do to make sure that she could have secured that second place. Even without the help from the strategy, it looks like it was going to be close.
And Hannah Grisham just made a point, not on this last lap where she had a little traffic, but on the previous lap, guys, she turned a 202 flat.
Last lap again, 54, 208. 25, 202. They're now down to 28 seconds.
Oh, that was a big gain.
Yeah.
That was 5.5 seconds. He picked up on that lap alone.
Yeah, the space of 5 laps to have gone from 51 down to 34 is that is catching. That is moving.
Exactly. That is the proverbial bit between your teeth now. PC Racing, Will Vajonic doing a nice job just lapping. Still a couple of seconds on occasion quicker than El Diablo or Empire. Yep. So doing a really, really nice job there. Velocity Motorsports running 218, 219s. And the Skip Barber car is a little quicker right now. But again, it's about 4 laps back. So Velocity, just bring it home. Scott Nickel doing a really, really nice job of that. And the like. And then again, up front, we talked about Hannah and just having, she's controlling this beautifully. But that battle for that 6th spot, it's giving us something to really enjoy here in the last few laps here. There's bigger gaps everywhere else. So
the more that I think about it, the more I think this was 100% calculated. I think this was a decision that, no, we're going to put a tire on and we're going to try to go get him. We see what the lap times are. We know what the car will do on fresh tires. Let's see if we can go get him. I think that's what this was. And another feather in your cap, an experience that you're able to get. Obviously it's happening for 6th position, so you don't really get to see it as a big headline, but the experience of I hunted somebody down in the closing stages of a race, taking the aggressive strategy of longer stop with the tire, and was able to get it done. 207 to a 202 again.
Well, remember again, Singler Racing 3rd in GTO points, only 2 behind 2nd place, and only 11 off of the lead. Excuse me, only 31 off of the points lead. Now they're going to lose a chunk, but 6th is better than 7th and 8th. Yep,
absolutely.
And that's
it's not optimal for them to have those 2 cars finish 1-2.
Yeah. But I think you make a good point, because to me, if you don't make the conscious commitment that we're going to go after 6th, we're going to go after it. You don't put that left front on. You save it for tomorrow.
Right.
But today, they clearly, I think you're right, said we're going. We want those 6th place points instead of 7th. Let's go.
And it's what we talked about yesterday, Greg, where when you start as a young driver in endurance racing, the amount of experiences you get to have versus somebody coming up through the traditional ladder where, we're doing an hour and a half of seat time per month in our F4 cars and not really getting to drive that much. Matthew Singler's getting this experience that you could go a whole season of F4 or F3 and never quite get the chance to try this thing that you see from time to time in racing. You see it in IndyCar semi-frequently, where it's like, no, they're going to take the tires and they're going to see if they can bet on themselves here to go get the car ahead. And so having the knowledge, the understanding of knowing what that pressure is like and mentally what you have to do to make yourself get that gap closed, I think is invaluable and well worth it. Well worth the extra tires worth of cost for the weekend. That gap down to 18 seconds.
Oh, man.
The 888 did a 2:06, so I think Brady Marchinski's trying to respond here, but just not a whole lot left to give out of that Porsche. I imagine
that was a 2:06.98, so that was really a 2:07.
Yeah, but that's the best lap he's turned in some time.
In a while, but that 20, let's call it a 2:07 versus a 2:025, that's still 4.5 seconds.
And 14 minutes remaining. He's got, let's call it 6 to 7 more laps.
Yeah.
Oh, man, it's going to be really close.
It's going to be crazy. Going to be fun. But Singler now has a ton of traffic in front of him.
Right.
So that is we'll see how quickly he can dispatch these guys. There he is. He got one already. He got through on the Garden State entry. Okay, got the El Diablo.
Now here's going to be the problem.
Velocity, where
he's got velocity, and then he's going to have 2 GTO cars that are less concerned than he is with setting 202s.
True.
He got the velocity car.
Okay,
so that'll cost him a little bit of time, but not tremendously so.
He is pushing.
Okay, there's the 54.
That little bit of exit curb with that wall looking at him, and he didn't flinch. Used it up. Let's go.
The 148 is closing up to the rear of the 54. That's going to present a problem. He's also got to get by the 119. Is Sarah Montgomery going to let him go? That's my question. I would think that usually, everything tells me that, probably. But, if you're Sarah Montgomery, you really don't want him to get more points. You really would rather he not catch the 54. I don't know if that information is being relayed or not.
Right.
But 2:07. Matthew Singler in that traffic lap still turns a 2:03.
That's impressive. And here's the thing for Sarah in that 119, you have an angry Matt Singler behind you that's flying. How much do you risk racing him and trying to keep him behind?
Yeah, just kind of let him go and
you bet
ruin your podium spot here. Yeah, I don't think it's fair. I don't think she's going to try to keep him behind. It's a matter of, is she going to pull off and let him go, or is it going to be no, she's going to keep her line and he's going to have to make the move? How friendly do you want to be?
Yeah. At margin, 15 seconds even right now that we're tracking.
Yep. Oh, man. We got about
Walker,
5 laps to go.
I just want to point this out. Rob Walker, he's already on the podium, and yet he's turning mid-202s. Giving it everything he can to try and catch Sarah. He's not going to unless there's some sort of a problem here, because she's still, throwing in mid-203s easily. But he's trimmed that down to 20 seconds. So Rob Walker is putting in a drive, and this is where Singler's going to get parked a little bit. behind the Flying Fur Motorsports car, who runs wide. The beautiful adjustment by Singler to square the exit of 11 up just a little bit and be able to just accelerate by easily. What did that cost him? 2:03.9.
Yeah, but Brady did a 2:08.
So it's 10 seconds now.
10 seconds. Gotta have 2 seconds, but you gotta be doing better than 2 seconds a lap. That's what he needs. He needs 2 seconds a lap to make it, but he needs more than that because he's got to make the pass still too.
Yeah. Well, he's getting 4 seconds a lap.
Yeah.
You know, so I mean, let's put it this way: if everything stays to form next time by, it could be, let's call it 7 seconds conservatively.
Right.
Right. Next time by, it's 3. So it's going to be pretty fascinating. Oh boy. He's got the little prototype that I don't think's running full pace right now, and in fact lets him go.
Good.
So again, didn't get hung up too bad there at all.
It's a good job this isn't a 12-hour race because
exactly.
There's a lot of people that are sitting pretty right now that are, I mean, obviously it's the end of the race, you're not going to push, but there's a lot of pace differential going on with a lot of these cars.
Yeah, there really is.
And then you also figure that, you know, you strategize to where everything's going to come together at the end with the cars as close as they are, depending on what happens and what you do with fuel, etc. It's all going to kind of work its way back to close by the end of 8 hours because people have strategized with that in mind. He's still going to have to clear the 119.
Look how much of the exit on 11 Singler used. He was scraping that wall. 2:02.6. But a really impressive 2:06.7 here from Brady in the number 54. Margin, 6.3. I said 7.
We got 2:03.4 from Rob Walker. He had done a 2:02.6 as well on the prior lap.
Yep.
On what has to be said, tires that are in less good condition.
And just insulting everybody here. Hannah Grisham goes to 2:01.7.
Yep, doesn't matter. We're at the front. We control the pace.
We got it.
Shades of Mercedes, but also Red Bull in the last 15 years of, I just really need to work hard to get to the front, and then we give like 70% effort, and we still win by 15 seconds.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. So this now, though, is where it gets really interesting.
Yep.
Not here. Next 2 cars. There's the 119.
So there it is.
There's Singler.
The 119's already offline a little bit here. I do wonder if she's going to let him go nice and clean.
Yep.
So there's the 54. There's the 119. I do think Sarah's going to make him work for it. Don't think she's just going to pull off.
Yeah.
And let him go.
Well, you know, it is a car in her class.
Yep. And a championship competitor.
And a championship. And that's maybe the bigger thing.
Yeah.
She knows that's the car coming in here that was 2 points behind her.
Right.
Right. In the, you know, and so, yeah, I think she's going to put up a little bit of a stiffer battle, and this may be what settles it here.
Producer points out they might both get there, which is valid.
Well, that's true too, yeah.
2:02.7, 2:03.2. So Sarah's not that far off the pace.
No, not at all. And the margin? 1.8 seconds. There's the car. That's it. With 6 to go. Boy, Sarah might ironically be the one that opens the door up for Singler to make the pass.
Yeah, to let him through.
Oh, man. Here we go. Singler gets a really good run. Sarah, and no,
I think
couldn't get through.
I think he chooses wisely there not to throw down the inside.
Sarah just let him go.
Yeah, Sarah lets him go on the exit there. I think a fair move there. He showed the nose, showed some respect, didn't just absolutely clean her out down the inside.
Yep.
And she goes, all right.
I got the memo. So, see what happens here.
Yep.
That was really good by Sarah. She raced him hard, but when he finally got up underneath, like I said, you said showed the nose, and it's like, I want through, and I'm no threat to you. She just opened it up, exiting the inner loop. That was classy, for sure. But now, what kind of pace does he? Is he there? He's got him.
That's it. Clean and easy.
Wow.
So look at that. They're able to bolt on one tire, and they catch the 54 at an incredible rate of speed. Yep. And they're able to bring home a few more points to add to their collection.
Ooh, don't get too wide there, buddy.
Yeah, now you really want to settle down. At this point, we got to let's get some 205s in.
Side by side, though, the AE Victory and the 888. That's certainly going to help Singler up front.
Indeed.
With them running side by side like that. And now Sarah opts to just back in behind here. Ooh, late on the brakes. Nice.
I mean, a potential night. Okay, she's able to get it done.
Yeah.
A potential nightmare scenario here is Sarah Montgomery getting doored by accident, and then she goes out, and Singler takes more points out of Sarah Montgomery.
Yeah.
You know, if she gets doored, she falls down the order at least to 5th.
Oh,
and
for sure.
Obviously now with 3 minutes to go, it's like, Matthew Singler probably doesn't get around her in the standings, but loses a basket full of points to increase her lead in the championship over the number 25.
That's the thing, man. You got to big picture this stuff sometimes.
Yep.
And it's, sometimes it's, all right. Yeah, he got by, so now he's got 6th place points instead of 7th. But I've got 2nd place points right now, and
it
would be so silly for me to do something dumb and throw it in the wall.
Right.
Because somebody hits me, because I'm defending or whatever. So yeah, I think that was really savvy by Sarah, and I'm sure the team, the strategists are on the wall saying, okay, think about this,
Yep.
What a drive by Matthew Singler.
What a day. What a day. Able to, we had a lot of cool battles going on.
Mm-hmm.
None of them, we ended up with a situation where on multiple occasions up and down the field, people had just not quite eked the fuel mileage they needed and got hosed by the full course yellow having pitted, a couple laps prior. And it just comes back to what we talked about, where you really, really got to try to save fuel as best you can so that you can put yourself in position to take advantage of these. And it's exactly what AE Victory did all day. And there were, in spite of all that, everything's going to come back together at the end here. The 3rd place,
that was awfully close. Did you see the front end of Hannah's Supra there wiggle when she had to get out of it while she was still coming up through the S's?
Yeah, that's an AOA car that just recently rejoined from the paddock.
Yep, the 55.
But it's all going to come together at the end here. I mean, your top 5 separated by a minute with no safety car intervention whatsoever. I'd say that's a pretty close situation here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, ultimately, GTR 99 is going to lose by more than a minute that 4th spot, which is not enough to have made up for their pit call. And again, they may have been running out of fuel at that point anyway and sort of out of options.
Yep.
We're going to get the white flag next time by for Hannah Grisham. The 120 continues its incredible run this season.
Yeah. I mean, this will be their 4th win out of, I don't remember how many starts. I think, have they started them all?
I don't think they started them all. I think they missed one.
Yeah. But still, it'll be 4th win, 6th podium.
There it is. 1 to go for the number 120.
Yep. Here we go.
You'll also see the GTR 99 there taking their white flag.
And again, this isn't the podium that they had previously, but once again, qualified 8th, and where do they finish? 5th.
5th.
And
you've still got all day tomorrow as well.
Yeah, and they executed their stops like they do perfectly.
Yep.
You know?
And if this race had ended an hour earlier, the complexion of the race at an hour to go was a lot different than it is now.
Certainly was, yeah.
So you've got stuff to look forward to, I think, up and down the field here, wherein just the way the yellow landed at the end, I think, kind of tied it up and took the opportunity out of Kingpin Racing's hands. Now, I will say, Greg, obviously, AE Victory not wanting to, ruin anything they may or may not have. Rob Walker closes to within 10 seconds of Sarah Montgomery in the last few laps here. Now, again, Sarah Montgomery knows she has time in hand. She's not trying to fight with Matthew Singler. I think managing the gap there. But Rob Walker doing everything he needs to do to try to get himself in a position
well, look
to
at
take
that
advantage
last
of
lap
any
time
mistakes.
He just turned. Look at that.
Yeah.
2:02.
2:02.9 at the end of the race here.
Trying to come after it here. Yep.
Cameron Shields also was holding on. He kept it at a 27-second gap, which is about where it had been the whole time. So both of those cars doing their best to put themselves into the position here. Unfortunately, just the strategy call taken out of their hands, whether it was not enough fuel efficiency earlier or just an early pit call, not really sure. But the way that yellow landed just did not help either of those cars at all, the 3rd and 4th position cars.
Yeah, it didn't. Here we go. Final turn onto the front straight. And once again, Hannah Grisham and the 120 AE Victory Racing team bring home the win. And they do it here at legendary Watkins Glen, and they do it with a fair bit of comfort in hand. And again, every once in a while, she just throw in a lap to let everybody know, yeah, you're talking about other people. Don't forget me up front here or this team. And that's win number 4 on the season. That's great stuff. Here comes the 2nd place team car.
Yep, that's the 119. And, of course, in front of it, a little ways, was the number 25, Matthew Singler on the last lap, a 2:03.1.
And here comes Walker.
Walker, 9.9 seconds that last time by. I think he had a little bit of traffic to deal with there.
Yep, I think so, too.
So was definitely in with a shout. Again, Sarah Montgomery probably pushing a lot harder had there been more time remaining or had they started a little bit closer together after that pit cycle.
Exactly.
But definitely the 53 was in contention for that 2nd place the whole way. Cameron Shields a 2:03.5, 27 seconds behind Rob Walker, is able to hold his ground against a surging 53 at the end of the race. We said, Greg, probably about an hour and 15 ago that we were going to line up to have 2 similar battles here between the 53 and the AAA racing cars trying to make up some ground, and then also the Singler car trying to make up ground. And there was always the chance that the El Diablo car was going to try to catch PC. That did not come to pass. Scott Smith just did not have the pace left in the car to start pulling any time out of PC Racing.
Yeah, he just didn't.
But a great result for PC Racing here as well.
Yep.
The number 43 bringing home a win this season.
Great run there. And then, of course, GP2, the number 41 Velocity Motorsports Club, front-wheel drive Honda, getting a win and by a significant margin, 4 laps. Scott Nickel bringing it across the line, but just some great drives by their guys. Remember, they qualified on pole, then it got moved to the back of the field.
Yep.
And were able to come back through and put on that kind of a drive. Skip Barber Racing School doing what it does, and just bringing that car along, and they're going to close up the margin on the 83 pretty significantly, probably by half that they had coming in. And then the number 38 of Palomar Racing, way down the order, a number of laps down, but completes more than 50%, so they'll get scored with third. And I don't know. I don't think Matt Connolly and the rest are going to be able to earn any points. So, real quick here, I kind of enjoy doing this, guys. So I'm gonna pin you again here. If we had a driver of the race award, JT, who would yours be? Now I know you were absent for a while, so we get that, but
yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, Cameron Shields, I think throughout the day we saw him twice, just like Sarah, but I think he was very consistent, very quick. So just springing to mind, probably Cameron.
Yep. Okay. And Ryan?
I hope somebody else says Matthew Singler, because that was an incredible drive to end the race. But I think my driver of the race is going to be Michelle Abate. That call, I think, and I'll have to ask later, to save a little bit of fuel with a surging Sadakal Kalsa and a Chad Carnevale who tried to follow up on that. I think that saving of fuel really put them in the window to get the yellow where they needed. I think that really secured the win for the 120. Obviously, you've got some other things there with the pace. Michelle Abate's pace while she was in that car, incredible. And then, of course, Alana Carter able to get that car out front along with Hannah Grisham and, just run clean all day. So it's that whole car, really. But Michelle Abate was behind the wheel, I think, when the decision was made that, like, hey, we don't really need to fight him that much. Let's save some fuel here. And I think we'll catch a yellow, and they did end up catching a yellow, which secured the win.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, she did a great job. Team did a great job, and the Matthew Singler thing. It's tough for me to also not pick Matthew because that was an incredible drive. But believe it or not, my driver of the race is going to Cameron Evans in the number 43 PC racing car, because in that long middle, you did I think a triple. That was when they broke the back of everybody out there, and he was consistently running really quick laps, very low risk, great passes. I just think that he was the one who took that car up into that big lead, which then eventually led to the win. So,
Dustin, can you pick Matthew Singler as your driver of the race? That way we don't leave him out. Is that doable? Dustin says okay.
Dustin just picked him. Oh, that's great.
Oh, look at that. Okay, great. We got everybody we needed to get. Fantastic.
Yep.
Well, Greg, this has been fun. I'm excited to do it again tomorrow, an hour earlier, in fact. JT is not.
Yeah, not too thrilled.
Yeah. Nor I think probably is Dustin. But
no.
Hey, that's okay. But hey, on the other hand, it's an hour shorter.
Yep.
And we get going a little bit earlier, obviously, as we said. That gives everybody a chance to get a little earlier start on the way home from this absolutely phenomenal event. I mean, look at this. Does it get prettier than this? It is pretty nice. Just a great day. Little warmer, maybe by about 5 degrees tomorrow, low 80s. Still very pleasant. And I think the racing is going to be awesome. So, as you can see, race expected to start at 8 a.m. We're usually on the air. We try to be anyway, 15 minutes or so beforehand to set the stage. Any final thoughts, Ryan?
No, I think we've said all we needed to say. We had the closing stint here that really gave room to watch some exciting action, but also got to kind of close out the day already. So I'm happy with the way it turned out, and I'd love to see some more of this tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. JT, final thought?
Another classic endurance race for us. I mean, we saw up and down the field, staying out of trouble really rewards you. We had a race, after 8 hours, no safety cars, come down to the wire with that great chase at the end there.
Yep.
And we saw people that were able to stay out of the paddock and out of the pits did very well. So looking forward to more of it tomorrow.
Yeah, I agree. And once again, have to say a huge thanks to Nate on the drone. Some phenomenal images out there. Chris on the pit cam. A lot of stories are told in those stops, and Chris's video really helps us negotiate all of those. So great job by those guys. And all of you for tuning in. A huge thank you for spending your Saturday with us here. We hope you spend your Sunday with us as well. To wrap things up until tomorrow, again, join us about 7:45 Race starts at 8 a.m. For Ryan West, another fabulous job. He now has to go take care of all the cameras. And again, a big thank you to JT Tammy. It's just great insights and observations from JT. Just really tracks the race as well. And of course to Dustin, who cuts an incredible race. Great job as well. I'm Greg Creamer. Have a good night. Whatever you do, do it safely, but have some fun, will you? And make sure you join us bright and early tomorrow morning, 7 hours at Watkins Glen. Doesn't get much better than that. See you then.